Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 921 Steel Core Single Head Bullet, 2-in-1. Marin has been hesitating whether to take out the mini rifle, because this kind of gun is too powerful. With this gun, you can hurt others, but if the secret is leaked, you can also hurt yourself. When he has not yet won the religious war and obtained enough territory, the secret of the mini rifle is leaked, which is simply a disaster. Therefore, Marin has been reluctant to invent the mini rifle and mini bullet. Marin's original plan was to suddenly launch the mini rifle and mini bullet before the religious war, and then use the powerful firepower advantage to quickly eliminate the enemy and grab enough territory. As for whether the technology will be leaked later, it doesn't matter. He is sure that as long as he launches the mini rifle and mini bullet, the French will definitely get the secrets of the mini rifle and mini bullet by any means, just like getting the secret recipe of the Venetian mirror. Not only France, but other countries that want to be militarily strong will do the same. Before he has enough strength to resist the covetousness from all sides, Marin does not want to take out the mini rifle and mini bullet, which are simple in technology and easy to be plagiarized. In other words, Marin does not want to get on the horse rifle at present, but wants to wait and see. However, if the mini rifle and mini bullets were not used, what advantages would Marin's musketeers have? Shooting against people basically relies on blinding. Spherical lead bullets are too easy to roll and fly around, and it is really difficult to hit the enemy blindly. In history, Europeans relied on blinding each other and shot at each other with muskets for 300 or 400 years. Later, the British realized a truth: it is better to face the enemy's firepower within 30 steps and then rush up to fight with bayonets than to stand there and blind each other. In other words, the only advantage of Marin's musketeers now is that they do not use fuses, are not affected by the weather, and musketeers do not have to be 1 meter apart from each other, so they can be arranged more densely. However, no matter how densely they are arranged, they still have to blindly shoot against people. Then, in the case that Marin is unwilling to launch rifles, using the peak-killing weapon of smoothbore muskets, single-headed bullets, is the best choice. Although the power of single-headed bullets is not as good as mini bullets, within 100 meters, you can hit whatever you point to, without blindly guessing. Within 150 meters, most single-headed bullets are also very accurate. Some well-made single-headed bullets can even hit accurately at a distance of 200 meters, of course, luck is also required. If single-headed bullets are used, then Marin's musketeers can no longer blindly aim at their opponents in the mutual shooting, but aim at their opponents and harvest heads. Especially, if they are all aiming at the opponent's commander, it will be even better. Before the emergence of modern armies, European armies, like Asian armies, were very dependent on commanders. If the commander died in battle, the army was very likely to collapse. Therefore, killing the commander by one shot would bring great benefits. In this era, in order to show courage, commanders often led their troops to a relatively forward position, encouraged their soldiers, and commanded on the spot. Generally speaking, even if the commander was not in the front, he would definitely be nearby. At least, within a range of 200 meters. In addition, commanders usually ride horses, and their upper half of their bodies will definitely be exposed for you to aim at. Therefore, with single-headed bullets that can accurately kill officers within 200 meters, the impact on the battle situation will be great. In addition, the reason why Marin favors single-headed bullets is that the craftsmanship requirements of single-headed bullets are very high. Yes, although the slug is a bullet for a smoothbore gun, its craftsmanship requirements are very high. It has rifling engraved on the head of the bullet, so that the wind can be used to rotate the bullet. The problem lies here. Generally speaking, if a rifled gun is used, a barrel can be used repeatedly. Therefore, even if a barrel is scrapped, it is just a matter of replacing it. As long as the barrel passes the inspection and goes to the battlefield, there will generally be no major problems. But the slug is different. The rifling of the slug is engraved on the bullet. If the rifling is engraved crookedly, it will be terrible. It will also fly crookedly and miss the target. Therefore, the rifling of the slug must be engraved accurately and evenly, and there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, the purpose of using wind power cannot be achieved. Moreover, every slug must be like this. This makes it difficult. Not to mention the manufacturing level in the early 16th century, even the arsenal of the Tuvalu during the anti-Japanese war in the 20th century could never meet this requirement. The consequence of not meeting the requirements is that the bullet cannot hit the target accurately. What's more terrible is that the bullets in this era are made of lead. What is lead? It's soft. If it is bumped during transportation and the rifling is damaged, the bullet will be useless. Therefore, the single-headed bullets of hunting rifles in later generations are sealed and packaged in the hard plastic shell of hunting rifles to prevent bumps. But what are the habits of musketeers now? They all take out lead bullets from their bags and then use iron cleaning rods to roughly poke them into the barrel. This treatment will definitely ruin the single-headed bullets made of lead. Because the rifling of the single-headed bullet is right at the head of the bullet, and it is just poked by the iron cleaning rod. In addition, the quality control of European craftsmen in this era was also very loose, and it was difficult to accurately produce single-headed bullets that met the requirements of aerodynamics. Unlike later generations, they were directly produced using CNC automatic machine tools with high precision. However, Marin was not afraid of accuracy issues. At worst, he would go the high-end route. Moreover, since the promotion of the vernier caliper to strictly control quality, the precision of North Sea's mechanical manufacturing has been greatly improved, absolutely far exceeding other European countries of the same period. Now, the precision of other European countries is still at the millimeter level, while the manufacturing precision of North Sea has reached 0.1 millimeters. Of course, this is the requirement for manufacturing fine products, and the scrap rate is also very high. However, this is very suitable for producing high-demand things such as single-headed bullets. Moreover, high-precision stuff can also form a technical barrier for other European countries. However, it seems that there are not such high requirements for manufacturing single-headed bullets. Although mass production is more troublesome, small-scale manufacturing is not difficult. As soon as he said it, Marin asked Leonardo da Vinci to help him spend a precise drawing, which is the drawing of the single-headed bullet. In order to achieve the longest effective range possible, Marin designed the single-headed bullet into a two-in-one appearance of positive rifling on the head and tail fins on the tail. With the two stable flight designs of positive rifling and tail fins working together, the bullet flies more steadily and the effective range is naturally higher. Drawings are easy to draw, after all, Marin is a master of drawing, and Leonardo da Vinci is a master of drawing. As long as you pay attention to the symmetry of the rifling, there is nothing wrong. However, it is not too difficult to transform it into a physical object. In modern times, as long as you input the drawing data into the computer, the CNC machine tool can easily cut it out for you. But in this era of manual work, Marin found several carpenters who are good at carving, and carved the prototype of the single-headed bullet with wood according to the drawings day and night. After carving, he personally measured one by one with a vernier caliper. In this way, after carving thousands of failed products, Marin finally got 5 qualified finished products. Then, Marin found pottery craftsmen and asked them to mix clay. After mixing the clay, Marin inserted 5 qualified single-headed bullet wooden models into the clay and obtained the model space. Then, he asked someone to use a very thin blade to cut the clay model that had been air-dried for a while in half from the middle. Then, the clay model that was divided into 2 halves was sent to the furnace for firing. Using the same method, Marin made 100 clay molds. But after the final inspection, only 7 qualified products were left. However, this was enough. With the ceramic mold, it is easy to make a single-headed bullet. Marin put the 2 halves of the ceramic mold together, and then poured in molten lead. After cooling, break the 2 halves of the ceramic mold to get a single-headed bullet. However, when trying to load and test the effect, Marin encountered a big problem. This is the same as he thought before, loading is easy to deform the single-headed bullet. Because it is used for a muzzle-loading smoothbore gun, the single-headed bullet also needs to be poked into the barrel with an iron rod. However, the lead single-headed bullet is so soft, how can it be poked hard with an iron rod? It will definitely be poked. And once it is poked, it will not be able to shoot far. How to poke the single-headed bullet safely to the bottom of the barrel? This problem has troubled Marin for a long time. At the same time, another problem is also very big. Since the tail has been changed to a tail fin similar to a mortar shell, then the tail may not be able to make the bullet hold its breath. Moreover, stuffing a paper ball or leather as a bottom pad will not work. Because after the gunpowder breaks through the protection of the paper ball or leather, the force acts on the bullet, and there will still be problems. The tiny tail fins cannot withstand enough thrust from the gunpowder gas. In other words, the thrust from the gunpowder gas cannot act well on the single-headed bullet. How did later generations solve this problem? Add a wooden buttstock. Marin began to recall. Indeed, adding a cylindrical cork buttstock behind the tail fin of the single-headed bullet can solve the air blocking problem, and the cork buttstock can completely absorb the thrust from the gunpowder gas and transfer the thrust to the tail fin of the single-headed bullet. Then, there is only one last problem left: how to prevent the rifling of the head of the single-headed bullet from being damaged by the iron rod when loading. Cancel the rifling of the head and only keep the tail fins. This is a solution. However, it will reduce performance. Without the rifling that causes rotation, the effective range of the single-headed bullet will definitely be reduced a lot. However, if the rifling of the head is not cancelled, the lead bullet really can't withstand the barbaric poking of the iron rod. For several days in a row, Marin was a little troubled by the solution. Just when he was about to compromise and cancel the rifling of the head of the single-headed bullet, he suddenly found inspiration at the dinner table. Robert, the naughty boy, the future pope in Marin's mind, mischievously poked an egg with a chopstick during a meal, and then waved the chopsticks with the egg and laughed. Then, another naughty boy, Caesar, followed suit and poked an egg with chopsticks and waved it. Marin suddenly got an inspiration: soft lead, poke through, or let the iron rod poke through the lead bullet directly. Marin thought about it and shook his head. There are indeed hollow point bullets in later generations, and the central axis is hollow. But the problem is that the iron rod may not be so accurate. Once the lead bullet is poked crooked, the center of gravity changes, and the bullet is useless. Or, make a central axis for the lead bullet directly. Looking at the two naughty children waving chopsticks, Marin was inspired. Then, he modified the model and punched a mold so that a thin iron bar was inserted into the central axis between the head and the tail of the single-headed bullet. After penetrating the tail fin, the thin iron bar extended apart and just inserted into the cylindrical cork butt, perfectly combining the single-headed bullet and the butt. At the head of the single-headed bullet, the thin iron bar also extended apart. The role of this part is to allow the iron rod to poke. After all, the bullet needs to be poked into the bottom of the barrel with force. The lead single-headed bullet itself cannot be poked with force. However, this thin iron bar as the central axis can be poked. Because it is fixed on the cork butt, poking it will not hurt the single-headed bullet itself. After testing, this single-headed bullet with a thin iron bar central axis was indeed safely poked into the bottom of the barrel. During the test firing, the effective range actually reached an astonishing 170 meters. On the side, Da Vinci, who was watching, suddenly said, according to the principles of aerodynamics, after the bullet is fired, the wooden butt hanging behind it seems to have a large air resistance, which affects the range. Marin nodded and admitted this situation. In fact, the main function of the wooden buttstock is to transmit the thrust of gunpowder gas. After the bullet leaves the barrel, because it has a tail fin, the role of the wooden buttstock is actually dispensable. Being connected to the buttstock really hinders the bullet's flight. How about we make the connection between the iron bar and the buttstock movable? Da Vinci suddenly suggested. Why? Marin was a little unresponsive. I think that if the connection between the iron bar and the wooden buttstock is movable, the wooden buttstock may automatically fall off after the bullet flies out due to air resistance. Anyway, you said that with the tail fin, the wooden buttstock is useless after leaving the barrel. Da Vinci explained. The physics study during this period has greatly improved his scientific theoretical level. In fact, in many aspects, he has surpassed Marin as a teacher. Marin was stunned. Isn't this a fin-stabilized armor-piercing discarding sabot? But he quickly shook his head and said, no, it's not about discarding the sabot, but removing the burden of the sabot, but the meaning is almost the same. Marin excitedly asked someone to remove the barbs between the iron bar and the cork base, so that the center axis of the iron bar can be easily separated from the cork sabot. When testing again, shortly after the bullet was fired, the cork sabot was indeed separated from the single-headed bullet due to air resistance. Without the drag of the cork sabot's air resistance, the single-headed bullet that combined the two technologies, windward rifling and tail stabilization technology, had an effective range of 200 meters. So cool. Marin was a little stunned. 200 meters is basically the limit of the single-headed bullet. Then, Marin looked at Leonardo da Vinci with admiration. He was indeed a man who could imagine a helicopter and make a mechanical lion. Just a suggestion would have such a good effect. But he was not surprised yet. Leonardo da Vinci made another good suggestion. How about replacing that iron bar with a steel nail? The kind made of high-carbon steel. Why? To break through the plate armor protection. Oh, yes, isn't this a tungsten carbide pointed armor-piercing bullet from later generations? Seeing the new single-headed bullet with the nail head exposed in front after the modification, Marin suddenly realized. Of course, it can also be regarded as the steel core bullet specially used to deal with bulletproof vests in later generations. With the sharp impact of the high-carbon steel nail, the ability of the bullet to break the plate armor defense is greatly improved. If it is a pure lead single-headed bullet, hitting the plate armor, it can certainly hurt the person wearing the plate armor with the impact force, and even form a pit on the plate armor. However, lead is too soft after all, which makes it difficult for lead bullets to penetrate plate armor. They can only injure the person wearing the plate armor through the plate armor, but cannot be fatal. After testing, it is indeed true, the single-headed bullet with steel nails as the core can penetrate some plate armor, but only the steel nails pierce the plate armor and leave nail holes, while the lead bullet part cannot penetrate. However, the huge kinetic energy brought by the lead bullet itself can injure the person wearing the plate armor. Coupled with the piercing damage of the nails, the power is much greater than that of a simple lead bullet. Moreover, Marin also made improvements to the steel nails as the steel core, for example, grinding a blood groove on the head of the steel nail to bleed the person who was shot. Even more, you can smear poison in the blood groove to cause more serious damage to the enemy. If the blood groove is smeared with some Chinese, blood-sealing throat, it will be a surefire move. In order to improve the strength of the steel nails as the steel core, Marin also asked the craftsman to further carbonize and quench the steel nails on the surface after grinding the blood groove on the head of the high-carbon steel nail, further strengthening the hardness of the nail tip and enhancing the armor-piercing ability. After seeing several examples of steel core single-headed bullets breaking through plate armor, Marin was so scared that he smacked his tongue. Wow, this is awesome. In 1508, I made an armor-piercing bullet that could penetrate humanoid armor, plate armor, that was only available in the 20th century. In the future, I will not be safe wearing plate armor. Thinking of this, Marin's face changed drastically. Then, he gritted his teeth and called Kohler, move all the craftsmen who participated in the development of the steel core single-headed bullet to a secluded place, and never let them contact outsiders. If any outsider dares to approach there, kill them without mercy. Kohler quickly took the order and left. Da Vinci looked at Marin with contempt. Is it necessary? If you use bullets on the enemy, can't the enemy see what the bullets look like? Marin laughed and asked someone to bring the bullets after the test, and said to Da Vinci, see for yourself. Then, Da Vinci saw an iron nail and a lump of lead. Obviously, under the huge impact, the soft lead bullet was squeezed and deformed. Where can you see the original appearance? It can be said that unless it hits the water and mud, otherwise, with the softness of lead, as long as it is impacted, it will be squeezed into a lump of lead, and it is difficult to recognize its original appearance. Especially the rifling of the head, which first touches the target and is the first to be squeezed out of shape, and the original appearance can't be seen at all. As for the tail, Marin is not worried. Because the wooden bullet tray has fallen off first. The enemy only got a small tail and a body, but it was also deformed. But if you don't know the technology of wooden buttstock, the thin tail can't bear the responsibility of bearing the gunpowder gas push. And it's obvious that people of this era don't know the buttstock technology. This technology seems to have appeared in the 19th century. Anyway, as long as the user doesn't shoot the bullet into the water or mud, it's difficult for the enemy to get a good steel core single-headed bullet. Of course, the use and preservation of steel core single-headed bullets are even more important. Marin decided to select a team of musketeers who were the most successful in brainwashing and the most loyal to him to use this advanced ammunition. In addition, in peacetime, bullets are not issued, but stored in a warehouse with a very high defense level, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from contacting them. Only before the war, this kind of high-powered bullet will be issued, specifically for shooting and killing enemy senior generals and plate armor knights. In this way, confidential information can be fully avoided. As long as the enemy can't steal the bullet sample, they can't copy it. And the musket that fires this bullet is no different from that used by other musketeers. Even if the gun is stolen, it will not have any impact. Loading. Insert the tail of the high-carbon steel nail on the central axis of the single-headed bullet into the cylindrical cork butt. Apply whale oil to the cork butt, to reduce friction, and insert it into the barrel. Then, use a thick iron rod to press the tip of the steel nail and push the bullet into the bottom of the barrel as a whole. Well, the next step is to aim and shoot. Bang! After the gun went off, Marin went to check the target in person. A steel nail was inserted into a thick iron plate about 180 meters away. And at the end of the steel nail, there was a lump of lead hanging. The iron plate was pierced by the steel nail, and the lump of lead also smashed a large dent on the iron plate. If there was a person behind this iron plate, this person would definitely be pierced by a bloody hole by the steel nail. In addition, the lump of lead would also cause him to break several ribs. If the tip of the steel nail was smeared with poison, then he would be dead. This is a thick iron plate, the highest level of plate armor. If it is replaced with inferior plate armor, the bullet will break through the defense, enter the human body, and stir up the internal organs, KO. Chapter 922, The Young Musketeers. The steel core single-headed bullet is obviously one of the top secrets of the North Sea state, so the credibility of the user is also very high. Marin clearly remembers that after the French came up with the latest Lebel M1886, a French soldier defected to Germany with a new gun and offered 20,000 marks. Therefore, in the selection of the musketeers used, Marin pursued absolute peace of mind. And what kind of people Marin is most assured of is obviously the group of children in the school. Because that group of children are asking for instructions in the morning and reporting in the evening to his portrait every day, and are brainwashed to be loyal to Marin all day long. There is no problem with the loyalty of children trained in this way, and there is no need to worry about the leakage of secrets. Before, there were many eliminated students in that group of elementary school graduates. Marin thinks that their loyalty should be fine. Moreover, the students are not as smart as the academic masters, and there are not so many twists and turns in their minds. Instead, they are more reliable and easier to control than those smart people. Therefore, Marin ordered Kohler and Sauer to go out together to select loyal guards from those elementary school students who were eliminated. Even those who were selected by the factory had to accept the selection of guards. Marin's selection requirements were simple and rough: to be excited when seeing his portrait, to be excited to cry when seeing Marin in person. This was the treatment of March 15 in North Korea, and it was also a proof of fanatical believers. Such fanatical followers are difficult to betray, and it is also reassuring to hand over the single-headed bullet to them. In addition, such students are also easier to fool. Marin decided to select 100 fanatical elementary school students to form his own musket guard. Although these children are not old enough, their strength and physical strength may not keep up. However, after 2 or 3 years of training, they can be used. At that time, 100 snipers armed with large-scale weapons will definitely be a nightmare for enemy officers. In order to improve shooting accuracy, Marin also asked Da Vinci to modify the musket and make a sight similar to the later sports air rifle. That is, there is a front sight in front of the barrel, and there is also a rear sight with a round hole behind the barrel. When aiming, as long as the eyes see the target through the 2 holes of the front and rear sights and the rear sight, the 3 points can be in a straight line, and then you can shoot. Of course, this is meaningless for smoothbore guns, because the round lead bullets will always fly around. But for high-precision single-headed bullets, it is of great significance. As long as you have this sight, the shooting accuracy of ordinary people will be greatly improved. As for the scope, Marin did not plan to use it. Because the effective range of the single-headed bullet is not high, only 200 meters at most, the effective range can be seen with the naked eye, and there is no need to use a scope. Only the mini-rifle with an effective range of several hundred meters is necessary to use a scope. Because that distance exceeds the distance that the human eye can see clearly. In addition, in order to facilitate aiming and avoid the trouble caused by smoke to aiming, Marin decided to equip the steel core single-headed bullet with smokeless gunpowder. Smokeless gunpowder can produce more gas, which is more effective in pushing the bullet, and does not produce smoke that interferes with the line of sight, which is very convenient. As for the charge of smokeless gunpowder, Marin found that 10 grams of charge was just right after testing. If it is higher, the barrel will not be able to bear it. After all, the barrels of this era were not drilled, but rolled and forged, and naturally had an unstable seam. If the explosive force is too high, it will crack this seam. Moreover, 10 grams of smokeless gunpowder is almost equivalent to 30 grams of granulated black powder, which is very powerful. Originally, the best charge for Marin's rifle was 3/4 of an ounce of granulated black powder, equivalent to 21 grams. After changing to smokeless gunpowder, it should be 7 grams, but Marin pursued long-range sniping and increased the charge by 3 grams. In this way, it is more stable to hit the target at a distance of 200 meters. After all, the higher the muzzle velocity of the bullet, the longer the effective range. However, this is a hardship for the barrel. Even the barrel forged from low-carbon steel can't bear it. For this reason, Marin had to come up with a solution, adding a sleeve to the outer layer of the barrel. This is a method learned from the sleeve gun of the German Krupp cannon. Whether it is a musket or a cannon, when the propellant explodes, the main damage is to the barrel and the tail of the barrel. Therefore, Marin asked people to add a sleeve to the back half of the barrel to further suppress the possibility of the barrel exploding. Of course, because it is to protect the internal barrel, the sleeve is not too thick. Moreover, it can be replaced. In addition, when promoting internally, Marin would deliberately mislead his subordinates, emphasize the importance of smokeless gunpowder, and attribute the credit for accurate shooting to smokeless gunpowder. In this way, his own people were deceived, not to mention the enemy's spies. Then, even if the enemy's spies got some information, it was wrong information. In this way, those covetous people would focus on smokeless gunpowder and ignore the appearance of the bullet. But is smokeless gunpowder so easy to make? That is magical chemistry. People who don't understand chemistry will never think of the method of making smokeless gunpowder in their 8 lifetimes. Let alone the ancients of the 16th century, even in the 21st century, if you are not a good student of high school chemistry, you can't make smokeless gunpowder. Even Marin planned to deliberately release the news in the future there is a great alchemist in the North Sea who can make powerful smokeless gunpowder, and then let the spies lead the rhythm and lead Europe to set off an alchemy craze. Then, no one paid attention to the appearance of the single-headed bullet. Kohler and Saul's selection work was also very smooth. Because of Marin's simple and rough method instructions, the two called out 4,000 elementary school students who were eliminated in the primary to junior high school from various factories, including the non-commissioned officer school, and then took them to a chapel in batches to swear allegiance to Marin's portrait, painted by Leonardo da Vinci. Then, Kohler's spies and Saul's scouts, the two most observant professionals, stood aside and carefully observed the expressions on the children's faces. Then, from time to time, they recorded the results in a notebook. In the end, the two selected 200 of the most enthusiastic children. However, Marin's requirement was 100 people. The reason why they selected 200 people was to conduct an elimination. This elimination game is shooting. It is undeniable that shooting also requires talent. Some people are natural shooters, while others are born lacking the talent for aiming and shooting. In order to test the children's shooting talent, Saul specifically ordered the craftsmen of the arsenal to make small muskets and greatly reduce the amount of powder to reduce the recoil of the muskets and avoid hurting the children. Then, they erected a target 10 meters away and let the children practice shooting. A week later, the 100 people with the worst shooting results were eliminated, leaving only 100 people with better shooting results. Then, these 100 people were brought to Marin. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Marin thought. After seeing their real selves, these enthusiastic children showed excited expressions on their faces. Some children even cried with excitement. At this moment, Marin felt that he was possessed by March 15th and a popular young actor. And these children were definitely crazy fans. Moreover, Marin did not doubt that their expressions were fake. After all, these children were only 12 or 13 years old. If they could pretend to be excited without any flaws, this must be another time traveler. But that possibility is extremely small. Marin imitated the leader's posture, smiled, waved to the children, and then encouraged the children for a while, and even shook hands with several children in the front row. If there were cameras in this era, maybe he would take pictures with the children. Then, he said loudly, "I declare that the Youth Musket Guards of the North Sea Kingdom is officially established. And you are my first batch of the most loyal musket guards." Suddenly, the children below cheered. In particular, Marin's words, "my most loyal," really touched their hearts. Tonight, these innocent children might not be able to sleep. Chapter 923, Khan's Departure. Since it is a guard regiment, there must be more than 100 people. Marin's plan is to form a 1,000-man musket guard regiment. Because, in a large-scale battle, only a sharpshooter with a scale of thousands of people can cause the greatest casualties to the enemy. Even, it can defeat one wing of the enemy army and achieve the goal of destroying the balance of the battle. If there are only 100 people, perhaps only by sniping the enemy's general can the goal of winning be achieved. However, not every general rushes to the front recklessly. Moreover, after fighting with the North Sea Army, the enemy general will never stand in front recklessly again. Therefore, Marin needs a sharpshooter force of 1,000 people to specifically attack the enemy's vital parts and form a local crushing advantage. Then, the cavalry will charge and completely break the balance. This is a modified version of Napoleon's tactics. Napoleon's tactics are first use cannons to destroy the enemy's formation, and then let the cuirassier charge to clean up the mess. However, that requires the launch of shotgun shells. However, the shotgun technique is too simple and easy to be imitated by others. Therefore, Marin does not plan to take it out for the time being, so as not to suffer. And using a 1,000-man sharpshooter force composed of fanatical brain-dead fans to accurately strike the enemy formation can also play some role in shotgun coverage. Even if it is weaker, it is not afraid. Why? Because in the Napoleonic era, the scale of European wars was very large, with hundreds of thousands of troops fighting each other. And in this era, the confrontation of tens of thousands of people is already the top scale in Europe. The 1,000-man sharpshooter force is enough to greatly deter the enemy and form a major advantage in a certain aspect. Once a certain aspect of the enemy is crippled by the musket guards, Marin's cavalry can rush up from this hole, tear open the enemy formation, and achieve the goal of defeating the enemy. The reason why Marin currently only recruits 100 people is because he has no experience in training a juvenile corps. Therefore, this year, he will also try to further brainwash the children so that they become completely loyal. If 1,000 people were recruited at once, not to mention the difficulties in education and management, and it might not be possible to gather so many fanatical brain-dead fans. Therefore, Marin's plan is that there are thousands of elementary school graduates every year, and 100 people are selected from the failed students every year. Or, when the experience is mature, you can also recruit more at a time to gather a team of 1,000 people as soon as possible. In addition, the reason why Marin only recruited 100 people is also convenient for Kohler to check their background. Of course, it is not about the past of these children. After all, these children in their teens have no past. What Marin wants to check is the parents of these children. After all, Bahia is an immigrant country with many immigrants from other vassal states. Marin watched too many spy war dramas such as Lurking and 18 Years in the Enemy Camp in his previous life. He was afraid that these immigrants would be mixed with spies from other countries. If those spies stole the secrets of the big killer weapon such as the single-headed bullet, it would be a fatal threat to himself. Therefore, Marin had to guard against it. Because it requires a cross-border investigation, it is very difficult, and the number of people must not be large. Therefore, Marin only selected 100 people so that Kohler's men could check them. In fact, of these 100 people, 70 were from the East Frisian state, and only 30 were from other regions and needed to be investigated. Marin's requirement was that as long as the past of the children's parents could not be found out, they would be withdrawn. Anyway, these children are still young in the past 2 years and will not be exposed to single-headed bullets and muskets. The average age of these children is only 12 or 13 years old, and their tender shoulders cannot withstand the huge recoil of muskets. Therefore, before they come of age, Marin will let people brainwash them while giving them good food and drink, and supplying enough milk so that they can grow tall and strong. When they are old enough and their bodies are well grown, they will be allowed to really come into contact with muskets. In the end, Marin chose to build a military camp with classrooms on the outskirts of the north of the city to accommodate these children, and found instructors and cultural teachers for them. In order to improve their loyalty, Marin also asked Bishop Taylor, a brainwashing master, for a proud disciple to serve as the children's cultural teacher and be responsible for brainwashing. And Marin himself will take time every month to visit these children, give them encouragement, and give them hope. After settling these children, Marin will face another problem. Con and his Wolf-Fang commando, it's time to set off. News came from England that Edward had reached an agreement with James IV. Edward will release James IV at the end of March, meet his requirements, equip him with 50 knights, and send him back to Scotland safely. Now it's February, and Con's Scottish has been learned in a decent way. Although he can't write, he can speak well. Of course, the so-called well said refers to the tone of some daily communication. For example, in the state of robbery, Con practiced the dialogue between the robbers and the prisoners thousands of times. As for those literary languages that are not commonly used in Scottish, Con doesn't need to learn them, he just needs to learn daily conversations. Just like the dialogues such as, "Hi," and "Nice to meet you," in the Longman English that Marin learned in the future, they are not profound sentences. Although Con is stupid, he still memorized a lot of sentences after being beaten by Marin several times. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to suppress this bull. The Scottish language of this era is mainly Gaelic. The Lowland Scottish language, similar to English, became popular only after the unification of Britain. So, strictly speaking, the current Scottish language should be called Scottish Gaelic, which actually belongs to the Celtic language branch, not the Germanic language branch. Therefore, it is quite troublesome for Con to learn. In order to urge Con, Marin even learned a lot of Scottish himself. After all, Con would not learn it without him around. Now, it is estimated that there will be no problem for him to talk to the Scots. As for the 50 Wolf-Fang commandos led by Con, their requirements are lower. In addition to fighting, they only need to cheer and shout in Scottish Gaelic. Anyway, they are all short lines for extras, and there are not many sentences, so it is not troublesome. Moreover, during this period, Con and the 50 members of the Wolf-Fang commando have practiced and adapted to the use of heavy weapons commonly used in Europe, such as war hammers and battle axes. In combat, as long as they don't use the iconic mace and don't speak German, no one will think that they are the Wolf-Fang commando of the North Sea. Con did not choose to use a war hammer or axe, because he was afraid that the wooden handle of an ordinary war hammer or axe could not withstand his swing. If he smashed it, the wooden handle of the war hammer or axe might be broken by his huge force. Therefore, he directly chose a wrought iron rod and chose to smash it with the iron rod. Seeing Con, the bull, waving a heavy iron rod, Marin almost couldn't help but want to teach him how to use Monkey Brothers' golden hoop. In the end, Con carried the iron rod and boarded the ship to Newcastle with 50 Wolf-Fang commando soldiers. In Newcastle and Scotland, Coster and Merrick's Robin Hood thieves had already explored the terrain and were waiting for Conn and his men to go there and act as guides. This trip heralded the fall of an emperor. At the same time, the island of Great Britain would also open a new chapter. Chapter 924 agreed to encourage childbirth. After all, Conn was Marin's inseparable bodyguard, and his disappearance would certainly cause people to speculate. When the news came out that James IV was beaten to death by a fierce general, people with ulterior motives would inevitably suspect Conn. Therefore, in order to prevent Conn's disappearance from causing speculation from the outside world, Marin specially found a strong man who was very similar to Conn to pretend to be Conn. This substitute wore Conn's armor and rode Conn's horse. However, his face mask was closed and he did not show his face to others. During this period, the task of this fake Conn was to walk between Conn's mansion and the palace every day to prevent people from suspecting Conn's disappearance. After the fake Conn arrived at the palace, he would go to the lounge of the palace to sleep by himself, and then leave after work, trying not to contact others. And Marin himself, during this period, he stayed in the palace and did not go out to avoid the fake Conn from being exposed. After all, once Marin left the palace, Conn, as the #1 bodyguard, must be with him. Once in contact with outsiders, the fake Conn will be easily exposed. If it is in the palace, it is not easy to be exposed as long as it is arranged. During this period, Marin was also very bored. March is the season of spring and flowers, which is very suitable for spring outings. However, in order to cooperate with Conn's disappearance, Marin had to stay in the palace and could not go out. Bored, Marin had to participate more in government affairs and discuss political affairs with Prime Minister Geoffrey. This made Geoffrey nervous for a long time, thinking that he had made a mistake. Otherwise, why did Marin stare at him recently? He didn't know that Marin was just bored because he couldn't go out for a spring outing, and he had no opinion on him. You know, in this era, there are very few scholars, and even fewer civil servants who know how to handle government affairs. Although Geoffrey is a fence-sitter and is not trusted by Marin, he still has some level of handling government affairs. At least, it makes him worry-free. Not only that, Geoffrey also knows how to measure, knowing that the military and financial powers cannot be decided arbitrarily, and often asks Marin for instructions. As for personnel appointments, Geoffrey did not make decisions on his own, but gave Marin more than 2 choices each time and let him choose. And he never objected to the personnel arrangements proposed by Marin. How could Marin not like such a worry-free subordinate? Before the young people who Marin trusted more grew up, Marin could only rely on old civil servants like Geoffrey. However, Marin's trust in Geoffrey was limited. For example, Geoffrey didn't know about the top-secret information such as the assassination of James IV. After all, Geoffrey, a fence-sitter, is not very reliable. It is better not to let him know about 2 important secrets, especially the assassination of the king, which is easy to lead to ruin. If the news leaked out, Marin would not have to mix in the circle. Marin did not tell the truth, and Geoffrey was naturally very nervous, thinking that Marin finally decided to fire him, so he was very nervous. In fact, Marin really thought about firing Geoffrey. At the beginning, after the more capable former Danish Prime Minister Mikkel came over, he did a good job in the Duchy of Schleswig, and Marin thought about replacing Geoffrey. After all, Mikkel was a big boss who had managed the huge Kalmar Union, so his experience in governing the country was naturally much richer than that of Geoffrey. Geoffrey also knew this. However, later, Marin occupied the Jutland Peninsula and ruled more than 200,000 Danes. For the sake of national stability, Marin finally had to leave Mikkel, a Dane, in the east so that Mikkel could appease the Danes who had just surrendered at any time. In other words, the current management system of the North Sea Kingdom is actually divided into 2 parts. The western region is under the jurisdiction of Auric, that is, under the jurisdiction of Geoffrey, while the 2 eastern provinces of Jutland and Schleswig, where there are more Danes, are under the jurisdiction of Mikkel. Strictly speaking, Geoffrey is not the Prime Minister of the North Sea Kingdom, but the Western Prime Minister who manages the western provinces, while Mikkel is the Eastern Prime Minister. In addition, Machiavelli, who is responsible for managing the North Munster province, is currently also in charge of the newly incorporated Ruhr province. Although he is nominally Geoffrey's subordinate, he also has a subtle momentum to compete with Geoffrey. Hayder, the first college student recruited by Marin, is currently managing the provinces of Oldenburg and Bremen, and is also on the verge of replacing Geoffrey. In fact, Hayder was the one Marin planned to train to replace Geoffrey. However, Hayder seemed to be less beautiful than Geoffrey in doing things, and was a little rigid, so Marin hesitated and did not replace Geoffrey immediately. Although Machiavelli is more capable than Hayder, considering that he is Italian and was kidnapped by himself, Marin was actually very hesitant about who to choose as the Prime Minister. As for Mikel, he is old, and God knows when he will die. Therefore, the future prime minister must be between the reliable Hayter and the more capable Machiavelli. Because they are all young people under 40 years old, they can be used for a long time. And Geoffrey knew that there were many people who could replace him, so he had a bad feeling about Marin's sudden frequent visits. In fact, he was overthinking. But Marin couldn't tell him clearly. Because he was afraid of losing the position of prime minister, Geoffrey worked very hard these days. No, he took the initiative to talk about the population growth problem of the North Sea Kingdom. It just so happened that Marin was worried about the introduction of population during this period, so he discussed it with Geoffrey. Marin's plan, of course, is to introduce from outside. Because it is faster to introduce from outside, and the people introduced are adults. Unlike internal birth, it takes more than 10 years to cultivate, which is too slow. Geoffrey has the opposite opinion. He believes that although external introduction comes quickly, others are not fools. For example, now those princes have begun to restrict the North Sea Kingdom from introducing population from their country. In the case that Marin does not plan to use force in the next few years, it has become very difficult to introduce population from foreign countries. Moreover, Geoffrey believes that these foreign populations can share wealth, but not adversity. The truly reliable ones are the population born in the country. And those immigrants can come when the North Sea Kingdom is flourishing, and they can also leave when the North Sea Kingdom encounters disasters. Therefore, it is better to encourage more births in the country. Encourage more births in the country? Marin suddenly remembered Go Jian, king of Yu, who said 10 years of population growth and 10 years of lessons. With the successful example of Go Jian, king of Yu, in front of him, Marin had to admit that encouraging births is also a mature population growth model. Although this cycle is a bit long, it may be close to 20 years. But Marin is not yet 30 years old, and in 20 years, he will only be 50 years old. And 50 years old, for the North Sea Kingdom, where medicine is more advanced than other European countries, is the age when a politician can create brilliance. Okay, I agree to encourage births. Marin, who has always been greedy for quick and convenient, finally settled down and recognized the encouraging births population growth model that is not effective quickly. Chapter 925 Heroic Mother and Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. The reason why Geoffrey dared to propose encouraging childbirth was not only because he wanted to earn performance to keep his position as prime minister, but also because he was confident in the national strength of the North Sea. The upbringing of the population is nothing more than food, clothing, housing and transportation. Clothing is not easy to say, but food is not lacking in the North Sea. At least, as the prime minister, Geoffrey knew that Marin's grain was too much to brew on a large scale. In fact, the brewed wine was too much to sell. As long as Marin was willing to give up food, it would be easy and pleasant for those women to have more children. As for housing and transportation, there was no problem. For serfs, there was no travel. Because they had to get permission from the serf owner to leave the manor, and they didn't have that much freedom. And living may be difficult for other countries. But for the North Sea, it is too simple. At most, build a few more adobe houses. Mud and thatch are everywhere, and it doesn't cost much to build a house. This kind of house, which was despised by the Chinese at the end of the 20th century and regarded as a symbol of poverty and backwardness, is actually a magical tool in the eyes of the ancients. Adobe houses are stronger and more durable than the thatched houses where the poor lived in ancient times, and are not easily affected by wind and rain. Moreover, because high-value building materials such as bricks, stones and wood are rarely used, the construction cost of adobe houses is very low. As long as there is enough labor and craftsmen who can build, you can build as many as you want, as long as you don't mind taking up space. Moreover, adobe houses are very comfortable to live in. Its only disadvantage is probably that it looks shabby. In addition, adobe houses cannot be built too large. After all, adobe structures cannot support buildings that are too high. But for ancient serfs, these disadvantages are not disadvantages at all. Many ancient serfs lived in broken thatched houses that leaked air and rain. Living in thick and windproof adobe houses was considered high-end, so how could they be disliked? Only modern people who pursue high-quality life will dislike adobe houses. Food, housing and transportation are not a problem. As for clothing, Marin seems to have recently made clothes made of straw to keep out the cold. In this way, food, clothing, housing and transportation seem to be no problem. So, what's wrong with encouraging childbirth? What's more, if you want to spend food, it's Marin's pocket, and it has nothing to do with Geoffrey. He just talks nonsense. And Geoffrey's mouth just touched Marin. Usually, Marin is a person who is eager for quick success and always pursues fast, flat and stable. However, population growth can't be too fast. If other countries are willing to send their population to you, of course they can rely on immigration to increase the population rapidly. But now it is an agricultural society, and population means productivity. Therefore, although Marin's immigration behavior was not taken seriously in the early stage, each country does have some surplus labor. At a certain stage, the surplus labor was gone, and Marin began to dig their non-surplus labor, and those princes began to oppose Marin's immigration policy. Because Marin's immigration is equivalent to robbing them. In an agricultural society, robbing people is robbing wealth. Who is willing to do that? Therefore, most of the princes began to resist Marin's immigration. In the context of resistance to this quick method, Marin had to calm down and think about a safe solution. And Geoffrey's plan to encourage fertility in the country is indeed very reasonable. Go Jian slept on firewood and tasted gall, and 10 years of population growth and 10 years of lessons. Marin did not know how much the population increased, and there was no accurate record. However, Marin knew exactly how much the population of the new China increased from the end of 1949 to 1980. The family planning of later generations of China clearly stated that when the country was founded, there were only more than 500 million people in China, and by 1980, in just 30 years, it had reached 1 billion, almost doubling. And from 1949 to 1980, in these 30 years, China was still very poor, and the child mortality rate was very high. In the previous life, Marin's grandmother gave birth to 7 children, but because of poor medical conditions, only 3 survived. In such a situation where medical conditions and living conditions were very backward, the population had almost doubled, not to mention the deliberate encouragement of fertility. In fact, the current material living conditions of Beihai Kingdom are much better than those of Huaxia before the reform and opening up. Although this is the early 16th century, Beihai Kingdom's per acre yield is as high as more than 500 pounds because it uses enough 3 major fertilizers: nitrogen fertilizer, phosphorus fertilizer, and potash fertilizer. And what about Huaxia? Although there is also a fertilizer industry after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it is small in scale and low in output. The output of fertilizer is not enough. Most rural areas are still using ancient farming methods, with an output of 200 or 300 kilograms per acre. It was not until the reform and opening up that a large number of large-scale fertilizer production equipment were introduced, gradually solving the problem of insufficient fertilizer supply. In other words, before the reform and opening up, the agricultural output in most parts of Huaxia was not as good as that of Beihai Kingdom. Moreover, because the rural population was too large, each family could only get a few acres of land, resulting in the living standards of Huaxia rural areas before the reform and opening up were not as good as those of Beihai Kingdom in 1508. At that time, most people were starving and skinny, and those who could grow fat were either leaders or cooks. Beihai Kingdom still had a large area of land that had not been cultivated, and there was too much food to eat. In addition, the North Sea fishery and Newfoundland fishery can supply a large amount of salted fish, making the North Sea Kingdom even more food-free. Therefore, raising a few more children is simply stress-free. The only thing that can't catch up with China before the reform and opening up is probably medical care. After all, at that time, magic drugs such as penicillin had been popularized. But for the countryside at that time, the supply of medicines may not be sufficient. In his previous life, Marin had an uncle and an aunt who died of illness because the village hospital did not have a complete supply of medicines. In this way, Marin's North Sea Kingdom is compared with the rural areas of China before the reform and opening up, not counting the city. Before the reform and opening up, the city and the countryside were two worlds, mainly in medical conditions. Because medicines are given priority to cities. Compared with, there are actually advantages. After making up his mind, Marin and Geoffrey drafted a document to encourage childbirth. Moreover, learning from the Soviet method, Marin also proposed the concept of hero mother. Any woman who gives birth to 4 or more children, not including 4, can get the title of hero mother. Heroic mother is not a useless honorary title. Women who are awarded the title can not only receive a bronze medal, Marin was stingy and refused to use gold or silver, but also receive preferential treatment in life. For example, in the serfdom manner, heroic mothers do not have to work in the fields during childcare. In the feudal era, even if women had children and recovered, they had to work in the fields. They can stay at home to take care of children, but they can be allocated more abundant food than young and strong laborers. Moreover, heroic mothers will receive beautiful clothes issued by the government every year as a reward. If it is under the land distribution system, if you don't let her work in the fields, women will rush to work in the fields for the sake of family life. However, in the era of serfdom manners, serfs were actually similar to farmers in large collectives, and they all listened to the allocation from above. The difference is that serfs are assigned by their serf owners, while the collective is assigned by their leaders. It's rare that the serf owners are kind enough not to let them work in the fields, and the treatment is better. Any woman would be tempted. Of course, in order to prevent women from giving birth, in ancient times, giving birth was a very dangerous thing for women, mainly because medicine was too backward at that time and there was a lack of medical talents. Marin decided to establish a maternity hospital in each town and recruit local women for medical training to deliver babies for women in nearby villages. All the expenses of giving birth are paid by the government. In order to have enough wards to accommodate pregnant women, Marin decided to adopt the most cost-effective method, build a large-scale adobe house community, and build the hospital ward area into a small village model. Anyway, land is the least valuable these days. And adobe houses don't cost much, and it doesn't cost too much to trim a few more adobe houses as wards. Then, Marin will gather all the women who have experience in delivering and caring for mothers near the obstetrics and gynecology hospital to the hospital, and they will be responsible for delivering and caring for mothers and babies. And these women who are midwives will become full-time obstetrics and gynecology hospital staff in the future, and they will be treated preferentially. As for the full-time doctors in the obstetrics and gynecology hospital, Marin really has no way. Because he doesn't have any relevant talents. Although Marin has 2 Mongolian doctors with superb medical skills, Morigen and Bader. However, Mongolian doctors are good at trauma, bone setting and veterinary medicine, and are really not good at gynecology. Therefore, Marin plans to send people to China and the Arab region to find full-time gynecologists, invite them back to Beihai Kingdom with high salaries, and then train a group of full-time gynecologists. However, this process may take several years. Before the full-time gynecologists take office, the obstetrics and gynecology hospital can only use some midwives. It just so happens that Marin is about to intersect with the Ming Empire of China. Marin planned to get some highly skilled doctors, even imperial physicians, from the Ming Empire at any cost. Doctors who were proficient in gynecology and pediatrics must be captured. By then, the maternity hospital would not only be responsible for delivering babies and ensuring the safety of mothers, but also add pediatric subjects to treat children and prevent them from dying. As long as children did not die easily, the mortality rate of children was very high in ancient times, and it was even higher in areas like Europe where medical treatment was poor, and it was common for children to die in the king's family. Doubling the population would be easy. Chapter 926 Colds and diarrhea are serious illnesses. In ancient times, the mortality rate of children was very high. Colds were very common, right? Even this kind of minor illness had a very high mortality rate in ancient times. It was mainly caused by high fever caused by colds, and children with weak constitutions could die directly. Not to mention children, even adults with colds and fevers had a high mortality rate. For example, Juan III, who was rescued by Marin, almost died because of this. In fact, Marin often caught colds and fevers when he was a child in his previous life, and his constitution was weak. Fortunately, after the 1990s, there was no shortage of medicines in rural areas. When you go to the hospital, you will always have antibiotics. I remember that when Marin went to see a doctor, the doctor would say, take a shot of Zmicin after taking his temperature, and then he would enter the terrifying injection link. No matter what side effects antibiotics have, Marin survived like this when he was a child in his previous life. And it was precisely because of his weak and sickly body when he was a child, coupled with the popularity of martial arts in the 1990s, that Marin often exercised. But in ancient times, there were no antibiotics, so children could easily die. Therefore, there is a habit of giving children cheap names in rural areas, such as Ergu, Gosheng, etc. Otherwise, they may not grow up. This was the situation in ancient China. At least, there were still many local doctors with uneven medical skills in China, and many children could be saved. But in ancient Europe, it was very miserable. Because before the development of modern medical skills, European doctors mainly relied on bloodletting and opium tincture. Of course, there was also asking priests for holy water to drink or exorcism. In short, until the early 19th century, the medical level in Europe was very scary. George III, the king of the British Empire, was tied to a chair and beaten with a stick by a quack doctor after suffering from a mental illness similar to Alzheimer's in his later years. Such poor medical standards made the survival rate of European children even more difficult. Even in the royal family, it was normal for a few princes to die. Moreover, at that time, people who caught a cold or had a cough were also classified as lung disease, and then died of various diseases. In addition, dysentery, that is, diarrhea, was also a disease with a high mortality rate in ancient times. Especially in ancient Europe, more people died of diarrhea. Why? Because Europeans don't have the habit of drinking hot water. Europeans, whether in ancient or modern times, are not used to drinking hot water. In modern times, at least there is purified water to drink, but in ancient times, they can only drink raw water. Then, it is also common to die from diarrhea. Among them, the mortality rate of children with diarrhea is particularly high. In modern times, colds and diarrhea can be solved by just going to the pharmacy to buy some cold medicine and diarrhea medicine. In fact, cold medicine and diarrhea medicine are common items in ordinary families. However, in ancient times, especially in ancient Europe, even the king did not have such treatment. Diarrhea is better, at least, opium tincture, which was regarded as a magic medicine by ancient Europeans, does have the effect of treating dysentery. However, this thing is produced in the Middle East and is an imported medicine. It is expensive and only the nobles can afford it. Therefore, diseases such as diarrhea usually kill civilians, especially children among civilians. However, dysentery and diarrhea are actually related to food hygiene. Marin's two sons, Caesar and Robert, never had diarrhea because they never drank raw water or ate any spoiled food. Moreover, there were two doctors in Europe, Marin and Bartle, who were divine doctors in the palace. However, Marin could not promote the habit of drinking hot water. Because there were no thermoses in this era, and thermoses could not be made. If you want to drink hot water, there is actually only one way, to promote the use of honeycomb coal stoves. Because even if the honeycomb coal stove is blocked, there is still a kettle on it to boil water. Even if there is no firepower, it is not difficult to heat the pot with a spark. As long as there is a honeycomb coal stove, there will be no shortage of hot water at home. However, in order to avoid irritating his ally, Duke John II of Clever, who had just sold the Ruhr area to him, Marin did not rush to launch the honeycomb coal stove. Otherwise, the allies would also turn against each other. But in 2 or 3 years, the honeycomb coal stove will definitely be launched. After all, it is too convenient. In the absence of pipeline gas, the honeycomb coal stove is a cooking artifact for urban residents. That is to say, in ancient times, the two most important diseases that led to the death of children were actually the common colds and fevers and dysentery and diarrhea in modern times. As for other more serious diseases, because they rarely occur, they do not have a high mortality rate like these two diseases. Moreover, Marin now has a simple means of treating colds: brown sugar ginger water, sweating under a quilt. As for fever, there is also a way: rubbing alcohol all over the body to dissipate heat. Coincidentally, the production of ergotu in Beihai Kingdom is very large now. And as a byproduct of the pot head and pot tail, medical alcohol, the production is also very large. In this way, there is also a way to treat fever. Nowadays, Marin and Bader have trained hundreds of qualified disciples, scattered in Beihai Kingdom and colonies. They have also learned to use brown sugar ginger water and rubbing alcohol to sweat. Moreover, ginger and brown sugar are now produced in large quantities in Grenada and Cuba, and the cost is not expensive. As for alcohol, let alone. As for the common colds of children, Marin, who is a half-baked medical person, actually knows two magical medicines, Chaihu and Huxiangjingqi water. Because, when he was a child in his previous life, he often caught a cold and had a fever, so he took these medicines many times. Especially Huxiangjingqi water. Even after traveling through time, Marin still can't forget the bitter taste. Even, Marin still clearly remembers the formula of Huxiangjingqi water. However, it's useless. Because those are all Chinese medicines, mainly produced in China. This is why Marin is eager to establish contact with the Ming dynasty. He wants to get those Chinese medicines. Not to mention the efficacy of Buplurum and Huxiangjingqi water, the main medicine of Yunnan Bayaosanqi, is also the target coveted by Marin. Because, in the war years, the demand for special medicines for traumatic injuries was too great. Moreover, Marin still remembers the formula of Yunnan Baiyao. It's funny to say that the formula of Baiyao was still circulated from the old Americans. Because, although Baiyao is kept secret in China, in order to obtain the sales rights in the old Americans, they have to disclose the formula in the instructions. This incident caused an uproar at the time, and Marin naturally paid attention to it, so he wrote down the formula of Baiyao. If it were ancient China, it would have made money by doing this. But now, because it is still in Europe, there are no Chinese herbal medicines such as Panax Noto Ginseng, Sanyukeo, Bainutan, and Huaishangyao, so Marin can only stare blankly. In addition to the prescriptions of bupleurum, huixiangjingqi water, and Yunnan baiyao, Marin is also particularly interested in another Chinese medicine. That is, Coptis chinensis. Coptis chinensis can be used to extract berberine, and berberine is a special medicine for treating dysentery and diarrhea. In later generations, Marin would take berberine tablets when he had diarrhea. Moreover, the extraction of berberine is very simple. There are mainly sulfuric acid method, lime water method and ethanol method. Marin did not dare to try the sulfuric acid method because it was not well controlled. Moreover, Marin was short of sulfuric acid. The lime water method and ethanol method are very convenient for Marin. Ethanol, that is, alcohol, Marin has plenty of it. However, alcohol is quite expensive now, so the lime water method is more economical and simple. Just add Coptis powder and quicklime to water and stir, then add salt to precipitate, and you can get berberine. The extraction method of berberine is simple, and it is effective in treating dysentery. It also has a great effect on tuberculosis, pneumococcus, typhoid bacillus and diphtheria bacillus. Pneumonia, typhoid fever and pediatric diphtheria are precisely the most important difficult and complicated diseases in ancient times, and they are also common diseases. Moreover, more importantly, berberine has relatively few side effects. Unlike penicillin, which is a domineering drug with great side effects. In addition, it should be noted that many people mistakenly believe that penicillin is easy to make. This is true, because as long as penicillium is grown, penicillin can be extracted. However, not all penicillins can be used as medicines. Medical scientists carefully selected from many penicillin samples and tested them many times before they obtained penicillin suitable for use as medicine. If unverified penicillin is used casually, it may not cure the disease, but directly kill the patient. Therefore, in the absence of chemical talents, Marin has no way to make penicillin for the time being. Because the selection of penicillin strains is a long process. Marin is not familiar with it, but he has no time. After all, he is still the head of a vassal state, and he has no time to observe and test penicillin all day long. Therefore, this matter must wait for the training of chemical talents before taking action. However, berberine extraction is too simple, the effect is so good, and the side effects are small, there is no reason for Marin not to be high. What he has to do is to import a large number of Coptis seeds from the Ming dynasty, and then plant them on a large scale in North America, where the climate is very similar to that of China, and then extract and use them. Similarly, Marin also plans to import a large number of important Chinese medicines such as bupleurum, patchouli, and Panax noto ginseng, and plant them in North America. By then, there will be no shortage of these medicines, and they can be used by ordinary people in the North Sea to reduce the mortality rate of diseases and the mortality rate of children. It is precisely because China has so many things that Marin needs, including these life-saving medicines, that Marin is so enthusiastic about the Great Voyage. Even after Amerigo finishes exploring the Pacific route of the Ming dynasty this time, he plans to go to the Ming dynasty in person, introduce enough Chinese medicine seeds, and get some Chinese medicine practitioners to improve the medical level of the North Sea. Chapter 927, Anatomy Master Da Vinci. Marin had the idea of establishing a general hospital a long time ago, but he lacked medical talents. Morigen and Bader, two Mongolian doctors, can be regarded as miracle doctors in Europe. However, they are only proficient in trauma, bone setting, which can be summarized as orthopedics, and veterinary medicine. They are not good at internal medicine, gynecology and pediatrics. Therefore, even if the two have taught hundreds of disciples, Marin cannot establish a hospital based on this. Otherwise, the newly built hospital may only have orthopedics. After all, veterinary subjects cannot be listed in human hospitals. German orthopedics. German orthopedics led by Mongolian doctors. Marin felt weird no matter how he thought about it. In fact, there is a surgical boss hidden in the North Sea Kingdom, that is, Da Vinci. Da Vinci's other surgical skills are definitely not as good as Morigen and Bader, but Da Vinci's anatomical level is estimated to be the top level in this era. After all, surgery has not yet emerged in this era. And Da Vinci, who has rich experience in stealing and dissecting corpses, is definitely a pioneer in the surgical field. However, because of church rules, Marin could not make Da Vinci's skill public. After all, desecrating corpses is despised and violates church rules. For example, Vesalius, a famous anatomical pioneer in the 16th century, was persecuted by the Vatican. It was also Da Vinci who was smart. If Da Vinci dared to make his anatomical drawings public, he would definitely not escape the persecution of the church. Fortunately, Marin was smarter and held the thigh of the Vatican from the beginning. Even the current Pope Julius II is Marin's father-in-law. Therefore, Marin felt that he could use this relationship to promote the development of medicine. To this end, Marin planned to make two preparations. On the one hand, Marin planned to continue to support Da Vinci's research on autopsy, and even let law enforcement agencies provide some bodies of death row prisoners who were not recognized by anyone. On the other hand, Marin planned to ask the Pope's father-in-law to make some policy relaxations on the issue of dissecting the human body to prevent anatomy from being exposed. After all, anatomy is to go into the hospital. If it can't be exposed, how can patients be treated? In view of Leonardo da Vinci's superb anatomical ability, Marin decided to find an apprentice for Leonardo da Vinci so as to carry forward this discipline and facilitate surgical operations. After choosing and choosing, Marin finally decided to let Morigen and Bartle, two old drivers who are good at surgery, learn anatomy from Leonardo da Vinci. After all, it is difficult to find new people to learn this without a foundation, and there are also obstacles from church rules. Morigen and Bartle are not Christians and will not care about any church rules. Moreover, they have a strong foundation in surgery, and they can learn more with less effort. Then, Marin set up a secret anatomy base in the city of Auric, and Leonardo da Vinci taught Morigen and Bartle in the secret base. Marin was responsible for providing unclaimed bodies of death row prisoners as teaching materials. However, the biggest problem in dissection is not the source of the bodies, but the preservation of the bodies. After all, there is no formalin in this era. Marin sighed. It seems that formalin still has to be provided by Marin, a half-baked chemical master. Formalin is a formaldehyde solution, and formaldehyde is directly oxidized to form formaldehyde by using methanol at a high temperature of 600 to 700 degrees, water, and air, through catalysts such as silver, copper, and vanadium pentoxide. Marin certainly does not have vanadium pentoxide, and he does not know it. But he has plenty of silver and copper. Therefore, the production process of formaldehyde is relatively simple. But the difficulty is, how to get the raw material methanol for preparing formaldehyde. In modern times, this is definitely not a difficult problem. Use hydrogen and carbon monoxide to synthesize, or use natural gas for large-scale production. However, Marin is not a chemistry major, so he naturally does not understand those methods. Therefore, Marin cannot do those low-cost methods. However, Marin does know a method for preparing methanol, which is also the earliest method for producing methanol, dry distillation of wood. At first, people obtained methanol by dry distillation of wood, and even methanol was called wood spirit. However, the amount of methanol obtained by dry distillation of wood is very small. If you want to prepare in large quantities, you don't know how much wood will be consumed, and the cost is very high. However, Marin now has endless primeval forests in America, and he is not short of wood. Therefore, the stupid method of dry distillation of wood can also mass-produce methanol. With methanol, formaldehyde can be made. Then, there is naturally a formalin solution for preserving corpses. Thinking of the corpses soaked in formalin solution, Marin suddenly had an urge to vomit. Suddenly, Marin admired those who studied medical anatomy, and he wanted to know, after the anatomy class, can they still eat meat? Marin was also convinced by the great god Leonardo da Vinci. Because Marin saw with his own eyes that he ate a lot of braised pork after dissecting a corpse. And Marin, who just watched for a while, saw the fat of the braised pork, and he couldn't help but think of the corpse dissected by Leonardo da Vinci. Then, Marin covered his mouth and went out to vomit for a long time. When they came back, they saw that the whole dish of braised pork was eaten by da Vinci. Morigen and Bartle were also very uncomfortable when they first learned anatomy from da Vinci, and refused to touch meat for many days. Only da Vinci felt strange. Is it that serious? Now with the formalin solution made by Marin, it is much better. When he secretly dissected corpses in the basement of the villa in Milan, it was so smelly. Didn't he come through it anyway? In this regard, Marin, Morigen and Bartle could only express their admiration. Fortunately, Morigen and Bartle were both old doctors and quickly adapted to it. But Marin, a non-medical person, still couldn't adapt to it. So, he never went to watch Da Vinci's anatomy class again, so as not to be disgusted again. Out of curiosity, Marin didn't eat meat for a whole week after watching Da Vinci's anatomy class. Because, when he saw meat, he remembered the scene of Da Vinci, the old pervert, dissecting corpses with shining eyes. Then, he couldn't help but go out and vomit. However, at present, Marin didn't expect Leonardo da Vinci, Morigen and Bartle to improve their surgical skills. For now, Marin only made one request to them to be able to perform surgery to treat appendicitis. Because appendicitis is a very common disease with a high incidence rate. In the absence of surgery, the mortality rate is also high. But if there is surgery, this is actually a minor illness. In his previous life, Marin had many classmates who had appendectomies. If it were in ancient times, those classmates would have been buried long ago. In order to tell the three people where the appendix is, Marin endured the nausea and went to the secret anatomy base again. He pointed out the location of the appendix to the three people in person and told them the range of resection, so that they would not cut the good intestines without knowing it. After hearing this, the three medical masters' eyes lit up, and they performed appendectomies on several corpses in a row. And because Marin needed supervision and correction, he had to stay there to observe and correct the whole process. Then, Marin vomited all the bile after returning. Chapter 928. That you don't have many pieces of porcelain at home, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a noble. After vomiting and waking up, Marin sent someone to inform Leonardo da Vinci to make sure to draw a picture of the appendix so that it can be used as an illustration for future medical textbooks. Leonardo da Vinci's painting skills are beyond words. By then, there will definitely be more accurate illustrations in medical books so that novice doctors can refer to them and avoid making mistakes. In addition, Marin also asked people to start making catgut for suturing the belly. After all, after the operation, the belly must be sealed. Otherwise, what if the intestines flow out? Catgut is not what most people think, that is, the sheep intestine is cut into thin lines directly, but is made from the mucosal tissue on the inside of the sheep intestine, many of which are villi. Because these internal mucosa with protein as the main cost are easily absorbed by the flesh, which means they help to grow together. Therefore, this kind of catgut does not need to be removed. The outer layer of the sheep intestine is actually more like leather. It can even be made into bowstrings and leather ropes. Of course, the inner mucosa of the intestine is very easy to decompose. Therefore, if you want to make bowstrings and ropes from sheep intestines, you need to remove the inner mucosa. Otherwise, the organic matter in the inner mucosa will easily cause rot. The leather-like outer layer can be stored for a long time after being processed. But if the thread made from the outer layer of sheep intestines is used for surgical sutures, the stitches must be removed. Because this kind of thread cannot grow with the meat. The villi and inner wall of the sheep intestine are very soft and not strong. Therefore, it is very troublesome to make these inner wall villi into sheep intestines for surgery, and it requires women with very dexterous hands. Marin looked for many people and finally found a spinning master who could make sheep intestines into sheep intestines. Of course, sheep intestines are not only made of sheep intestines, but also cow intestines. Moreover, cow intestines are much larger than sheep intestines and easier to handle. With sheep intestines, plus the alcohol used for disinfection and ether used for anesthesia, the conditions for surgical operations are ripe. The only trouble is that this violates the regulations of the church. And the reason why Marin asked Morigen and Bader, two Mongolian doctors, to learn anatomy from Leonardo da Vinci was because Morigen and Bader were not Christians. It would be more appropriate for them to first bring out surgical operations involving anatomy than for Leonardo da Vinci, a Christian. They are not Christians, so what religious rules should they follow? If they can successfully perform a few more appendectomies in the future, it will be easier for people to accept. Even more, Marin can let Morigen and Bader claim that this is originally an Oriental medical technique, not a new one, which will be easier for people to accept. Moreover, Marin has already thought of the person who invented the anatomy to treat diseases, Huatua. Moreover, this is not nonsense, even if it is investigated, it is not afraid of investigation. Of course, Huatua is more unlucky. He wanted to operate on Lao Chao, but Lao Chao was suspicious. What? You want to operate on me? And split open the skull? I will operate on your head first, and then Huatua GG. Huatua is a well-known figure in China. In addition, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was circulated in China in the early Ming dynasty. Now Huatua is very famous in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, with this excuse, there is no fear of investigation. If you go to the Ming dynasty, just find a passerby who has heard Yi Zhongtian. It is a passerby who has heard the storyteller talk about the three kingdoms. He must know this person Huatua. If the people of the Ming dynasty knew that Morigen and Bader, two Mongolian doctors, had inherited Huatuo's legacy, they would probably admire him very much. After all, that is the legendary method of the gods. As time entered March, while the spring plowing gradually began, the auction of porcelain and silk organized by Marin was getting closer and closer. In order to catch up with the first auction held in Emden Port on March 15, many European nobles, or their important subordinates, rushed to Emden Port to prepare for the auction in advance. Many representatives of great nobles came to Auric to meet Marin. Among them was Marin's old friend, Sir Redondo, who was sent by Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra in Portugal. Redondo? Could he be the ancestor of the Argentine long-haired football prince? Marin guessed. But who cares? Because Marin had no intention of continuing the auction in Portugal, the supply of porcelain and silk in Portugal was slightly insufficient. Marin's old friend Jorge de Rencaster was also very interested in porcelain and silk, so he sent his important steward Sir Redondo to Emden to participate in the auction and get more porcelain and silk back. However, Redondo came to visit Marin in advance, and he was obviously unwilling to compete with others for high prices like a sucker. Therefore, he came to take the back door. Why did Redondo take the back door? Because, in the past few months, Marin's intelligence personnel have launched overwhelming and powerful propaganda in various European countries. Relying on the tavern as a carrier, the reputation of Beihai porcelain and silk is now known to everyone in important cities of various countries. Moreover, Marin, a half-baked advertiser who worked in an advertising company for a period of time in his previous life, came up with a classic line: "You don't have a few pieces of porcelain at home, and you are still ashamed to call yourself a noble." This is the influence of diamond marketing on Marin, a half-baked advertiser, in his previous life. In the previous life, the famous advertising slogan, "Diamonds are forever, and one diamond will last forever," led to overwhelming diamond marketing. It seems that if you don't buy a diamond ring to get married, you will not be happy. Then, something that can be solved with a gold ring of a few thousand yuan has become a cost of thousands or tens of thousands. Is diamond very practical? No, it can be used as a diamond carving at most. However, because of the successful marketing of businessmen, many women think you don't even buy a diamond ring, and you still want to marry me? In fact, what if they wear diamond rings? Add blood? Add defense? Or can it add attack? Nothing. However, they are bombarded by advertisements and want it. Men can only buy. Therefore, the role of advertising is huge. A good advertising idea can greatly improve sales performance. Marin's inventory of goods is certain, but he can attract more buyers to participate in the auction through advertising. Invisibly, the auction price can be too high. Then, his income will naturally be greater. In order to increase the publicity of porcelain and silk, Marin sent a large number of spies to brag about it in taverns in major cities in European countries. For example, you don't have a few pieces of porcelain at home, and you have the nerve to call yourself a noble, and you can't even afford a silk skirt. Your husband must not love you, or he is a poor ghost. Then, the spy will also tell a few old-fashioned night stories. Among them, the great nobles who are villains always break a few precious porcelains when they are angry. At this time, the inserted advertising words will appear again: "You don't have a few porcelains at home, and you still have the nerve to call yourself aristocrat?" It's as if the great nobles should break porcelains when they are angry. Similarly, for those noble ladies, the spies also have routines: "You can't even afford silk clothes, who would believe that your family is noble?" Or, "Your husband doesn't love you at all." Or, "Your family is a poor noble family." The noble ladies are very face-conscious and their IQs are not high. After hearing such rumors, how can they give up? Then, their husbands will not be able to live in peace. After this routine marketing bombardment, the nobles of many European countries are already very familiar with the auction of porcelain and silk from the North Sea. Therefore, although the auction date has not yet arrived, the port of Emden is already very popular. For those nobles, especially the great nobles, buying a few pieces of porcelain and some silk is no longer a question of like or dislike, but a matter of face. Who wants to be looked down upon because they don't have porcelain at home? And which noblewoman would be suspected of not being loved by her husband or being poor because she doesn't wear silk clothes? When reason has been lost, the soaring prices of porcelain and silk are a foregone conclusion. It's so hot and stuffy. It's only mid-June, but Lao Nyo is feeling a bit overwhelmed. Taking the bus, it's full of the stench of sweat. Chapter 929, Rhinoceros Leather Armor. Since Sir Redondo came to use the back door, he naturally did not want to bid like most people. Because that would cost too much and might not be able to win. So, he went directly to Marin, the real owner. Anyway, Marin had thousands of porcelains and more silks in his hands. He could sell some of them to him at a lower price, compared to the auction price, mainly for the Duke of Coimbra behind him. In particular, under the premise of asking the Duke of Coimbra to buy black slaves, Marin had to consider giving the Duke of Coimbra a face. Of course, since he came to use the back door, Redondo naturally did not come empty-handed, but brought a lot of gifts. These gifts are all African specialties. After all, Portugal colonized Africa and could easily obtain many local specialties from Africa. Moreover, the cost is not high. However, if you get it to Europe, it will be a rare thing. For example, diamonds are a good gift that cannot be avoided. The African natives picked up this thing and then exchanged it with Portuguese colonial merchants for worthless glass beads and other items. Transparent diamonds, which are the legendary diamonds, are very valuable and can be used to make expensive jewelry. Turbid diamonds are not as valuable, but they are also rare. Just like the handful of diamonds that Redondo gave to Marin, they are not big and have not been processed. Some diamonds have sharp tips and are not suitable for jewelry. But Marin is very satisfied with these small diamonds with pointed tips. Why? Because these small diamonds can be used to carve the rifling inside the barrel as long as the right clamps are made. Diamonds are so hard that they are most suitable for this kind of work. Although Marin does not plan to launch the mini rifle and mini bullet at present, he will definitely launch them before the religious war. And it is still necessary to get some diamonds suitable for carving rifling. In addition to ordinary diamonds, Redondo also brought a lot of ivory products, gum arabic, rhino horn products and a bundle of elephant skins. Marin is not interested in ivory products. Because he has seen too much hard white plastic in his previous life, and he is not too surprised by the equally white ivory. As for gum arabic, Marin remembered that it seemed to be a very good food viscosity additive, and it was natural and harmless. In addition, it seemed to be used as an antioxidation coating for printing plates. It seems that it is still somewhat useful. As for rhino horns, like ivory, Marin was not interested. As for the thick and soft elephant skin, Marin didn't know what it was used for. Well, although the elephant skin is thick, it is relatively soft. Therefore, it can be used as a leather cushion for tables and chairs. At the same time, it can also be used to make a good saddle. Redondo explained. But somehow, Marin suddenly remembered a public service advertisement made by Yao Ming in his previous life: no buying and selling, no killing. Marin shook his head vigorously and drove the content of Yao Ming's advertisement out of his brain. Why? Because these days, African blacks don't have hunting rifles, which are sharp weapons for hunting wild animals, so they have no way to deal with thick-skinned animals such as elephants and rhinos. Therefore, animals such as elephants and rhinos should not be endangered at this time. As soon as he asked, Redondo gave an answer that matched Marin's guess: how do the black natives kill elephants? In fact, the elephant skins are not from the elephants they hunted, but from the elephants that died of old age or illness. Otherwise, with their weapons, they can't break such thick elephant skins. As for the number of elephants and rhinos, I heard from the local chief that there are all over the grasslands, and they are not easy to mess with. Marin's expression suddenly became weird. He clearly remembered that the West African black rhinoceros had become extinct a few years before he crossed over in his previous life. Unexpectedly, these days, there are all over the grasslands. No wonder, the old blacks in later generations have an AK-47, war-torn countries, and hunting rhinos is naturally very easy. But in this era, the blacks in West Africa have no weapons that can break the skins of rhinos and elephants. Because many of the weapons used by the blacks in West Africa are stone tools. In fact, the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire in West Africa both have metal weapons. However, those metal weapons are all controlled by the government. Because West Africa does not produce copper, iron and other metals, the required metals are generally exchanged with foreign merchants in trade centers such as Timbuktu. The metal trade is generally controlled by the king, and metal weapons are also distributed by the king. But the king, nobles and army of the Mali Empire are generally located in the territory of Mali in later generations. As for the coastal areas of West Africa that the Portuguese came into contact with, they actually belong to the remote areas of the Mali Empire. Therefore, the local chiefs naturally could not be allocated any metal weapons. However, the chiefs along the coast of West Africa have trade relations with the Portuguese, and can exchange metal weapons from the Portuguese, but not much. Moreover, even ordinary metal weapons may not be able to break the thick skin of rhinoceros. If you can't kill rhinoceros or elephants, but anger them, you will be killed. Therefore, although there are many elephants and rhinos on the West African savanna at this time, the old blacks have no way. At most, they can find rhinoceroses and elephants that died of old age or illness to pick up bargains. Of course, there are also some fierce men who can hunt rhinoceroses and elephants. However, there are relatively few such fierce brothers. Moreover, they must be equipped with metal weapons. Don't they know to drive the rhinoceros into the pits they dug and starve to death? Marin was a little stunned. Hunting elephants and rhinoceroses with cold weapons. It's very suicidal. You know, mad male elephants and rhinoceroses are like tanks. Redondo shrugged and said, who knows? If those black natives knew how to use their brains to hunt prey, maybe they could also use their brains to smelt metals, and they wouldn't have to trade with us. Marin nodded, agreeing with Redondo's words. If those black uncles were willing to use their brains, they would definitely not be unable to develop in the 21st century. Anyway, for the old blacks, they would never use their brains if they could do it with their hands. Therefore, it is easy for them to become athletes, but it is not easy to become scientists. And athletes cannot make a country strong, so there are many African stars, but the country is poor and backward. Suddenly, Marin said, "What if I want to make leather armor with rhino skin?" Marin was a college student majoring in history in his previous life, so he naturally knew history. In Chinese history, rhino leather armor is very important protective gear. Especially in the Shang and Zhou dynasties and the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, rhino leather armor was quite popular and had very good protection. That's because there were many wild rhinos in China during the Shang and Zhou dynasties and the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. Ancient China had frequent wars, especially during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, when there were many large-scale wars. In order to provide the army with enough armor, people at that time hunted rhinos on a large scale, which directly led to the extinction of rhinos in the Central Plains. In the late Spring and Autumn period, the Wu Kingdom in the south had rich rhino resources and made very sophisticated armor. At that time, King Fuchai of Wu had 103,000 soldiers wearing rhino armor, and he also led his troops north to the alliance to compete for the leader. Rhino leather armor could not be cut by knives or penetrated by arrows, and it was the best leather armor at that time. But the Central Plains countries had no rhinos to hunt at that time, and naturally lacked rhino armor. Therefore, the Wu army was quite arrogant at that time, and directly destroyed the Chu kingdom in stages under the leadership of the great military strategist Sun Wu, and also competed for the leader of the alliance. However, Fu Chai led his troops north to attend the alliance meeting, leaving his hometown in the south of the Yangtze River empty. The insidious Go Jian took the opportunity to dismantle his hometown base. Fu Chai had no rear base and had to die. By the way, the Yu state at that time was still south of the Wu state, and it also had no shortage of rhinos, and there were many rhino-armored warriors. But in ancient China, wars continued, and rhino skins were used in large quantities. Then, more rhinos died tragically. By the time of the Southern and Northern dynasties, only the Southern dynasty, which occupied the south, was able to obtain a large amount of rhino armor. For example, during the Southern Qi dynasty, it was recorded that the elite troops of the Southern Qi dynasty at that time all wore rhino armor, and swords could not hurt them. But after that, there was no legend of an organized army wearing rhino armor. During the Tang dynasty, the leather armor of the Tang army was not made of rhino skin or cowhide. It was forbidden to kill cows at that time, so there was definitely not enough cowhide, but camel skin. As for the effect, it was definitely not as good as authentic rhino skin. When the Tang dynasty army heard that the army of the southwestern minorities was equipped with rhino skin armor on a large scale, they were shocked. They were really rich, more luxurious than our Tang army. In fact, it was just because there were still many rhinos in the southwest at that time. Redondo didn't understand why Marin wanted rhino skin to make leather armor. Because plate armor is now popular in Europe, why do you need leather armor? No matter how thick the rhino skin is, it is not as strong as the plate armor made of steel. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Our Lord Duke may not get involved in the trade of rhino skin. Because rhino skin can only be used to make armor. But, you know, now there are plate armors, and leather armor has no market at all. Therefore, our Lord Duke is not willing to open up this path." After a pause, Redondo said, "Moreover, even if the black people in West Africa kill the rhino with traps, they don't have sharp steel knives to cut the rhino's skin." Marin was speechless. Indeed, the black uncles don't have knives that are hard and sharp enough to cut the thick and hard rhino skin. Chapter 930. Cooperation in purchasing rhino hides. Marin thought of rhino leather armor on a whim, and even if it was made of rhino leather, it would not be very useful in Europe. Because rhino leather armor could not resist muskets. However, the colonies could use it. Although rhino leather armor could not resist muskets, it could definitely resist the weapons of the indigenous people. How should I put it? The American indigenous people did not have metal weapons, and warriors wearing rhino leather armor could definitely run rampant in front of the indigenous people. Moreover, rhino leather could also be used to make horse armor, that is, armor for war horses. War horses are highly mobile animals. If war horses are dressed in metal horse armor used by European knights, the running ability of war horses will immediately be greatly reduced. Moreover, it also affects flexibility. However, if horse armor is made of rhino leather, it will be much lighter than metal horse armor. Although horse armor made of rhino leather cannot resist muskets, it may resist the stone weapons and bows and arrows of the indigenous people. Conquering America is definitely inseparable from the long-distance raid of war horses. And long-distance raids are naturally made with Eastern European Mongolian horses. Because the Eastern European Mongolian horses have strong endurance and are adapted to long-distance travel. However, the Eastern European Mongolian horses are medium-sized horses and cannot bear the metal horse armor of European knights' war horses. But if no armor is worn, the war horses will also be hurt by the bows and arrows of the indigenous people. So, strictly speaking, the significance of rhinoceros leather armor to war horses is more important than that of people. Because, as a college student in the history department, Ma Lin remembers that once in class, the professor said that the chariots and the shaft horses pulling the chariots in the pre-Qin era were also dressed in rhinoceros leather chariot armor. Because, in the chariots of the pre-Qin period, the shaft horses were in the front and were the most vulnerable. If the enemy attacked the shaft horse and killed the shaft horse, the chariot would be scrapped. The chariot armor made of rhinoceros leather is much lighter than the steel horse armor, but the protection is enough to resist the weapons of the indigenous people. It is a good war horse protective gear. For cavalry, the safety of war horses is very important. Cavalry without war horses are not even as good as infantry. And if you want to charge, the protection of war horses is also very important. As for the lifeless fighting style of modern cavalry, it is based on the mobilization of the whole people, and does not care about casualties. But the problem is that in modern times, the population of European countries is tens of millions, so they are naturally not afraid of casualties. But Marin only has a population of hundreds of thousands, how can it afford casualties? As an elite branch of the cavalry, casualties are even more unacceptable. The casualties of cavalry are inseparable from the safety of war horses. Marin clearly remembers the ancient poem he had memorized in his previous life: shoot the horse first to shoot people, and capture the king first to capture thieves. In this era, Swiss spearmen used several meters of spears to stand diagonally on the ground to poke the knight's warhorse when dealing with knights. Once the warhorse hits the spear formation, it will definitely fall down. The knight who lost his warhorse can only be killed by Swiss infantry with can openers such as battle axes and war hammers. Of course, the Swiss spear formation can't even resist the knight's warhorse wearing steel horse armor, let alone the warhorse wearing rhinoceros leather armor. But Marin's original intention was not to use the warhorse wearing rhinoceros leather armor to attack the Swiss spear formation, but to attack the Native American army. With the warhorse protected by rhinoceros leather armor, he could safely attack the battle formation of the native Indians and easily win. In this way, Marin did not need to send out plate armor knights, and he could easily defeat the armies of Native American forces such as the Inca Empire and the Aztec Empire. After all, the weapons of these indigenous armies were difficult to break the defense of rhinoceros leather armor. In addition, if you wear rhinoceros leather armor, the Cossack cavalry will not have to wear chain mail, and they can still ensure safety. After all, rhinoceros leather armor has been verified by ancient China. Rhinoceros leather armor can indeed block swords and bows and arrows, except heavy crossbows, in the Bronze Age. In order to obtain rhinoceros leather armor, rhinoceroses in the central plains of China and even the Yangtze River basin were killed and extinct. It is said that the reason why the Qin state conquered Bashu first was not only because Bashu was relatively weak, but also because there were many rhinoceroses in the Bashu area at that time. After all, the development of Bashu was far less than that of the Central Plains at that time. However, what Marin could not have imagined was that Redondo, a commercial representative under the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, refused to open a new trade route specifically for rhino skin. The reason was that they felt that the sales prospects of rhino skin might not be very good. And Marin could not clear his intention to tell the other party that he wanted to make horse armor and leather armor with rhino skin, so he naturally could not easily impress the other party. In addition, Marin did not dare to raise the price randomly. Why? Because the demand for rhino skin is very large. If you rashly open a high price, the cost will be greatly increased at that time. Because once the army is equipped, the rhino leather armor required may be thousands or even tens of thousands. If you bid one more gold coin for each set of leather armor, the cost may increase by tens of thousands of gold coins, which is a huge sum of money. What should I do? Marin was a little distressed. He didn't want to tell the Portuguese the real use of rhino skin, because he was afraid that the Portuguese would also learn from him and use the army equipped with rhino leather armor to conquer the natives. But if I don't tell them, I can't convince them to help me get rhino skin. You know, most of Africa is under Portuguese colonial rule, and it's not easy for me to rashly go to Portugal's sphere of influence to buy rhino skin. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a serious provocation and may even lead to war. But Marin was unwilling to give up the rhino leather armor. At this time, Redondo talked to Marin about the happy cooperation in the slave trade. And in the cork trade, the cooperation between the two sides was also smooth. After all, Portugal is the largest cork producer in Europe. The single-headed bullets made by Marin need to use cork imported from Portugal as the bullet tray. Marin was bored listening to Sir Redondo bragging about the good cooperation between the two sides, and he almost yawned. Because he knew that the other party went through so much trouble just for porcelain and silk. But when he heard Redondo say, "Our Duke hopes to have further cooperation with you, Grand Duke," Marin suddenly got an inspiration. Further cooperation. Redondo was stunned for a moment, but still said, "Of course. Then how about our two companies cooperate to purchase rhino skins?" Redondo shook his head and said, "Archduke, I said before that we are still interested in the trade of rhino horns, but the profit of rhino skin trade is too low. I'm afraid our Grand Duke will not agree to it. Because this investment may lose money. What's more, the natives don't have sharp blades, how can they collect rhino skins?" Marin paused and said, "What if I provide the money and manpower for this business of purchasing rhino skins? You want to interfere in the Portuguese colonial business?" Redondo was shocked. This was a very taboo thing. "No, I mean, I provide the capital and the people, but I am still doing business in partnership with your Duke. You know, Africa is the territory of the Portuguese, and I can't enter it casually. But I am very interested in rhino skins. So, I propose that I provide the capital and the people, and your Lord Duke authorizes me to purchase rhino skins on the West African grasslands. In this way, even if there is a loss, it will not affect your Duke. Is that so?" Sir Redondo thought for a while. Then he asked, "So, what can our Lord Duke get?" Marin thought for a while and said, "The rhino skins purchased by my men will naturally belong to me, and the precious rhino horns will be given to your Lord Duke at a low price. What do you think? As for us, as long as your Lord Duke puts his name on it and gets us the qualification to purchase rhino skins on the West African grasslands, we don't need to pay any price. Moreover, the rhino horns with the highest profits will also be given to your Lord Duke. We don't want any. Is that so?" Redondo fell into deep thought. It seemed that this business was worth doing. After a long while, Redondo replied, "I personally agree with this cooperation, but, as you know, Grand Duke, I am just a subordinate. The final decision on whether to cooperate depends on the decision of your Lord Duke. How about this, after this auction is over, I will go back to Lisbon to ask our Lord Duke for instructions." Okay, happy cooperation. Chapter 931, Hunting Rhinos is Justice. In fact, as an important business representative of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, Redondo has great authority on this issue and can even make the final decision on this cooperation. However, Redondo came this time to obtain porcelain and silk at an internal price. Therefore, he deliberately made the problem very complicated. Then, he really asked to buy another batch of porcelain and silk. Moreover, this guy said it very righteously on the surface, as if he would not let Marin suffer. But now that Marin needs them, how can he not suffer? In the end, Marin could only pinch his nose and take Redondo to the warehouse to let him choose dozens of fine porcelain and a batch of exquisite silk. As for the price, it must be a very favorable price. Of course, Marin will not suffer. Even if he gave a preferential price, he still had huge profits. For example, porcelain, although it did not have a profit of more than 60 times the profit at the Lisbon auction, it was still 20 to 30 times the profit after a 50% discount. As for silk, it was not so profitable. This is because porcelain cannot be produced in Europe, but silk is still available. For example, Florence, Italy and Lyon, France are both important silk spinning centers in Europe. Although the quality of European silk is a bit inferior, it still solves the problem of whether there is or not. Therefore, silk cannot be sold at a sky-high price. But because of its good quality and reputation, it is still several times more expensive than local European silk. Redondo got a great bargain and naturally went back with satisfaction. But Marin did not lose out either. In addition to the low cost of porcelain and silk, he also got a lot of advantages in this trade cooperation. According to the preliminary intention reached with Redondo, once the two parties confirm the cooperation, Redondo will establish a trading company in Portugal, specializing in the trade of rhino horns and skins on the West African grasslands. The business location is in the southern part of Senegal and Mauritania in later generations. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also go deep into the inland areas. After obtaining this permission, Marin will form a team and go to the Senegal region to engage in the acquisition of rhino skins and rhino horns. Of course, they also have a very important job, to guide the local black uncles to kill rhinos. The black uncles are not very smart, and they are somewhat helpless in the face of rhinos with thick and fierce skins. Therefore, Marin's team will guide the local blacks to use traps to kill rhinos. At the same time, Marin will also ask the forging factory to make a batch of extremely sharp high-carbon steel daggers and give them to the local black leaders. The role of the dagger is to allow the black uncles to cut the thick rhinoceros skin after killing the rhinoceros. In order to prevent the rhinoceros skin from being too difficult to cut, this special dagger will also have serrations. If you can't cut it, you can also bring a saw. The long saber made of high-carbon steel may not be the best because it is not tough enough. However, for the dagger, because the blade is short, toughness is not so important. In addition, the dagger will not go head-to-head with other weapons. As long as the local blacks are taught how to kill rhinos and given daggers to cut rhinoceros skins, Marin will surely be able to purchase enough and cheap rhinoceros skins. Because those black uncles are really easy to fool. As for the number of rhinos, according to Sir Redondo, who is in charge of West African trade affairs, there are rhinos everywhere on the West African savanna at this time. There are no less than thousands of black rhinos on the grasslands along the coast of Senegal alone. If you go deep inland, it is estimated that there will be more. Anyway, it is all over the grassland. In fact, these rhinos are also a scourge to the local blacks. Why? The presence of rhinos will affect their agricultural activities. As a frontier area of the Mali Empire, the Senegal region actually has relatively primitive agriculture. Relying on large rivers such as the Senegal River and the Gambia River, the locals have also opened up a lot of farmland for growing sorghum, rice, and cotton. In addition, there is cattle breeding and a relatively extensive fishing industry. However, ferocious large animals such as rhinos and elephants have become the biggest threat to local agriculture. In fact, they are much more harmful to agriculture than carnivores. You know, those carnivores will definitely not harm crops. At most, they will trample on crops when passing by. However, elephants and rhinos are different. They are herbivores. Unfortunately, crops are also herbaceous plants. Whenever elephants and rhinos pass through the crop fields, their huge bodies can not only trample on many crops, but also often eat a lot of crops. Unfortunately, most of these crops are planted near the Yamato for irrigation. Elephants and rhinos also like to go to the river to drink water. Therefore, there are naturally many crops that are damaged by elephants and rhinos. And those local blacks, because they lack weapons to deal with rhinos and elephants, can only watch them damage the crops and dare not stop them. Otherwise, if you anger these uncles, it will cost lives. How to say it, with the existence of these herbivorous giants, the locals can't think of farming well. Even if you build a fence, in front of the elephants and rhinos, the fence will be gone immediately with a slight arch. Then, the crops will be trampled and eaten. If you want to deal with these powerful elephants and rhinos, you often need to use an army with metal weapons. But the Senegal region belongs to the remote area of the Mali Empire, so naturally there is no army and no metal weapons. Faced with the destruction of elephants and rhinos, local farmers can only admit defeat. In fact, the extinction of the black rhinoceros in West Africa in later generations is inseparable from the expulsion and hunting of them by local farmers. If you want to farm well, these uncles must die or must be driven away. After driving away these overbearing uncles, agriculture in West Africa has indeed developed to a certain extent. At least, there is no shortage of food like in East Africa. In contrast, it is East Africa. Wildlife in East Africa is very well protected. In order to protect the beasts on the East African savanna, the brain-dead leaders of East Africa, following the advice of Western countries, established a large number of nature reserves to protect the large-scale migrating wildebeests, zebras, antelopes, buffaloes and other wild animals. And with these herbivorous wild animals rampant on the East African savanna, the locals can't even think about farming. Why? Even if you grow food, once you encounter a herd of migrating wildebeests or antelopes passing by your home, they can eat up all your crops. Wherever the herd passes, there is no crop left. Then, East African countries are very short of food, people starve to death every year, and children are as thin as skeletons. But these idiots never thought that as long as they hunt a large group of migrating wildebeests, they can make a lot of dried meat to feed many people who are starving to death. Then, without the harassment of those herbivorous animals, the local area can still grow food. Even if the land is not fertile, it is okay to grow potatoes and corn, right? But those black uncle officials have different brain circuits from people. They would rather starve a large number of citizens to death than protect those wildebeests, antelopes, zebras. It seems that those animals are their citizens, and their citizens are all insignificant beasts. Anyway, Marin felt that he sent people to the West African savannah to help the locals hunt rhinos for the sake of the locals. This is a win-win situation, for the survival and development of local humans. As for those animals, can they compare with humans? Therefore, hunting rhinos is just. If you don't believe it, look at the development of Chinese agriculture. Rhinos and South China tigers are almost extinct. If rhinos and South China tigers are still everywhere, can people still farm well? Chapter 932 Encourage Black Uncle to raise cattle. The harmony between man and nature is actually very fragile. People love those animals only because they do not harm themselves. In modern times, it is actually the city dwellers who are more enthusiastic about protecting animals. Because there are no animals in the city. In this regard, the city dwellers are rustic. Seeing those animals, they are naturally surprised. When Marin was a child in his previous life, he saw many city children who came to the countryside to play, and they were amazed by the pigsty, looking at those ugly domestic pigs like giant pandas. Or they chased chickens, ducks and geese curiously. Of course, the big white goose is not easy to chase. If you dare to chase the big white goose, one of the 3 bullies in the countryside, you will definitely receive a bloody lesson. In short, for those animals, city dwellers are naturally more rare because they see them less. And those who advocate protecting nature and animals are actually mostly city dwellers. However, they will never see the hateful side of those animals. For example, the little sparrow, petite and cute, right? City dwellers may say that they want to protect birds, and the chirping of sparrows makes nature full of life. But if you were a farmer in the countryside, he would definitely spit in your face when he heard that you wanted to protect sparrows. You're protecting me, don't you know that sparrows eat crops? The magpie, which is known as an auspicious bird, is actually a thief and likes to steal grains from the fields. City people like scarcity, but farmers whose grains are stolen want to kill them with shotguns. In fact, these birds are much less harmful to crops. Because they actually prefer to eat pests. Only when the pests are eaten up will they steal grains such as rice and wheat. Of course, the amount should also be controlled, not too much. Otherwise, the crops will definitely suffer. However, China prohibits guns, and birds are too small to be shot with bows and arrows. Shotguns are needed to easily hit them. Therefore, with the ban on guns and bird protection, many birds have increased in number and gradually become a hazard. For example, it is said that flower magpies steal grains and even bird eggs. This is mainly because there are more birds and the food pressure is also greater. When the insects have eaten all the food, they have no choice but to steal the food. Everything has its limits, and should not be excessive. The same goes for birds. If there are too many of them, they will have no insects to eat. What else can they eat if not the crops? The fields are full of crops, how easy is it for them to come? There are no hunting rifles to shoot them now. City dwellers don't have the pain of having their food stolen, so of course they brag about protecting birds, because it doesn't harm them anyway. But in fact, birds sometimes also need to be controlled in quantity. Otherwise, too many will be harmful. This is the case for birds, let alone the huge herbivores. Birds steal crops one by one, just like chickens pecking at rice. Herbivores such as rhinoceroses and elephants eat crops by the pound with their mouths open. An elephant eats 300 kilograms of food a day, which is 600 kilograms. If it runs into the farmland, it's over, there will be no harvest this year. Even if Chinese farmers are usually timid and cowardly, they will definitely try their best to kill elephants when they see the crops being destroyed like this. Because, before the rise of migrant workers in cities, for farmers, the food in the fields is the life of the whole family. Therefore, in China, as long as it is a plain agricultural reclamation area, it is impossible for a large number of herbivores that can harm farmland to appear, whether it is rhinoceros or anything else. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, there were still many rhinoceroses in the south. In the Eastern Jin dynasty, a large number of Han people fled to the south of the Yangtze River and developed the south of the Yangtze River. Then, the number of rhinoceroses in the south of the Yangtze River became less and less. In the Southern Qi dynasty, you can still see a well-organized rhinoceros armored army. In the Tang dynasty, there were no rhinoceroses. Then, only the mountains and forests of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau still had rhinos left. Marin sent a team to guide the black people in West Africa to hunt rhinos. For rhinos, it was certainly a disaster, but for the black people in West Africa, it was a great blessing. Because, as long as these harmful herbivores are killed, the banks of large rivers such as the Senegal River and the Gambia River will inevitably become a fertile land suitable for agricultural development. In fact, Marin also thought about helping local blacks develop rice planting. For example, sending a few Indian untouchable farmers to teach the old blacks how to grow rice can completely stimulate the development of the local economy and make it a region with developed agriculture. Or, planting sugarcane along the Senegal River is also fine. However, Senegal is a theoretical colony of Portugal. Marin helped the black uncles develop, but in the end it was cheaper for the Portuguese. Therefore, he finally gave up the idea of guiding the black uncles to develop agriculture. Moreover, Senegal is indeed very close to Portugal, and it is easy for Portugal to send tens of thousands of troops. Marin would not do such a thing as making wedding clothes for others. However, there is an industry on the Senegal grassland that is very beneficial to Marin. That is, cattle breeding. Senegal is a border area of the Mali Empire, and is naturally influenced by the economy and culture of the Mali Empire. Therefore, there are simple rice and sorghum plantings, as well as cattle breeding on the banks of the Senegal River. However, due to backward agricultural technology and the destruction of large herbivores such as rhinos and elephants, local agriculture has never developed. And the cattle breeding industry has no effect. Why? The grassland is so large that there is always a place for cattle to graze. If you encounter those behemoths, the worst thing is to drive the cattle away. These cattle, for the local blacks, are just for eating meat and skinning. But for Marin, it is of great significance. Because these are tropical cattle. Tropical cattle can perfectly adapt to the tropical climate of Cuba and Grenada, and there is no need to worry about cattle being killed by heat. Therefore, it is much more reliable to introduce tropical cattle from the Senegal grassland than to introduce cold-temperate cattle from the Crimean Khanate. Therefore, while instructing the black people in Senegal to hunt rhinos and elephants, Marin will also send several disciples of Morigen and Bader to teach local black people veterinary knowledge, mainly the prevention and treatment of cattle diseases. Then, he will also instruct the local black people to raise cattle reasonably and stimulate the local people to develop the cattle industry to the greatest extent. The more cattle they raise, the more they can sell to Marin. So, this is a win-win situation. At the same time, Marin also plans to provide them with some horses for grazing, and bows and arrows and muskets, matchlock guns, to shoot lions and jackals. In this way, they can also ride horses on the grassland to herd cattle like the Tatars, instead of running barefoot like Bolt to chase the stray cattle. Running barefoot to chase the lost cattle can certainly cultivate flying black people like Bolt in later generations, but not everyone has Bolt's talent. Moreover, this is very inefficient. The Tatars rode horses to drive cattle and drew bows to shoot jackals, which was much more advanced than the black natives of this era. However, Marin didn't know that his actions had cultivated a group of black nomadic people who were good at riding and shooting on the Senegalese grasslands. They were so powerful that they almost rewrote the history of West Africa. Chapter 933 The Pope borrows troops. For some reason, black people don't seem to be good at raising and riding horses. Therefore, there has never been a black country in sub-Saharan Africa that is famous for its cavalry. The Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire both had cavalry, and they were not small in scale. However, those war horses were bought from North Africa through the gold trade route in the Sahara Desert. In essence, the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire were actually agricultural countries with backward agricultural technology, and they were not as good at riding horses as the Arabs in North Africa. Therefore, the black countries in West Africa seem to have cavalry, but they don't know how to fight on horseback and have low combat effectiveness. And those nomadic peoples, such as Mongolia, Persia, and Arabs, those nomadic peoples have lived on horseback since childhood. As long as they are given a scimitar, ordinary herders can also serve as cavalry. This is something that the Dong Shi Xiaopin, Mali Empire and Songhai Empire cannot compare. How bad are the black cavalry in West Africa? When Morocco destroyed the Songhai Empire in 1590, it only sent 3,000 soldiers to defeat the main force of the Songhai Empire army, which had tens of thousands of cavalry and more infantry, and then destroyed the country. Moreover, among these 3,000 people, only half were Moroccan scimitar cavalry. The other half were actually Spanish mercenaries, using matchlock guns. If they were replaced by Tatar cavalry, they would probably beat the 3,000 Moroccan expeditionary forces to death. But the more than 10,000 black cavalry of the Songhai Empire were purely for show, and they were defeated as soon as they were fought. The Inca Empire had never seen a horse, so it was understandable that it was frightened by the Spanish cavalry, but at that time the Songhai Empire had more than 10,000 cavalry. Anyway, blacks have never had a country known for cavalry. The main reason is that there have not been many nomadic peoples who graze on horseback among blacks. No nomadic people on horseback have poor combat effectiveness. Whether it is Mongolians, Tatars, Persians, Arabs, those herdsmen, as long as they ride on horses and swing scimitars, they should not be underestimated. The cavalry of agricultural countries is sometimes very fierce, but more often it is just for show. It was not until the emergence of modern cavalry that the cavalry advantage of nomadic peoples was truly lost. Before that, the cavalry of nomadic peoples was awesome. This is because the cavalry of nomadic peoples are extremely skilled in riding. Not to mention how strong the horse battle is, even if the head-on confrontation fails, the cavalry of nomadic peoples can turn around and ride away with their superb riding skills. Even if the cavalry of agricultural countries defeats the opponent, they cannot completely eliminate the cavalry of nomadic peoples. And if they are defeated, their riding skills are not as good as others, and they can't escape. Therefore, relying on guerrilla-like tactics of fight if you can, and run away if you can't win, the cavalry of nomadic peoples has always been a headache. Marin provided horses to the black people on the Senegalese grasslands and asked them to ride and shoot, which was definitely opening a Pandora's box. But fortunately, it was taught to the black people. If the Indians, who are already brave and warlike, were taught this, it would probably cause a big disaster. But anyway, if something happened in Africa, it had nothing to do with Marin. The blacks were powerful, and the Portuguese were the ones who suffered. Marin was happy to see the Portuguese laugh. Considering the difficulty of hunting rhinos and elephants, Marin decided to provide the locals with matchlock guns, and they were large-sized muskets. The bullets of the musket weighed up to 50 grams, which had great impact and was an excellent weapon for hunting rhinos and elephants. However, because the rhino's skin was too thick, even a 50-gram lead bullet might not be able to penetrate it. At that time, the rhino could only be injured, not killed. And this was very fatal. Because injured rhinos were extremely dangerous. They would go crazy after being injured, and then become unstoppable like a tank. If they were crushed or hit by such a beast-type tank, they would definitely die. Therefore, while providing the local blacks with muskets, Marin decided to produce a batch of steel ball bullets specifically for hunting rhinos and elephants. This is because, although steel balls are lighter than lead balls, they are much harder than lead bullets. Soft lead bullets hit rhino skin, although they can use kinetic energy to cause damage to rhinos, but they are definitely not fatal. As long as the lead bullets cannot break the thick skin of the rhino cannot be killed, but can only be severely injured. Steel balls are different. They are absolutely hard enough. When they hit the rhino skin, they will not deform, and can only be hard against hard. With the hardness of steel balls, when they hit the rhino skin will definitely fail. As long as they hit the skin, it is easier to severely injure and kill the rhino. In later generations, many hunting rifle bullets for hunting wild boars and elephants will also choose copper shell lead cores, with hard copper on the surface of the bullet and lead core inside. In this way, the bullet has enough kinetic energy and has the strong power to break the animal skin. The bullets of the muskets are large enough and powerful. Even the knights wearing steel plate armor couldn't stop it, let alone the rhinoceros. If they were replaced with steel balls, they would definitely cause fatal damage to the rhinoceros. In fact, the steel core single-headed bullet that Marin had made before was more suitable for hunting rhinoceros. Because the steel core single-headed bullet has sharp steel nails to break the defense, it is easier to break the defense of rhinoceros skin. However, considering that the steel core single-headed bullet is one of the top secrets of the North Sea Kingdom, Marin finally did not choose to use the steel core single-headed bullet for the Senegalese blacks. Instead, it was steel balls. Although it can't reach the weight of 50 grams of lead balls of the same volume, steel balls also weigh about 35 grams. Under the powerful kinetic energy impact of the musket, 35 grams of steel balls are enough to hunt rhinoceroses and elephants. The only trouble is that the production of steel balls is much more difficult than lead balls. However, fortunately, this kind of steel ball is larger. Using the sand casting method, although it is a bit more difficult, it can also be cast. After all, steel balls also weigh 35 grams. Even if the accuracy is not enough and there are flaws, they can be polished. Moreover, the bullet can be wrapped with leather and pushed into the barrel, so it does not need to be made so precise. Anyway, as long as the diameter of the steel ball does not exceed the inner diameter of the barrel, it will be fine. Just when Marin was busy murdering rhinos and elephants on the Senegalese grasslands, someone came from Rome. He was a secret envoy of Pope Julius II, an important steward of the Rovere family, and one of Julius II's confidants, named Scone. Since he is the secret envoy of the Pope's father-in-law, and a secret envoy of the confidant level, he naturally brings heavy news. Marin personally received Scone and invited him to the secret room of the palace to discuss things. Sure enough, the news Scone brought was heavy enough. The Pope wanted to take action against the Republic of Siena and needed Marin to send troops to support. Chapter 934, The Emperor is about to be crowned. Siena is just a small town of tens of thousands of people in modern times. It is completely incomparable with big cities such as Milan and Turin with a population of over 1 million. Even, it is not on the same level as Florence, which has a population of 300,000 or 400,000 and is only 50 kilometers away. In Italy, Siena is the capital of the Siena province, with a population of only 54,000. However, the provinces of Italy cannot be compared with the provinces of China. The area of Siena province is only 3,821 square kilometers, which is not as large as a prefecture-level city in China, let alone a province in China. Of course, European countries are generally small in area. The area of Italy as a whole is not as large as a province in China with a larger area, let alone a small province under Italy. And the population of 54,000 is not as large as a small county town in China. In short, Siena in later generations is an inconspicuous Italian town, and its brilliance is completely overshadowed by nearby Rome and Florence. Even worse than the city of Pisa, which is famous for the Leaning Tower of Pisa and pizza. However, in this era, the Republic of Siena is one of the most powerful countries in Italy. The Republic of Siena covers an area of about 8,000 square kilometers. In Europe, where princes are everywhere, it can be regarded as a big prince country. Moreover, like Venice, Genoa, Florence and other medieval Italian republics, the Republic of Siena is also a country with developed commerce, wool spinning and finance. Moreover, the coastal province of Grosseto in later generations was also the territory of the Republic of Siena at this time, and the shipping industry was also relatively prosperous. In addition, the military strength of the Republic of Siena is also very strong. How to express the military strength of Siena? For example, when Siena was at war with Florence in 1260, Florence dispatched 33,000 troops, while Siena was slightly weaker, but also dispatched more than 20,000 troops. Moreover, it was Siena that won in the end. Being able to dispatch 20,000 troops shows that Siena has good financial resources and considerable manpower. Moreover, that was in 1260. Now, nearly 250 years have passed, and Siena's strength has only increased. Moreover, during the First Italian War, the French army entered the Republic of Florence and looted and destroyed the more prosperous Republic of Florence. But then, the French army left Florence and headed straight for Rome, and then attacked the Kingdom of Naples, but ignored the Republic of Siena not far from Florence. The Republic of Siena escaped, but because of this, it surpassed Florence in national strength in one fell swoop. Of course, it doesn't make sense to say this now, because the Republic of Florence has been destroyed. But this also shows that the current Republic of Siena is more difficult to fight than the original Republic of Florence. Moreover, the city of Siena is located in a valley with extremely complex terrain. Originally in history, in 1555, Charles V's Spanish army besieged the city for 2 years before finally breaking through the city of Siena. Therefore, the city of Siena is much more difficult to fight than the city of Florence. Moreover, when Marin helped the Papal States to capture Florence, he also needed to digest and absorb the wealthy, big country of the Republic of Florence, and had no time to take care of Siena. Today, the Papal States has basically completed the absorption and digestion of the Florence region. Therefore, Pope Julius II felt that the time was ripe to capture Siena. Of course, Julius II also knew the difficulty of capturing Siena. Therefore, he could only ask for help from Marin, who had more ideas about fighting. In addition, if Marin could help the Papal States capture Siena, he would also have reason to reward Marin. For example, rewarding the colonization rights of the Americas or something. In this way, other countries would not object. You see, they have indeed made practical contributions to the Holy See. You want to be jealous, and you don't accept it. You also help the Holy See to capture a piece of Italian territory. However, Marin did not make a rash decision, but based on the information collected by Kohler from the Italian mountain and river topographic maps, he conducted a 3-day analysis. As a result, Marin sadly came to a conclusion: if you want to capture Siena in the mountains, at least 30,000 troops are needed. Moreover, it is said that the gates of Siena have been replaced with iron ones. It's not that Marin can't take out 30,000 troops. It's just that he can't take them out at the moment. It's true that Marin has a total of 50,000 troops, but 2 legions are placed in England and cannot be mobilized at all. There are 30,000 troops in the mainland, but it is impossible to transfer all of them to Italy to help the Papal States attack Siena. For safety reasons, he can only send half of them, that is, 15,000 people. However, this is not enough. Even if you add the 7,000 people he originally sent to the Papal States, it's only 22,000. As for the Papal States' own Italian mercenaries, it's better not to mention them. It's not that Siena can't be captured by these 22,000 North Sea troops, but it may take a long time to capture Siena with these few people. Charles V's Spanish army, which was crisscrossing Europe and beating France at the time, took 2 years to break through Siena. Therefore, if 22,000 troops are used, even if Marin personally commands and uses strategies, it is estimated that it will take several months. But Marin knew that if he took half of the country's troops to Italy to fight for a few months, who knows what would happen. After all, he was not popular among the German princes. If someone attacked his hometown at that time, he would be in a dilemma. And to capture Siena as soon as possible, Marin estimated that at least 30,000 troops were needed, and 30,000 main combat troops without waste. Of course, if there were 40,000 troops, the grasp would be even greater. The premise is that the commander is Marin. But where can Marin find 40,000 troops? Then, he was depressed. There is no way out. Just when Marin was worried about how to mobilize enough troops to quickly take Siena, Emperor Maximilian I, who was far away in Austria, suddenly sent a special envoy. The envoy came for two main purposes. One was to buy porcelain and silk. As the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Maximilian I was more face-saving than those kings and dukes. If there were no porcelain decorations in the palace, wouldn't it be laughed at? In addition, the words of Marin's spy, "You don't have a few pieces of porcelain at home, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a noble," are too destructive. As an emperor, you also need some porcelain to fill the facade. Otherwise, it's not easy to call yourself an emperor when you go out. Of course, as Marin's old master, he will definitely not be a sucker who bids with others. Then, there are dozens of porcelains missing from Marin's warehouse. The discount is still 50% off. In addition, there are some exquisite silks for making new emperors new clothes, literally. As for the second purpose of the envoy, it is to ask Marin to be a lobbyist. And who does the emperor want Marin to help him persuade? It's the Pope. What's the matter? It's the issue of the emperor's coronation. The emperors of the Holy Roman Empire of all dynasties have to go to Rome for coronation. Before the coronation, although he was called the emperor, he should actually be called the King of Germany, in law. In this regard, France and other countries also called him His Majesty the King when dealing with Maximilian I, not His Majesty the Emperor. Only the Holy Roman Empire recognized the position of Emperor Maximilian I. Even the princes who opposed Maximilian I acknowledged this. After all, this was chosen by the leaders of the princes, the 7 electors. The bosses all acknowledged it, so how could the younger brothers not acknowledge it? However, Julius II was an old politician. He knew that Maximilian I wanted to be crowned, but he refused to crown him. Because he needed to hold this bargaining chip in his hand and exchange it for the greatest benefit. Maximilian I was very helpless, but he was poor and had no money to bribe the Pope. Moreover, as the Swiss war continued, he had nothing to offer. But Maximilian I suddenly remembered that Marin seemed to have a good relationship with Pope Julius II. In fact, Julius II was escorted back to Rome by Marin's army. Therefore, he decided to ask Marin to act as a lobbyist to help persuade Julius II to help him be crowned. Of course, the price to be paid must be paid. Chapter 935, Sending Troops for Coronation. In the original history, in order to counter Venice's offensive against the Papal States, Pope Julius II formed the League of Cambrai, uniting most of the countries in Western Europe to jointly deal with the arrogant and powerful Venice. In exchange for Maximilian I's troops from the north to attack Venice, Julius II not only crowned Maximilian I, but also granted the Holy Roman Emperor the privilege of not having to come to Rome for the coronation, but to be crowned at home. But from then on, the Vatican's ability to interfere with Germany was greatly reduced. Germany, since then, has also broken off its close relationship with Italy and began to concentrate on internal fighting behind closed doors. Of course, at that time in history, it was Venice that took the lead in attacking the Papal States, and the Papal States could not stop Venice's offensive and was forced to ask for help from various countries. Therefore, Julius II also paid a huge price. Among them, allowing the Holy Roman Emperor to be crowned himself in the future has caused the Vatican to lose its direct right to intervene in the politics of the empire. It still has influence on the bishop states. However, in this time and space, because of the appearance of Marin, Venice is now fully committed to digging the Suez Canal, and has not caused any trouble in Italy at all. Therefore, Julius II will not be forced to ask for help from other countries. Therefore, the emperor can only beg him. In this way, Julius II can ask for a sky-high price. And Maximilian I is not a fool, he does not want to be slaughtered too hard, so he asked Marin to be the middleman, hoping to reduce the cost and get the emperor's coronation. However, Maximilian I never expected that Marin was actually the son-in-law of Julius II. From the perspective of closeness, he is actually closer to Julius II. Therefore, after being asked by the emperor, Marin did not sincerely help the emperor, but thought about how to help the Pope's father-in-law to kill the emperor. For this reason, Marin also found Julius II's secret envoy Scone to discuss how to kill Maximilian I. But the butler Scone said bluntly, "Excuse me, young master." Scone knew that Angela and Felice were both Marin's women, so he naturally called Marin young master. All of Europe knows that His Majesty Maximilian I is a poor emperor. So, young master, even if we want to blackmail him, that poor majesty can't take it out. Marin's face was full of embarrassment, and he almost forgot the poor attribute of Maximilian I. Originally, when Marin made his fortune, he sent French knight prisoners of war worth millions of gold coins and a large number of war horses and weapons and armor to Maximilian I, filling all the financial deficits of the Habsburg family, and there was a lot of surplus. But it was still Marin. In order to prevent the Habsburgs from becoming too powerful, they instigated the emperor to march into Switzerland, first occupying the Graubünden region and then occupying most of Switzerland. The army did not move, but the food and grass went first. It is also said that, when the cannon is fired, gold costs 10,000 taels. Because the French supported the Swiss resistance and the Habsburg army in Switzerland to fight a tug-of-war, His Majesty the Emperor consumed a lot of food and military pay. Then, the Habsburgs, who had not had a good life for a few days, began to be heavily in debt again. Although what Scone said was direct, it was also a big truth. Maximilian I returned to his poor nature. It is really difficult to squeeze money out of a poor person. What does the Habsburg family have? Well, they have noble blood and vast territories: Austria, Tyrol, the Netherlands, Franche-Comté, and now the eastern half of Switzerland. Logically, with so many territories, the Habsburgs should be very rich. However, it is precisely because the Habsburgs have developed for hundreds of years that the family is very large, with various branches spread all over the place. There are more than a dozen dukes, earls and other nobles in the Habsburg family. As for the branches of barons and knights, there are too many to count. Therefore, although the Habsburg family has a lot of territory, there are too many families to share. Then, in the end, there is not much left in the hands of Maximilian I. What's more, most of this money needs to be used to maintain the huge army of the Habsburg family. Therefore, the Habsburg family seems powerful, but their head and Emperor Maximilian I is a complete pauper, and the finances are often in deficit. In order to maintain the operation of the territory, Maximilian I had to frequently borrow money from top tycoons such as the Fugger family to survive. In order to obtain loans, Maximilian I mortgaged all the large copper mines in the Tyrol region to the Fugger family, making the Fugger family a copper tycoon. However, Marin's development of the Swedish fallen copper mine affected the Fugger family's income. However, in general, the Fugger family did not lose money by obtaining copper mines. Moreover, they also obtained many silver mines in Austria. It stands to reason that the Fugger family should prosper with so many copper and silver mines in control. However, the Spanish colonial empire of Charles V mined a large amount of silver in the Americas, which greatly reduced the value of silver. As for copper, it was because of the large-scale development of Swedish copper mines and the influx of cheap copper from the east. The precious metal empire of the Fugger family finally went bankrupt. Of course, there is another reason for the decline of the Fugger family. Creditors defaulted on their debts. After the death of Charles V, his son Philip II became king of Spain. Because of the huge debt, Philip II, the shameless man, actually declared the Spanish Empire bankrupt. What is bankruptcy? Bankruptcy means that the debt cannot be paid. When ordinary people go bankrupt, their only assets will be sold to repay the debt. However, if the shameless king declares bankruptcy, do you dare to auction his palace for money? Do you dare to auction the king's royal territory? No. Therefore, the royal family declared bankruptcy, which is actually a debt default. After being used by the Spanish Empire to default on debt several times, the Fugger banking empire finally couldn't hold on. How to say it, personal bankruptcy is the sky falling, and you can't turn over from now on. And national bankruptcy is actually a kind of debt default behavior. Therefore, personal bankruptcy is equivalent to the sky falling. And national bankruptcy is just a pitfall of creditors. Even if they go bankrupt, the officials are still all kinds of cool. What can you do to them? Marin retracted his divergent thinking and began to think about what else is worth pursuing when he is poorer than the emperor. Suddenly, Marin remembered that he was in short supply of troops when he marched into Siena. So, he said to Scone, how about we take this opportunity to ask His Majesty the Emperor to send troops together? Let the Emperor send troops together. Why, young master, you don't have enough troops? Scone asked in confusion. It's not that there are not enough, but I can't transfer all the troops away from the country to attack Siena. What if someone attacks my hometown? The safety of Angela and Caesar is also very important. Scone immediately nodded in agreement and said, that's right, the safety of the young lady and the young master is very important. Then, Scone asked again, so, how many troops do you plan to ask His Majesty Maximilian I to send? You know, this time when Siena is occupied, the old master can take the opportunity to give you the east coast of the savage continent. If the Habsburg family sends a lot of troops and grabs most of the credit, your importance will be reduced, and the old master will not be too partial. Marin nodded and said, well, that's true, let's put it this way, I will send out 15,000 troops, plus the 7,000 people sent to the Papal States before, the total will be 22,000. We can ask His Majesty the Emperor to send out 20,000 troops as well. In this way, we will have more than 40,000 troops, and we can quickly take over Siena. Scone thought for a while and said, my young master, I have no doubt that you will send out 22,000 troops, but, can that poor Majesty really afford the expenses of 20,000 troops? Not to mention the salaries, but can that poor Majesty afford the consumption of food and fodder? Marin was stunned. Indeed, there is no shortage of capable soldiers in the territory of the Habsburg family, but the expenses of maintaining the army. Food is so expensive, Maximilian I certainly can't afford it. However, this is not a problem for Marin. So, he said confidently, you can tell His Majesty the Emperor that the food is provided by the Pope. In fact, I will provide it. This, won't you be at a loss, my young master? Scone said hesitantly. It's a good deal this time. I have plenty of food in my granary. For me, time and merit are the most important. If the battle is over sooner, I can return home to stabilize the situation. Moreover, military rations can also be written into the merit book. My father-in-law has given me the east coast of the savage continent, which has more reason, right? Scone nodded helplessly, as long as you are happy. However, in what name should His Majesty the Emperor's army help His Holiness the Pope to attack Siena? You can't say it's a condition of the deal, right? Marin thought for a while and said. This is simple. Just ask His Majesty Maximilian I to lead an army of 20,000 to march into Rome and seek coronation in accordance with the old tradition. Then, the Pope will take the opportunity to invite him to attack Siena together. In this way, no one will have any objections. Hey, march into Rome, this reason is good, and others can't say anything. In fact, the previous emperors of the Holy Roman Empire basically all experienced the march into Rome, otherwise they could not be crowned as emperors. However, the march into Rome was more of an emperor showing off his military power to the Pope and forcing him to crown him. But this time was different. The Pope invited the emperor to work for him. Moreover, since the 15th century, the emperor has gradually lost his prestige and no longer has the ability to intimidate the Pope. For example, Maximilian I's father, Emperor Frederick III, was crowned by bribing the Pope. In addition, the Papal State now has 7,000 soldiers from Marin, plus it has also recruited tens of thousands of Italian mercenaries, so it is not a soft persimmon. It is difficult for others to pinch it if they want to. Therefore, inviting Maximilian I to join the siege of Siena is a very reasonable suggestion. Scone plans to return to Rome as soon as possible to ask Julius II for instructions. After all, Julius II has the final say on this matter. Chapter 936, Statistics of Auction Funds. In fact, Marin did not necessarily require the emperor to send a large army to fight Siena to the death. Originally, if Marin had sent troops alone, Siena's attention would definitely be on him. Then, a strong attack was inevitable. However, if the emperor's army joined, it would be different. Marin did not need the emperor's army to attack Siena with all his strength, as long as they helped to create a big enough momentum. If he went to Italy under the pretext of marching into Rome, then the emperor's army would definitely be ostentatious enough to attract the attention of all of Europe. In that case, it would be inconspicuous for Marin to quietly transport troops to Italy from the sea. If the emperor's army launched a massive feint attack in the east, then Siena's army would definitely be attracted to the east. Then, the west would be empty. Although the Siena area is rugged and mountainous, it is not conducive to marching. After landing on the west coast, it is necessary to cross mountains and ridges to go to Siena. However, this is not a problem for Marin at all. Why? Because Marin gave priority to mountain people from Württemberg and other places when recruiting troops. Therefore, more than half of the soldiers in Marin's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions were mountain people in southern Germany. Is there a problem with mountain people crossing mountains and ridges? Absolutely not. Therefore, this time, Marin intends to select all the soldiers from mountain people under his command. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity of the Emperor's army to distract the attention of the Siena army on the eastern front, quickly land from the west coast of Siena, and then go directly to the mountain road, rush to the city of Siena, surprise attack the city, and catch the opponent off guard. In other words, even if Maximilian I sent troops, it was just a pretense and launched a feint attack in the east. Then, attract most of the attention of the Republic of Siena. And Marin's real killer move is to lead the team in person, land from the west coast, and then cross the mountains and ridges to surprise attack the city of Siena. However, there is a problem. That is, if you cross the mountains and ridges, you can't carry the artillery. After all, it is impossible for Marin's army to climb the mountain with artillery. Even cavalry could not be brought. Therefore, this time, Marin could only send out infantry. Moreover, artillery could not be used during the siege. Without artillery, there are only two options: first, night attack, sending people to use grappling hooks to climb the city wall in the middle of the night, and then open the city gate; second, using gunpowder barrels to blow up the city gate. However, now the city of Siena seems to have replaced the iron gate, and it is very difficult to blow it up. So, the only tactic left is to use the grappling hook to climb the city head in the middle of the night. No, there are other ways. Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that he could also use the method of internal and external cooperation, as well as the stupid method of digging tunnels. So, Marin found Kohler and asked him to arrange spies to enter Siena first, by a yard near the west gate, and dig tunnels and internal and external cooperation in parallel. However, it is estimated that it will take a long time to dig a tunnel through the city wall under the other party's nose. So, this needs to wait. Fortunately, Pope Julius II did not urge to take Siena immediately. Therefore, it is still possible to dig a tunnel in a few months. In order to ensure the success rate, Marin sent out 2 excavation teams, starting from inside and outside the city wall respectively. Moreover, the 2 tunnels are unrelated. In this way, Marin can also have multiple options. After the arrangement, Marin enthusiastically sent off the envoy of Emperor Maximilian I, and asked the envoy to tell the emperor that coronation this year is not a problem. Of course, Marin did not say the second half of the sentence: the cost is not small. After all, the war in Switzerland has not stopped yet. Even if the emperor does not have to pay for military rations himself, it is not so easy to raise 20,000 troops. Fortunately, these 20,000 troops are just for show, and they don't have to fight really. Therefore, it is allowed to make up the numbers. After that, Marin arranged for Schwartz to select infantrymen from mountain people in the army to join this expeditionary force to Italy. Moreover, Marin began to create a full set of mountaineering equipment for later generations based on his memory. First of all, you need to prepare a few more pairs of straw shoes. Although straw shoes are not afraid of slipping when climbing, they are also worn out when facing rocks. Therefore, the Red Army during the long march would weave straw sandals when they were free. Then, when marching, they would carry spare straw sandals on their backs, so that they would not have to replace them if they were worn out. Then there were walking sticks and grappling hooks to avoid having nowhere to put their weight when climbing mountains. Next was the sleeping bag, because you could only carry one bag when climbing mountains, and you couldn't let the baggage troops accompany you. So, forget about setting up tents, just make a simple sleeping bag. And in cold weather, sleeping bags are not enough to resist the cold. Therefore, Marin decided that he must send troops by autumn at the latest, and he must not delay until winter. Finally, there was food, because they were going to cross mountains and ridges for a surprise attack, so they certainly couldn't bring much food. Fortunately, Marin invented compressed biscuits. And carrying a large bag of compressed biscuits can be eaten for several days. When the maple syrup from Canada is shipped over this spring, Marin plans to make a large number of maple syrup compressed biscuits, just for the soldiers to carry over the mountains and ridges. Of course, everyone must also be equipped with a water bottle. After all, climbing is a physical job, and you must replenish water. Moreover, you must drink water when eating compressed biscuits, otherwise you will choke to death. In addition, after the infantrymen from the mountain people are selected, Marin will give them special training for several months, specifically training them to climb mountains and wade through water with large bags on their backs. However, it seems that there are no mountains in the North Sea. How about pulling them to the mountains in northern England for training? After making up his mind, Marin decided to secretly transport the selected people to northern England for training, specifically training them to cross mountains and march across ridges. Just as Marin was arranging matters related to sending troops to Italy, the preparations for Emden's first porcelain and silk auction had also reached the final stage. Many representatives of German and foreign nobles arrived in Emden city, causing the city's hotels to be full. For this reason, Marin had no choice but to evacuate the people and arrange them to stay temporarily in the military camp outside the city. Then, ask those representatives to move into the vacated houses. Of course, those people who vacated their houses will also receive rent. Then, the busiest one is probably the official treasury of Emden. Why? There is no complete banking system in those days. Therefore, many representatives of the great nobles who came to the auction directly brought a large amount of cash. The cash of this era is not the paper money of later generations, but the real gold and silver coins. The gold and silver coins brought by each great noble representative are very heavy. Fortunately, they did not use copper coins, otherwise they really couldn't fit them. Therefore, the official treasury of Emden has been busy depositing gold coins and issuing vouchers for those great noble representatives these days. After all, it is impossible for those great noble representatives to go to the auction with money boxes on their backs. Therefore, the method adopted by Marin is to let them lock the money in the box and deposit it in the official treasury of Emden. At the same time, the treasury will help count the amount of money and issue currency certificates. At the auction, the representatives of the great nobles can prove that they have enough funds to participate in the auction as long as they have the currency certificate, and go to the treasury for the total settlement after the auction. Of course, some nobles deposited their money in the bank of the Hanseatic League. They will hold the bills of exchange of the Hanseatic League Bank and participate in the auction. However, Marin did not know whether their bills of exchange were real. Therefore, at this auction, Marin also invited representatives of the influential banks of the Hanseatic League to come and ask them to verify the authenticity of the bank bills on the spot. Of course, this is mainly for merchants and small nobles. For the great nobles, they still disdain to use fake bills to deceive people. Because they can't afford to lose face. Before the official auction, the statistics of the coins were finally completed, and then, they just waited for the auction to officially begin. Chapter 937 The First Auction. In this era, there are no national banks in Europe. Often, the business scope of a bank is limited to a certain large city. Of course, there are also cross-city banks, but at most they span several cities, and they are all large cities. At present, the banking industry in Italy is relatively developed. For example, the scale of banks in Venice is relatively large. However, it is limited to the territory of the Republic of Venice. Outside Venice, the influence is not great. At most, there is still some influence in some large cities. Of course, there are also some banking families with relatively large scale and influence. For example, the Fugger family, which supports the Habsburg family, has a relatively large influence on their family's banks. Even the cardinals in Rome recognize the bank drafts of the Fugger family. However, those big banks often only set up offices in big cities. For example, in Rome, in Vienna, in Milan. There are no branches of those big banks in small towns like Emden that are not well known. Moreover, Marin will not allow outsiders to set up banks in the North Sea Kingdom to withdraw cash from the North Sea Kingdom. In fact, Marin plans to set up a bank himself. However, for various reasons, it has not been established for the time being. Moreover, even if he established the official bank of the North Sea Kingdom, it could only be used domestically at best. It would be difficult to expand to other countries. Therefore, the carrying and verification of funds at this auction in Emden is a big problem. Because there are no branches of those famous banks in Emden. Many people who participated in the auction simply brought cash to participate in the auction. But for convenience, Marin invited some bank representatives of the Hanseatic League from Hamburg and Cologne to provide settlement services to those bidders who brought bills of exchange. But many people don't know that Marin invited those bank representatives. In order to successfully bid for the goods they wanted, they simply brought a large amount of gold and silver coins. In order to count these gold and silver coins and issue tickets, the North Sea Kingdom also spent a lot of manpower. In order to help count those gold and silver coins, Marin mobilized a large number of tax officials from all over the country to help count the amount of currency. In fact, it is still very simple to count the number. But the problem is that the value of currencies in different countries is not the same. Let's not talk about the currency issues of other countries, but the currency within the Holy Roman Empire is very complicated. Because the emperor is elected, the previous emperor authorized the princes to mint their own coins in order to get votes. Then, the currency of the Holy Roman Empire was in chaos. Gold coins are okay, everyone uses high-purity gold coins. But silver coins are more chaotic. The same is the small silver coin of the Finnish, some vassal states have high silver content, and some have low silver content. For example, Austria and Bohemia, because there are many silver mines, the silver content of the Finnish silver coins they mint is good, which can reach about half. Saxony's silver coins, because of its developed economy, can also reach about 40%. But some vassal states with poor economies are more chaotic. For example, the Archbishop of Trier, the silver coins they minted are estimated to contain less than a quarter of the silver, and they are lighter than the small silver coins of other countries. Therefore, counting silver coins is the most frustrating thing. The officials who participated in the inventory not only had to calculate the amount of currency, but also had to calculate the exchange rate based on the silver content of the silver coins of each vassal state, which was very complicated. It was not until the day before the auction that the poor tax officials calculated the funds of all the bidders and issued bills to prove it. Then, these bidders took the bills to the auction management office and received the number plates for participating in the auction. The next day, the much-anticipated auction finally began. Imitating the professional auction houses of later generations, Marin specially found an eloquent auctioneer and gave him a small gavel so that he could make the final decision. In fact, there were no formal auction houses in this era. In history, formal auction houses seem to have appeared in the 18th century. Of course, auction bidding appeared very early. It's just that it's not so formal. Marin distributed a wooden handle number plate for raising the card to each bidder, and assigned seats according to their status and the amount of self-produced products. Generally speaking, those with high status and more money are arranged in the front row, while those with lower status and less money are arranged in the back row. Then, Marin also put a lot of thought into the design of the booth. There were no electric lights in those days, so the lighting effects were difficult to create. But Marin used mirrors to spread the sunlight outdoors, and asked a special lighting technician to hold a bronze mirror to shine the light on the booth and onto the auction items. Moreover, these lighting technicians must constantly adjust the angle of the mirror according to the height of the sun. Then, when the auction began, the buyers were surprised to find that the porcelain on the booth was so bright under the sunlight. This is a piece of exquisite porcelain from the ancient and mysterious Eastern Empire. The starting price is 10 gold coins, and the price will increase by 0.1 gold coins each time. Now, please show your enthusiasm and start bidding. Gentlemen, please pay attention, each time you bid, please raise the sign first. And I will drop the hammer after counting down 3, 2, and 1, to make sure that you have won the goods you like. So, start bidding now. The auctioneer shouted excitedly. In fact, the first porcelains taken out were not fine products, but ordinary civilian products, and the cost of each piece was never more than 0.1 taels of silver, 101. But the European natives present didn't know, and they followed the auctioneer's instigation and started to get excited. Then, they all bid. I bid 10 gold coins, a fat man in butler's clothes shouted. However, this man forgot to raise his card. Obviously, he was not used to this new auction mode. The auctioneer frowned, but still said politely, "This guest, please raise your card first, and then bid." The fat man blushed, then raised his card and repeated, "I bid 10 gold coins." As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him also raised his card, 10.1 gold coins. Very good, guest number 49 bids 10.1 gold coins, is there any more? The auctioneer shouted excitedly. 10.2 gold coins. Another person also raised his card. Guest number 36 bids 10.2 gold coins. 15 gold coins. A man who looked like a butler sitting in the front row said impatiently. He didn't have the patience for those people who bid 0.1 gold coins slowly. Okay, the distinguished guest number 10 has bid 15 gold coins. Is there anyone who can bid higher, 17 gold coins? Suddenly, another person in the front row also bid. Obviously, the people in the front row are all big shots, and they don't bid with decimal points. 17.2 gold coins. Suddenly, someone in the back row also joined in. Obviously, the person in the back row, although of low status and not much money, really wanted to get this porcelain. Then, a very interesting scene appeared in the auction. The people in the front row bid in integer gold coins, while the people in the back row bid in decimal points. In the end, the first ordinary porcelain was sold at a high price of 33.2 gold coins, which was higher than the average price of the highest grade porcelain auctioned by Conti in Lisbon, Portugal. However, the porcelains auctioned at the beginning were all the most common goods. Then, as the quality of the porcelains gradually improved, the prices of the porcelains also soared. When the 500th porcelain, the best one, was auctioned, the unit price actually reached 97 gold coins, which was more than 3 times the price of the Lisbon auction. This is probably the effect of publicity. In short, the average price of the auction of 500 pieces of porcelain was as high as 46 gold coins. The total price reached a huge amount of 23,000 gold coins. In Guangzhou, the purchase price of these 500 pieces of porcelain was definitely no more than 120 gold coins. In other words, if the cost of navigation is not counted, the profit is as high as 191 times. Even if the cost of navigation is excluded, there is 100 times of huge profits. Next, the auction of silk was not as popular as porcelain. After all, Europe also produces silk, but the quality is average. And porcelain, which is the exclusive supply of China in this era, is naturally more rare. In the end, the profit of silk is only about 10 times, which is far from comparable to porcelain. However, this also made Marin earn a lot of money. Because the amount of silk is larger. The main reason is that the shipment of porcelain is more troublesome. After all, porcelain is hollow and takes up more space. Moreover, it needs a special wooden box to fix it to avoid breaking. Silk, on the other hand, can be stuffed more densely in the cabin, so the amount is relatively large. Therefore, this Emden auction made Marin a huge profit of more than 50,000 gold coins. Thinking of the airport auctions in major European cities such as Lübeck, Worms, Rome, Paris, Barcelona and London. Marin is already looking forward to more gold coins. In short, after these auctions, Marin must have made more than 200,000 gold coins. Chapter 938 Copper Coins and Change. There was also a very interesting scene at this auction. Marin received a lot of fake silver coins that he had minted. These fake silver coins mainly came from the principalities in western Germany near France. They traded frequently with France, so they naturally received a lot of French silver coins. Moreover, in comparison, those fake silver coins looked more like real silver coins. The real silver coins were too rough, like fakes. This was because Marin asked the masters of the mint to make the money molds rougher. If a better mold was used, it would probably be able to throw the regular French silver coins a few streets away. Moreover, Marin could see that those Western princes did not realize that these were counterfeit coins. No wonder, the copper content of France's own silver coins exceeded that of silver, and the silver coins became very hard. If you want to bite them with your teeth, you will definitely break your teeth. The fake silver coins made by Marin look not much different from real silver coins, and no one else in this era knew the existence of zinc and nickel. If tin and copper are mixed, bronze is obtained, not something whitish like silver coins. Therefore, no one can tell the real from the fake. After receiving these fake French silver coins, Marin felt a little bitter. After all, this is like shooting himself in the foot. However, since no one found out that it was a fake coin, Marin decided to take these fake silver coins to France as soon as possible to buy fine breeds of livestock such as Charolais cattle and Belchern horses. But Marin didn't know that the fake silver coins he made were fake because no one could recognize them as fake, so there was no need to take them to France so quickly. In ancient times, the authenticity of coins was determined by feel, size comparison, and weight calculation. If it is a gold coin, you can still bite it to see if it is soft. Silver coins are not good, because silver coins are mixed with too much copper, and they must be hard to bite. But these methods are completely ineffective against the nickel-white copper-silver coins made by Marin. Marin, a half-baked liberal arts student, even made the density almost the same as the real French silver coins. How can you tell? Whether in terms of appearance, density, or corrosion resistance of coins, the nickel-white copper-silver coins made by Marin are no less than real French silver coins. Therefore, those fake silver coins circulated happily in the French market and flowed into Germany. If Kohler's men hadn't known that fake silver coins looked more real than real silver coins, they might not even have been able to find these fake coins. Strictly speaking, before the large influx of American gold and silver into Europe, European countries lacked precious metals for minting coins. The problem caused by insufficient currency is the lack of market vitality. It may even lead to the popularity of primitive trade of barter. Therefore, Marin minted a large number of fake silver coins for France that could not be seen. Not only did he not cheat France, but he also promoted the circulation of money and goods in the French domestic market. Of course, he did not cheat people. For example, King Louis XII of France, his huge profits from seigneurage were earned by Marin. In fact, in Europe at this time, the lack of precious metals led to low prices. The consequence of low prices is that it is difficult to change coins. For example, in Germany, a male laborer's daily wage is 2 Pfennig silver coins. But the problem is that the pfennig is the smallest unit of currency in Germany at this time, and there is no smaller unit of change than it. This results in that if you want to buy goods and use the pfennig small silver coin, it is difficult for the other party to change. For this reason, in order to solve this problem, people in Germany now have invented the method of using rye and salt as change. Or, use the bookkeeping method, and collect the currency after reaching the whole money of 1 pfennig. However, this is still very inconvenient. In fact, Marin once thought about using copper coins. Moreover, in this era, Spain in southern Europe has begun to use a copper coin called maravedì as the smallest unit of currency. However, Marin also has his concerns. His main concern is that the current European copper price is too high, resulting in the value of copper coins being inflated. For example, the current European silver-copper exchange rate is 1 to 15. In other words, 1 pure silver coin can be exchanged for 15 copper coins of the same weight. But the problem is that the silver content of European silver coins is generally very low. For example, the copper content of silver coins in France and Spain has accounted for more than half. For example, the Spanish copper coin maravedì was originally a small silver coin similar to the pfennig. But as the silver content decreased and the copper content increased, the Spaniards later simply cast the maravedì into a pure copper coin without mixing silver. This has led to the fact that in Spain, 1 silver coin can only be exchanged for a few copper coins, and the value of copper coins is a bit too high. The original intention of Marin to promote copper coins was to match silver coins with change. However, 1 silver coin can only be exchanged for a few copper coins, which is really not a change. Only in China, where 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, can copper coins serve as change. Like Europe, where 1 silver coin can only be exchanged for a few or a dozen copper coins, it is difficult to use copper coins as change for silver coins. For example, let's compare the German man's daily wage of 2 pfennig silver coins to 100 yuan in later generations. Then, 1 pfennig silver coin is equivalent to 50 yuan. However, if it is exchanged for copper coins, with the high price of copper in Europe at that time and the low silver content of silver coins, 1 pfennig silver coin can only be exchanged for a few copper coins. In this way, the value of a copper coin is about 10 yuan. In other words, even if copper coins are used, its currency value is still as high as 10 yuan. But Marin knows very well that even if the price of Chinese goods rises sharply in the future, 1 dime is used as the smallest unit of change. And between 1 dime and 10 yuan, there are 3 currency units of 50 cents, 1 yuan and 5 yuan. In this way, the promotion of copper coins in Europe now cannot achieve the role of the smallest change. Unless the copper price falls sharply. If the copper price falls to a silver-copper exchange rate of 1 to 100, then the role of copper coins as silver coins can be fully played. 1 pfennig silver coin equivalent to 50 yuan can be exchanged for 100 small copper coins if it is exchanged at a silver-copper exchange rate of 1 to 100. And a copper coin is reduced to a level almost equivalent to 50 cents. Although it is still a little insufficient, it is enough to be used as change. But that is just an assumption. The reality is that the lack of copper mines in Europe has led to high copper prices, and Marin's idea is difficult to realize. If the value of copper coins is too high, it is difficult to serve as a medium for small transactions. In this way, business will be difficult to become active. In fact, Marin also considered using paper money. However, after thinking about it, he gave up. Because there is a lack of effective anti-counterfeiting technology. Then, it will be very easy to forge paper money. If a large number of paper money is forged, then the economy is likely to collapse. It's not that paper money is not good enough, but that paper money was difficult to promote in ancient times. Not to mention that the people may not be willing to accept it, the inability to curb counterfeiting alone makes it difficult to promote paper money. Moreover, it is difficult for Marin to guarantee that his descendants will not abuse paper money and cause economic collapse. After all, his descendants are not time travelers, and they don't have his cautious mentality. Just like the Ming dynasty of this era, the official abused the printing of treasure notes, causing the value of treasure notes to plummet. Even though the imperial court repeatedly declared that baoqiao was legal tender, people still refused to buy it. In the end, copper coins and silver were still in circulation in the Ming Empire. As for baoqiao, no one believed in it. It seems that during the Zhengde period, the baoqiao issued by the Ming dynasty was abolished and became waste paper. Therefore, if you want to make coins, you have to use precious metals such as gold, silver and copper. But the question is, where does the copper come from? The French copper mine has begun to produce a large amount of copper, but it will probably take some years to reach the level of supplying the whole of Europe. Then, introducing cheap copper from India and China has become a shortcut. However, China seems to be short of copper, so the only way is to develop the copper mines in Japan. It seems that the development of the copper mines in Japan is still very low. Even the Iwami silver mine has not been developed yet, let alone those copper mines. Therefore, in the future, Marin will not only have to take on the responsibility of developing the Iwami silver mine, but also provide technology to those Japanese daimyo to encourage them to develop the copper mines in Japan on a large scale to provide enough cheap copper. In the original history, it seems that the European copper price was suppressed by the cheap copper shipped back to Europe by the Dutch from Japan. And when the copper price is suppressed, the role of copper coins as change in small transactions can be truly brought into play. Unlike now, because of the high price of copper, copper coins cannot play the role of change at all, which greatly hinders the development of the European market economy. Chapter 939 Trial Casting of Brass Coins. Never underestimate the role of change in trade circulation, because it is the basis for invigorating the market. At present, the silver coins of pfennig circulating in Germany are actually equivalent to 50 yuan banknotes, which is very unfavorable for the circulation of small commodities. At present, in Germany, silver coins are generally only used for transactions with a certain amount. As for ordinary small commodity transactions among the people, coins are often not used, and they can only be bartered. However, if barter is used, the value cannot be determined, which often causes irregular transactions. At the same time, the circulation of goods has been greatly affected. Therefore, the circulation of small commodities in Germany is not smooth at present. If there are enough change, the circulation of high-quality goods in the market will be more prosperous. Spain's introduction of small copper coins such as Maravedi has well adapted to market demand. Therefore, at present, Spain's market economy is much more prosperous than that of Germany. Another example is France. Although the silver content of French silver coins is very low, it is almost close to copper coins. However, it is precisely because of the low silver content of French silver coins that the currency itself has low value. But this actually promoted the prosperity of trade. Because low-value silver coins are more suitable for small payments, thus making the economy more prosperous. As for the Ming Empire, it goes without saying. In the Ming dynasty, 1,000 copper coins were only worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. It can be said that the copper coins of the Ming dynasty were zero enough, which also stimulated the circulation of goods. Generally speaking, in the Ming dynasty, many children could also have a few copper coins in their hands to buy snacks. But in Germany, because there was no change, ordinary families only had a few small silver coins of pfennig. Many times, due to the lack of change, a very primitive, barter, trading method was needed. This greatly hindered the circulation of goods and the development of social economy. Therefore, smaller denomination coins are very necessary. However, according to the current silver-copper exchange rate, a silver coin with a silver content of 50% is only equivalent to 8 copper coins of the same weight. And if the silver coin with a silver content of only 25% is only equivalent to 4.5 copper coins. According to the calculation that 1 pfennig silver coin is equivalent to 50 yuan in later generations, a small copper coin of the same weight is equivalent to 6.25 yuan in later generations. No! Marin suddenly shouted. He suddenly realized that perhaps a copper coin worth 6.25 yuan could not replace small currencies like 10 cents, 50 cents, and 1 yuan in later generations. However, it is also very close to 5 yuan. At least, he is much smaller than the 50 yuan pfennig silver coin. In other words, using copper coins is at least much more convenient than not using them. After all, 8 copper coins are equivalent to 1 pfennig silver coin. At that time, the workers will not receive 2 pfennig silver coins every day, but 16 copper coins. In this way, it is much more convenient for them to spend money. As for the depreciation of copper prices in the future, who cares, anyway, I won't lose money. Marin finally decided to harden his heart and promote the use of copper coins among the people. But at the same time, he will also use copper coins to exchange silver and gold from the people. In other words, copper coins are only put into the people for commercial circulation by the people. And the national reserves are still gold and silver. In this way, even if the copper price falls sharply in the future, the official loss will not be great. Although it is a bit unethical to do so, it is not without a solution. Because Marin, who is about to send troops to Japan, will control the channels for Japan's cheap copper exports. At that time, if the copper price falls, the worst thing is that the official will exchange more new copper coins for the people. After all, copper coins are also divided into ages. As long as the old copper coins in the hands of the people are exchanged for more new copper coins. Then, the loss of the people is not great. However, those copper coins exchanged to other countries will not be returned. As for the gold and silver exchanged with those copper coins, they are naturally black. What? You want to make trouble for me? What's the reason? At the beginning, I exchanged copper coins for your gold and silver coins, but it was based on the market price. As for the sharp drop in copper prices, what does it have to do with me? As for me exchanging more new copper coins for the people of Beihai. They are my people, do you have any objections? You can also bring your country to join Beihai country, there are many benefits. Still not convinced? Come and fight me. I'm waiting for you to make the first move. That way, you will be swallowed up just right. In addition, Marin plans to use brass coins. Brass is a golden copper alloy that looks very good, a bit like gold. And the coins cast in brass are also golden, very much like gold coins. For those businessmen who are keen on gold coins, brass coins can definitely blind their eyes. The reason for using brass is that Marin also means to consume the zinc ingots in his hand. After all, after getting nickel, Marin no longer needs to use tinplate to wrap the bottom of the ship. In this way, the only role of zinc is to pretend to be tin and make tinplate. But the scope of use of tinplate is not wide, and Marin is unwilling to promote the application of zinc in order to keep it secret. Therefore, Marin's zinc is actually in large backlog. The Bacon's lead zinc mine on Newfoundland is still producing lead and zinc. Then, those zinc liquids cannot be wasted. And making brass for coinage is a good choice. Moreover, the mining and smelting costs of those zinc are not high. Mixing zinc and copper can not only improve the appearance of copper coins, but also save copper and reduce the cost of coinage. If there is no unwritten tacit understanding in Europe that gold coins are not adulterated, so that you can feel it when you bite the gold coins, it is not a bad idea to use brass to forge inferior gold coins. However, in this era, whether it is ducat or gulden and other gold coins, the gold content is very high, and you can feel soft when you bite it. Therefore, using brass to cast fake gold coins is only a thought. In addition, the density of gold is too high. It is useless even if you add lead to brass. Because the density of lead itself is not as high as gold. After making up his mind, Marin came to the metallurgical plant and asked them to smelt brass. But what makes Marin depressed is that mixing zinc and copper is really not a simple matter. Because the melting point of copper is as high as 1083 degrees. But his zinc vaporizes at 907 degrees. Although it can be collected back with the top condenser, it is really difficult to melt and mix pure zinc ingots and copper. In desperation, Marin had to use another method, first oxidize the zinc, then reduce it with copper ore, and finally get brass. But the problem is that copper cannot be used directly to smelt brass in the future. You have to find enough refined copper ore. As for zinc, zinc ore cannot be used directly. Because there is also lead in zinc ore. Therefore, zinc ingots must be used for oxidation and then reduced. But the oxidation of zinc is not easy. Marin thought about it for a long time and asked someone to grind the zinc into powder, then add water to heat it, and stir it constantly to oxidize it. It is very troublesome to handle. But fortunately, Marin finally got the golden brass. Then, he took the brass to the mint and asked the mint masters to use the process and molds for making the finny silver coin to press a batch of 1.5 gram small copper coins of the same size and appearance as the finny silver coin. Then, he brought this batch of golden brass coins to find Geoffrey and discussed the possibility of promoting copper coins in the North Sea Kingdom. But unexpectedly, Geoffrey's first sentence was, "Grand Duke, you still have a mint?" Marin suddenly realized, damn, he forgot that he didn't tell the Prime Minister the truth because of the counterfeit coins. But he couldn't tell Geoffrey that he was casting fake silver coins on a large scale, so he could only vaguely say that he had recruited several craftsmen who could make coins and asked them to try to make a few copper coins. Geoffrey looked at the copper coin that looked the same as the finny silver coin for a long time and said, "Let's give it a try." Copper itself is a high-priced metal, so it's no problem to use it as currency. Moreover, it is said that Spain and other southern European countries have already used copper coins. We will issue a batch of copper coins first and put them into the public to see how everyone reacts. In addition, you need to send someone to design the appearance of a copper coin. It can't be the same as the finny silver coin. Marin nodded and agreed with Geoffrey's words. Then, he arranged for the craftsmen of the mint to design the appearance of the new copper coin. I was caught in the rain and wind when I came back last night, and then I took a cold medicine to prevent a cold. As a result, I fell asleep halfway through writing the second chapter. Chapter 940, coinage rights and big portraits. When Marin ordered the minting craftsman to design, he suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have obtained the right to mint coins. The right to mint coins is very common in Germany, but not everyone is qualified to mint coins. If you want the right to mint coins, you must apply for authorization from the emperor. Otherwise, it is illegal coinage. Generally speaking, the dukes have the right to mint coins. As for the earls, the strong have it, and the weak have it. For example, Count Rietberg, Nimes County is more than 200 square kilometers. Why do you need the right to mint coins? Therefore, among the earls, only the earls of powerful counties will apply for and obtain the right to mint coins. The previous East Frisian county seemed to have no right to mint coins. Because the Frisians had been excluded from the mainstream German society before, and like the Dutch, they were not accepted by the mainstream German society. Even in German, there are many slangs that laugh at the stupidity of the Frisians. Therefore, the previous East Frisian county was excluded and failed to obtain the right to mint coins alone. Even the county of East Frisia, in its original history, did not enter the imperial court until the 17th century. Then, this brought a problem to Marin. He, who started with the county of East Frisia, did not have the right to mint coins. But what's interesting is that the county of Oldenburg and the archbishopric of Bremen under his name both have the right to mint coins. However, the archbishopric of Bremen did not perish, but was transferred to Stendal. Therefore, the coinage right of the archbishopric of Bremen was also taken away. Similarly, the county of Oldenburg was nominally transferred to Norway under the rule of Denmark, and the coinage right was taken away with it. As for the Duchy of Schleswig, it used to belong to Denmark, and it could not obtain the authorization to mint coins like the German principalities. Moreover, the Duchy of Schleswig was directly under the Danish royal family, and there was no need to obtain the right to mint coins. At that time, the Duchy of Schleswig still belonged to the Kingdom of Denmark. Only the Duchy of Holstein, which belongs to Germany, has the right to mint coins. Unfortunately, the Duchy of Holstein was divided up by Hamburg and Lübeck. Although Marin was named in that duchy, he had no rights, let alone minting coins in the name of the Duke of Holstein. Because when the agreement was signed, Marin was willing to be the empty duke, but he signed away all rights in this region. As for West Frisia, Jutland and North Munster, they also do not have the right to mint coins. The situation of West Frisia is the same as that of East Frisia. It is not recognized by the mainstream of Germany, and was even given to Albrecht, Duke of Saxony, by the emperor. Jutland was snatched from Denmark, so naturally it has no right to mint coins. The bishopric of Munster seems to have the right to mint coins. However, from the day the Pope announced the secularization of the bishopric of Munster and awarded it to Marin, the bishopric of Munster lost its independence, and at the same time lost the right to mint coins. Therefore, Marin suddenly discovered that he, one of the most powerful princes in Germany, did not have the legal right to mint coins. Of course, this is not a big problem for Marin. Isn't it just asking the emperor for the right to mint coins? At other times, Emperor Maximilian I might put on airs with Joe and ask Marin to exchange something. However, the current emperor is seeking to be crowned as the official emperor and is begging Marin for help. How dare he put on airs with Joe? Therefore, as long as Marin applies, Maximilian I dare not refuse. In fact, the coinage rights of most German princes were obtained during the election of the emperor. Whenever the previous emperor dies and a new emperor needs to be elected, it is time for the princes, especially the powerful princes, to make conditions. Before Charles IV officially promulgated the Golden Bull in 1356 and established the system of electing emperors, most of the powerful princes in Germany had the right to vote for the emperor. If the candidate wants to be successfully elected, he naturally has to offer conditions to bribe those powerful princes. And the right to mint coins is an important condition that can be offered. Therefore, at that time, most of the powerful princes got the right to mint coins. Then, Charles IV saw that, oh, this won't work. To elect an emperor, you have to bribe so many princes, wouldn't that make the candidate bankrupt? So, he thought of a way: elect 7 electors and let the electors vote for the emperor. In this way, you only need to bribe 7 electors, and the cost of participating in the election of the emperor is greatly reduced. Since the establishment of the electoral system, the emperor rarely grants the nobles the right to mint coins. Because there is no need. If the emperor candidate wants to be elected, he only needs to bribe and please the electors, so why bother with those small nobles? Moreover, most of the powerful old nobles had basically obtained the right to mint coins in the emperor elections in the previous few hundred years. The only ones who still didn't have the right to mint coins were the nobles without power and some newly emerged upstart nobles, such as Marin. And if the upstart nobles wanted to get the right to mint coins, they would definitely be blackmailed by the emperor. After all, this was one of the few opportunities for the Holy Roman Emperor, who was in name only, to blackmail the princes. But unfortunately, Marin would not be blackmailed. Who asked the emperor to ask him to help persuade the pope to help him crown him? Moreover, Maximilian I and Marin had a very good relationship. Sure enough, after Marin sent someone to Innsbruck at full speed, he brought back the emperor's authorization letter for the right to mint coins in a few days. Then, Marin could mint legal currency openly. At this time, the minting craftsman also sent sample coins for Marin to review. What, you put my head on it? Marin, who got the sample coins, suddenly found that his big head was engraved on the sample coins, and it was engraved ugly, and looked very big. Marin suddenly remembered the yuan data silver dollar that his family had collected in his previous life. Could it be that people will take the copper coins and say in the future, look, this is ma datu? Marin's heart collapsed, but the craftsmen were even more strange. Isn't it a common practice in various countries to engrave the monarch's head on the coins? In fact, they didn't know that Marin just thought that the head on the sample coins they engraved was not good looking, and it felt like yuan datu. In addition, Marin felt that it was quite cheap to engrave his surrender on the cheap copper coin with the smallest denomination. If you want to engrave it, you should engrave it on the gold coin. Also, you have to ask Leonardo da Vinci to help you design a handsome head. The level of these coin minting craftsmen in drawing heads is too poor. I am obviously very handsome, but they actually made me look like yuan datu. How about this? Don't engrave my head on this copper coin, use the symbol of the block family instead. The symbol of the block family is a golden eagle with 3 crosses on its head and 2 wings. It looks very domineering and Christian. Therefore, after obtaining the East Frisian county, Marin did not change the family symbol. On the one hand, he thought this symbol was very good. On the other hand, it was also to show that his noble bloodline was pure. At the same time, Marin also required that this version of the copper coin be marked with the year, that is, the 4 numbers 1508 should be engraved. This is mainly because, with the decline in copper prices, Marin will use new cheap copper coins to exchange for old copper coins in the hands of residents. Marking the year makes it convenient to exchange the appropriate amount to residents according to exchange rate changes. As for someone casting counterfeit coins to cheat, Marin is not worried at all. Because, at present, only Marin uses a spiral die-casting machine to cast coins. In this way, Marin can press out the most exquisite and uniform copper coins, making it difficult for counterfeiters to imitate. In addition, the color of brass is golden and shiny, and others cannot imitate it without zinc. Chapter 941. It's spring plowing time again. When counterfeiting French silver coins before, Marin deliberately asked his men to make the mold very rough. Moreover, when pressing the coins, the spiral coin press did not use its full strength, resulting in the French silver coins pressed out being relatively rough and looking like they were handmade. But when making brass coins for his own country, Marin did not have to deliberately make the mold rough, but ordered the craftsmen to pursue exquisite precision. In this way, it would be difficult for others to imitate. Carving exquisite patterns on a copper coin weighing only 1.5 grams is like dancing on the palm of a person, which is very difficult. Therefore, those traditional handmade coins often have uneven quality. After all, people make mistakes. But machines will not, as long as the mold is not damaged. The pressed copper coins are the same. Moreover, the protruding fonts can be pressed deeper, just like the steel stamps of later generations. Although copper is very hard, it becomes very soft at high temperatures. As long as you get an annealing furnace and heat the cut round copper sheet to more than 700 degrees, the copper sheet will be very soft. At this time, use a clamp to put the copper sheet into the coin press, turn the spiral column and press it quickly and hard, and you can get any pattern you want. Moreover, the pattern is exquisite and precise, and the marks are very deep. If it is handmade, this cannot be achieved. Why? Because the handmade speed is very slow. Take the copper sheet out of the annealing furnace, and knock it a few times to reduce the temperature to below 700 degrees. Then, the originally softened copper slowly hardens, and the processing difficulty is very large. Machine pressing is different. Because it only takes a short time to press successfully, it can be guaranteed that the mechanical processing is completed before the copper sheet softens. Sure enough, the copper coin of the 9 crosses golden eagle processed by the mint is of very good quality. Its patterns and texts are not only exquisite and precise, but also the depth of the patterns and texts is almost the same as that of gold coins. However, if the gold coin is of high purity, it is very soft, and the craftsman can naturally knock it out to a certain depth by hand. However, the current impure silver and copper coins are often difficult to achieve this by hand because of their high hardness. In addition, the copper coin was made of brass, which was so shiny that many people almost mistook it for a gold coin. Fortunately, gold coins are generally 3.56 grams in size, much larger than this 1.5 gram small copper coin. Otherwise, it would be easily misunderstood. After making a batch of small copper coins, the mint suddenly announced that brass was in urgent need. It turned out that the copper or reserves of the metallurgical plant were limited, and there were more copper ingots. However, it is difficult to use copper ingots directly to smelt brass. In desperation, Marin ordered a large amount of refined copper or powder from the Phelan copper mine, which had taken back half of its shares, for the smelting of brass. As for the first batch of tens of thousands of small brass coins, Marin asked Kohler to send them to Emden, the core trading port of the North Sea. As for the first user, it was naturally the tavern. After all, a pfennig silver coin can buy a lot of bulk beer. Exchange 8 copper coins for wine, which is a more moderate amount. Then, the large-scale promotion of copper coins can only be discussed after brass can be produced in large quantities. When Marin was making brass coins, it was March. This season is the busy season for spring plowing. In addition to Manhattan Island, which specializes in growing winter wheat, and tropical colonies that do not need to consider the season, the North Sea Kingdom and the colonies in North America are all busy with spring plowing at this time. Unlike sheep, which are killed and females are kept, cattle are working animals, and bulls are the main force for working, even if they are castrated bulls. Therefore, except for a small number of strong bulls without horns who were spared because they wanted to keep the seeds, the bulls in the North Sea Kingdom were all cut in the crotch. Then, a copper ring was put on their noses. Next, it was to train the bulls to work. If they obey, it's fine, but if they don't obey, they can only be made into beef. As for cows, although they can't work as well as bulls, they can also work, just a little less powerful, but it's better than having no animals. The most important thing is that cows can give birth to calves. And, unlike previous years, draft horses used for plowing have appeared again in the fields of the North Sea Kingdom, mainly in the fields of old provinces such as East Frisia. Before, because of the advocacy of oxen plowing and the abundant supply of cattle, Marin looked down on those draft horses with high breeding costs. Therefore, the first several thousand draft horses in the East Frisian earldom were either used to pull carts or sent to the North American Twin Islands to be bred with donkeys to give birth to mules. Marin even planned to implement the system of replacing horse plowing with oxen plowing in other North Sea regions outside East Frisia to further save breeding costs. But Michael's words woke Marin up. Although the cost of raising draft horses is expensive, there is also a lot of arable land. For Marin, who lacks population, it is most reasonable to use horse plowing, and the cost of feeding should not be considered. Then, Marin's attitude changed dramatically, and he made great adjustments in this year's spring plowing. Manors with sufficient labor force continued to use ox plowing and allocated more oxen, while manors with slightly insufficient labor force mainly used horse plowing. In addition, Marin used tough and semi-tough means to replace all the manors of the former nobles and junker landlords who were not his own people with the province of Bremen. Even the fiefs of the former nobles of the earldom of Oldenburg and the Principality of Schleswig, which had been sidelined before, were also exchanged to the province of Bremen. In this way, the province of Bremen became a concentrated area for abandoned people. However, unlike the exiles of other countries, these abandoned nobles did not suffer any loss after their fiefs were exchanged to the province of Bremen. Because the land in the province of Bremen is also quite fertile, no less than their previous land. The only bad thing is that Marin will not open new agricultural technologies to them. In this way, the output will not go up. However, Marin still shared the curved plow with them. After all, the curved plow only saves animal power and improves the efficiency of arable land, and has little effect on crop yields. But even this shocked the nobles who stood aside. They even thought that this was Marin's agricultural secret. However, no one dared to leak the secrets casually. After all, Marin's ruthlessness is not a joke. Influenced by the ancient Chinese culture, Marin liked to execute the whole family when killing nobles. If a noble committed a crime, the whole family would die. Therefore, these living nobles were afraid of being killed, so how could they dare to betray Marin casually? Moreover, Marin was equivalent to giving up the province of Bremen, and those nobles were allowed to toss around in Bremen. Even the nobles who were originally restricted in freedom and concentrated in Las Vegas City, Marin also allowed them to return to their own manors. Of course, it was replaced to the manor in Bremen province. However, many nobles have adapted to the luxurious life in Las Vegas and are no longer willing to return to the country manor. In this regard, Marin's attitude is, whatever you want, as long as you don't recruit troops to rebel or commit crimes and murder, you can do whatever you want. In addition, if you want women, tell Las Vegas and pay a deposit in advance, and they can help bring a few beautiful girls over. In other words, Marin has decided to give up Bremen province and use it as an area to keep old nobles. Of course, there are still areas in Bremen province that do not belong to the old nobles' manors, and Marin did not ignore it. However, new agricultural technologies were not easily promoted there, lest the old nobles would be dissatisfied after knowing it. However, Marin still provides enough curved plows and oxen. After all, there is really no shortage of cattle now. The Crimean Khanate now supplies tens of thousands of cattle every year, and Marin has plenty of cattle. Even because of Marin's behavior, the Crimean Khanate reduced the number of robberies. Why? Who is willing to go out and fight if there is a chance to make money peacefully? Now, Crimea has expanded the scale of cattle breeding. The reason why they always went out to rob people before was because other countries were more resistant to the Tatars and unwilling to trade with them. The Turks who were willing to trade with the Crimean Tatars did not lack cattle and sheep, but only needed women and children robbed from the Crimean Khanate. Then, due to market demand, the Crimeans had no choice but to rob the population of Eastern European countries. How to say it, market demand determines everything. The Crimean Khanate is a country that is greedy for money. When the market needs slaves, they go to Eastern European countries to rob people. When the market needs cattle, they become herders and go to herd cattle. Of course, the demand for Mao Mei and Mao Hai, Mao Zi's children, referred to as Mao Hai, in Turkey is also very stable. So now the Crimean Khanate is herding cattle while robbing Mao Mei and Mao Hai. Of course, there are also Mao Gong Gong. It is said that Mao Gong Gong is also quite popular in the market now. After all, Mao Gong Gong is strong and can work, and there is no need to worry about being cheated on by him. The Turkish bearded men can also use him with confidence. Even some ordinary Turkish rich families like to buy Mao Gong Gong as slaves to help herd sheep. Then, under the instigation of Crimea, and the fact that Beihai country is indeed short of population, Marin wants to buy a large number of Mao Mei and Mao Hai. As for Mao Gong Gong, it seems that you can buy some. Mao Mei is beautiful and strong, and can be the wife of Beihai country's young men. At the same time, they can also be women for the colonists, and the children they give birth to will increase the population of the North Sea. Usually, strong Mao Mei can help with work. As for Mao children, Marin only wants those under 8 years old. Because such young children can be raised and become real citizens of the North Sea. If they are too old, they can't be raised. As for Mao Gonggang, Marin dare not buy more. Why? Because these Mao Gonggang were forcibly castrated after adulthood, they must have a lot of resentment in their hearts, and they have their own mature values and are difficult to return to their hearts. If you buy too many and let them stick together, they may retaliate against society. However, Marin suddenly thought of a good place to place Mao Gonggang Senegal grassland. Marin really couldn't let the black uncles go to hunt rhinos. After all, these black uncles are not smart enough and can't ride horses. Even if Marin sent a team to teach them, they might not be able to learn. And those Mao Gonggangs are different. They come from the steppes of Eastern Europe and near the steppes. It is very convenient to send them to the Senegal grassland to hunt rhinos. After all, many of these Mao uncles can ride horses and use modern equipment. Even if they can't, they can be taught quickly. Unlike the local black natives, they may not be able to hit the target even if they are given a musket. For example, how poor is the combat effectiveness of the armies of the black countries in later Africa? They use firearms and basically don't aim. The large-scale use of AK-47 is because AK can hit the enemy. As for precise aiming and shooting, sorry, if you look at the shooting posture of African black brothers holding AK, you will know whether they can shoot accurately. The regular army in other places holds the gun with both hands, bends forward, and uses cover from time to time. And the black uncles just stand there, raise the AK over their heads in ecstasy, and shoot completely. Often after a battle of mutual shooting, a lot of bullets are shot, but few people die, and only the sound of AK is heard. Therefore, although Marin has made steel ball bullets specifically for rhinos, he still needs reliable shooters to use them. If the local black brothers use muskets with low accuracy, it is estimated that the shooting accuracy is comparable to that of the national football team. And the shooting talent of the Mao eunuchs is better than that of the black guys. However, Marin didn't know that it was these Mao eunuchs he sent who taught the locals how to ride horses and shoot. Then, the natives of Senegal grew into the most powerful force in West Africa. Even in the myths and legends of later generations, these Mao eunuchs became the God messengers sent by God to guide the black guys in Senegal. It's just a pity that those God messengers looked down on the black girls in Senegal, otherwise, they could have left a God seed. The Mao eunuchs cried in the toilet, "Damn, my penis was cut off, how can I leave a seed?" Chapter 942, Mules and Horses. Just this spring, a major event happened in the North American colony of the North Sea Kingdom. Mules landed on the North American continent. As early as a few years ago, Marin sent more than 2,000 mares and hundreds of male donkeys to the North American two-island colony. Then, a mule breeding center was opened on Columbus Island. The mule born from a male donkey and a female horse is called a horse mule. It looks more like a horse, is larger in size, has great strength, and is good at running, compared to a donkey. Of course, it certainly can't run faster than a horse, but its strength and endurance are not inferior to a horse. The only problem is that it is not as obedient as a horse. Sometimes it will get angry and kick. At this time, it needs to be beaten hard to be obedient. Therefore, most people rarely ride mules to rush. If you encounter a mule kicking, you will be anxious to death, and even fall off. However, if you are not in a hurry and are going a long way, a mule is a good choice. At least, the load-bearing capacity of a mule is much greater than that of a donkey. However, because of its great strength, mules are actually more used to pull carts. After all, even if the mule loses its temper, there is no danger if people are not sitting on its back. At most, the car will stop and then give it a beating. Of course, mules can also be used to pull plows to cultivate the land. Especially horse mules, because their mother is a mare, or a huge European draft horse. Therefore, this kind of horse mule with European draft horses as its mother is also very large and strong, which is very suitable for pulling plows to cultivate the land. After testing by livestock breeders on Columbus Island, a strong European horse mule is as strong as a draft horse. Its speed is slower than that of a horse, but faster than that of a cow. If it is a flat plain, a European horse mule can cultivate 6 acres of land a day. And a cow can only cultivate 4 acres of land a day. In other words, the speed of European horse mules in cultivating land is faster than that of a cow, but slower than that of a draft horse. However, the cost of raising a mule is lower than that of a horse, but the cost of raising a horse mule is higher than that of a cow, while the cost of raising a donkey mule is relatively low. The horse mule is very large, no less than a horse, and has great strength and a large appetite. As for speed, mules are slower than horses, but they are very strong and suitable for plowing, especially on flat land. Donkey mules are smaller and weaker. But they have one advantage: they are very adaptable to mountains. Therefore, although donkey mules are weak, they are very popular among people in mountainous areas because of their small appetite and their ability to adapt to mountains. Even in later times, there are still many donkey mules in mountainous areas. According to estimates by the breeding center, although the cost of raising European mules is higher than that of cattle, they can plow more land than cattle because of their fast speed and higher efficiency in plowing. Therefore, in the sparsely populated American continent, European mules are more suitable than cattle. Moreover, the cost of raising them, relative to horses, is also relatively low. However, there is a very troublesome thing about mules: the low birth rate. Marin set up a mule breeding center in Schwangau a few years ago, but after a few years, more than 2,000 mares gave birth to more than 1,000 mules. And there are less than 800 mules that have grown up and can serve. But it was these less than 800 mules that caused a huge sensation after landing on the North American continent. For a time, many immigrants, even the native Delaware people, came to watch. If it were a timid horse, it might be frightened. But the silly mules were not afraid. They were not afraid of being watched. The immigrants and the natives watched these mules, and these curious mules also watched the crowds who came to watch them, and then everyone stared at each other. The cute mules liked to tilt their heads to look at the onlookers, and their cute looks made many people sick. When the mule drivers came to take them away, these mules were still angry and refused to leave. In the end, these mules were sent to the newly reclaimed Long Island area for arable land. According to the plan, Manhattan Island will continue to grow winter wheat. Therefore, there is nothing to do with spring plowing in Manhattan Island. However, the newly reclaimed Long Island area needs to grow feed crops such as soybeans and oats. At the same time, soybeans can also be pressed for oil as cooking oil. Therefore, the newly developed Long Island area in New York has become a planting area for soybeans and oats. This batch of less than 800 mules was just right for cultivating these lands. These mules cultivated 4,000 acres of land a day, which shocked the English immigrants and the native Delaware people who were watching. Then, several female chieftains of the Delaware people shamelessly asked Albert for mules. Albert thought that mules had no reproductive ability anyway, and could not be used as cavalry mounts. So, he generously gave more than a dozen mules to the native Delaware people. For some reason, when Albert gave the Delaware people mules, he told them that they were horses. This was mainly because mules did look like horses. With the shallow knowledge of the local natives, it was difficult to distinguish. In addition, Albert was going to formally introduce horses to the North American continent. This was because the New York hunting army had been chasing the Mohicans for a long time. The distance was already hundreds of kilometers away from New York. If they continued to chase them on foot, they would not be able to catch up. Therefore, Albert planned to introduce war horses and equip the army to facilitate their pursuit of the Mohicans. However, after the horses landed in New York, Albert was worried that the friendly Delaware people would ask for them, just like they asked for mules this time. The problem was that Marin had repeatedly ordered that the colonies must not give a fertile horse to the Indians. Even if it was stolen, a large army would be dispatched to recover it. In the early days, Marin even required that all the horses that landed must be castrated. However, if the castrated horses were given to the Delaware people, they would definitely be able to see it. At that time, the relationship between the two sides would be strained. So, Albert had an idea and simply referred to mules as horses, insisting that mules were horses. In this way, plus the fact that mules and horses are indeed similar, when horses are really introduced, as long as they are isolated, they are indeed similar from a distance. If the Delaware people want horses, Albert will give them a few mules to fool them. In fact, mules can also be ridden. However, they occasionally get angry and kick their asses. This may not be a big deal at ordinary times. But if it is in a war, it may be fatal. Moreover, sometimes it can also make people fall down. Therefore, if there is a horse, they will definitely not ride a mule. Unless it is a mule with a good temper. Of course, it is very good for a mule to pull a cart. Because most of the time, a mule can also be ridden. As long as they are not allowed to get close to identify carefully, the Delaware people can't tell. Anyway, Albert's attitude is Delaware people want horses. Give mules. Want real horses? No way. In order to fool the Delaware people, Albert ordered all immigrants to speak in unison and insist that mules are horses. If the Delaware people also want to ride horses, Albert will even give them saddles to facilitate them to ride mules. Moreover, in order to prevent the Delaware people from contacting real horses, Albert will also build a large camp outside the city dedicated to raising horses, and not allow the Delaware people to visit. At the same time, 2 mules are tied at the gate of the camp. Want to see horses? Look. Aren't those 2 at the gate? Similarly, the castle on Manhattan Island in New York City also operated in this way. Horses were kept in the inner courtyard, and mules were tied to the door to pretend to be horses. In order to make it look more realistic, the mules pretending to be horses were even equipped with reins and saddles to further fool the Delaware people. Chapter 943 Colonization is always bloody. Albert wrote a report on the excellent performance of Long Island mules in plowing the land and sent it back to the mainland by ship. In addition, he strongly requested to expand the scale of mule breeding. After all, from the perspective of service, mules are really useful. In addition, he also applied for war horses. Seeing that the Mohicans had run far away, they could not catch up with them on foot. Therefore, war horses were needed to chase them. And to chase the Mohicans in the North American jungle, the medium-sized Eastern European Mongolian horse is the best choice. Why? Because the North American jungle is densely covered with branches, there are always crooked branches growing horizontally. If it is a tall horse in Western Europe, it is easier to hit those crooked branches when riding on a horse. At the same time, the cost of raising Western European horses is also high, and their endurance is not good. In general, the Eastern European Mongolian horse, which is resistant to rough feeding and has strong endurance, is suitable for this kind of 1,000-mile pursuit. However, because Marin attaches great importance to letting the horses land. Therefore, Albert needs to apply for a report. Moreover, this batch of horses must be castrated. Otherwise, if it is seized by the natives by chance, it will be troublesome. In addition to the spring plowing in the mainland, New York, the 2 islands and Cape Breton Island, the newly opened Savannah colony has also started spring plowing. Moreover, Marin attaches great importance to the spring plowing in Savannah. Because the crops sown here are several things that Marin values very much: tung oil, sumac, bamboo, and cotton from the upland cotton variety from Mexico. Of course, what is planted here are half of the seeds of tung oil, sumac and bamboo. As for the other half, they are sent to the pampas of Argentina in the southern hemisphere. However, due to the long distance, the ship to the pampas is estimated to be still in the Brazilian coast of South America at this time, and has not yet arrived in the pampas. I don't know if they can catch up with the planting of winter wheat. The seasons in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere are opposite. March in the northern hemisphere is early spring, while in the southern hemisphere, it is still early autumn when the autumn tiger is rampant. And April, in the southern hemisphere, is the best golden autumn season. As for May, it is equivalent to November in the northern hemisphere. And November is the best planting season for winter wheat. Therefore, as long as the fleet heading to the Pampas arrives in April and plants winter wheat in May, the mission is completed. As for Savannah, because it is closer to the North Sea country, the fleet transporting seeds here arrived in February. In March, Marin also sent 500 Cossacks with war horses and mares to protect the growth of precious tung trees, sumac, bamboo and upland cotton in the Savannah colony. At the same time, Marin also divided thousands of English immigrants from the Cape Breton Island colony and transported them to the Savannah grassland, specializing in the planting of tung trees, sumac, bamboo and cotton. Marin's worries were indeed correct. The Creek tribe that sold the Savannah grassland to Coworker began to feel uneasy after seeing Marin sending thousands of immigrants. Because the tribe that sold the land had only 500 people. There were only about 180 strong men who could fight. Suddenly, the Creek tribe was frightened to see thousands of white people pouring into the grassland they had sold before. Then, they began to regret and tried to drive away the immigrants. But at this time, they had no choice. Because the 500 Cossacks sent by Marin arrived. At first, Kovac took a tolerant attitude and didn't want to turn against the other party. However, the local Creek Indians, who had no rules, were determined to drive away the immigrants. They even killed an English immigrant with a javelin for this. It happened that the 500 Cossacks who had just arrived at the Savannah grassland had recovered after a few days of rest. So Kovac immediately turned against them. The two sides broke out in a very fierce conflict. In order to annihilate the other side, the leading Cossack leader Gerben, one of the leaders of the 10 German Cossack villages, suggested that Governor Kovac attract the other side to the grassland for a decisive battle. As for the Cossack cavalry, they did not show up at first, but hid in the grove to the east. The reason for this is that Gerben knew that if they fought in the jungle, the Cossacks who were unfamiliar with the terrain might not be able to catch up with the Indians who were familiar with the environment. But if they went to the grassland, they would be delivering food to the Cossacks. According to this plan, Governor Kovac first led all the immigrants and guards to retreat to a temporary adobe wall in the middle of the Savannah grassland, relying on the wall to defend against the opponent's attack. The Indians were really not very smart. When they saw thousands of white people retreating on their own initiative, they thought they were scared by their strong, fighting power. Then, 180 warriors of the tribe came out of the forest in the west, came to the large courtyard where thousands of immigrants lived temporarily, and tried to capture the courtyard with rammed earth walls. Then, they were in trouble. Seeing that the Creek warriors were far away from the forest, after putting down the telescope, Gerben really ordered 500 Cossack cavalry to come out in full force and charge at the 180 Creek warriors from behind. Facing the rolling 500 Cossack cavalry, the Creek warriors who had never been in contact with cavalry were all scared. In particular, the majestic momentum of the 500 cavalry charging made the 180 Creek warriors feel suffocated and terrified. Then, they were scared and started to run away. However, on the grassland, who can outrun the cavalry? Even those Indian natives, such as Lu Xiang and Siebold, died under the sabers of the Cossacks under the pursuit of the Cossacks. The 100 German Cossack boys under Gerben's command probably killed people for the first time and felt very uncomfortable. Many people vomited on the spot and lost the idea of pursuing the enemy. If they encountered an enemy cavalry of equal strength, these 100 people would easily collapse. But the other 400 genuine Zaporizhia Cossacks were all scum. They had no mercy on the fleeing Indian Creek natives and were even extremely excited when they killed their opponents. Gerben and his 100 German Cossack boys only killed 37 Indian Creek warriors in total, while the remaining 143 were all killed by genuine Zaporizhia Cossacks. Unlike the German Cossack boys who were not used to it, the experienced Zaporizhia Cossacks not only killed all the Indian native warriors, but also cut off their heads and tied them around their waists, or simply strung them with ropes in their hands and waved them around to show off. Then, the German boys under Gerben vomited again. But no matter what, Gerben and his Cossacks still had a task to complete: kill everyone in the Creek village. This was Marin's special request. Why? Because the Creek tribes were not independent of each other, and there were some connections between them. Marin asked to kill all the tribes because he was afraid that some of them would escape to other Creek tribes and incite those Creek tribes to harass the colony. However, seeing that the boys under his command were vomiting one by one, Gerben had to let the boys rest for a few hours. In the afternoon, they entered the forest and headed for the Creek village. However, they were still a step late. The elders who stayed behind in the village probably guessed the outcome of the defeat and had already fled with some of the strong women who could run. All that was left in the village were the old, weak, women and children who could not run. Facing those trembling old, weak, women and children, German and the German Cossack boys were a little reluctant to kill them. However, the Zaporizhia Cossacks, who were used to being robbers, had a lot of experience in dealing with them. They killed the useless old people and the teenagers who were taller than the wheels, leaving only the women, including the teenagers, and the children who were shorter than the wheels. Although he felt uncomfortable, German knew that as a Cossack, he had to adapt to this inhumane practice. In fact, he had to learn to do this in the future. Because before he came to the Savannah colony, Marin had told him that colonization was always bloody. Chapter 944, Believe in Science, Get Development. No matter how European countries cover up, they cannot change the fact that European colonists committed numerous crimes in the colonies. In fact, there is no new world in this world, and the word discovery cannot be used to describe it. Because, whether it is America, Africa, or Australia, they all have indigenous people. The process of European colonists occupying these colonies is a history of massacre. After all, as outsiders, colonists must take land from the indigenous people if they want to get it. And the indigenous people are certainly unwilling to give up the land. Then, for the land, the colonists can only kill the indigenous people, and their hands are stained with the blood of the indigenous people. Therefore, colonization has always been a bloody process, without flowers, without the beauty described by poets, only killing and plundering. Later generations admired Columbus's discovery of America, but they never thought that it was Columbus who brought death and extinction to the indigenous people of America. Marin had seen such a record in his previous life. In 1970, Australian whites held a grand celebration in Sydney Harbour to commemorate the 200th anniversary of Captain Cook's discovery of Australia. At the same time, representatives of indigenous people from all over Australia gathered at Cook's Landing to hold a memorial event. Their signs were written with the names of the tribes that had disappeared. They said, "They celebrate theirs, and we have to mourn the many dead." In short, colonial activities are an act of plundering and harming indigenous people by foreign colonists. It may even cause extinction of indigenous people. Of course, this is the view of civilized people in later generations. But the but determines the head. Since Marin is a colonizer, he certainly cannot sympathize with those indigenous people. Moreover, the famous saying, "Backwardness will be beaten," truly shows the cruelest side of this world. The indigenous people have fertile land, but they do not have strong military force to protect their land and wealth. They can only watch the colonial robbers take away everything. Even if Marin does not take action, Britain and France will take action in a few years. And Spain and Portugal have already taken action. Instead of letting others take action to benefit, it is better to do it yourself. As for the massacre and expulsion of indigenous people, it is really difficult to avoid. Colonial activities are not dinner parties. There is no tenderness, only life and death. Who doesn't want such a beautiful country? People die for money, and birds die for food. Being weak but having fertile land is itself a sin. In this barbaric era without law and civilization, the big fist is the hard truth. From the experience of later generations, although the massacre and expulsion of the indigenous people are brutal, they are necessary. Don't you see that the former colonial countries that became developed countries in later generations are all white-dominated countries, and they all massacred and expelled the indigenous people? For example, the United States, Canada, Australia. In contrast, South American countries, such as Peru and Bolivia, have many Indians, but they just can't become developed countries. The most classic example is South Africa, which was originally a powerful African country and a quasi-nuclear country. As a result, the old black indigenous people turned over and immediately turned South Africa into a problematic country. Although it is still leading in black Africa, that is the rich family background left by the white era. That is to say, except for the more civilized countries such as China, Japan and India, the natives of those primitive and backward countries still look hopeless even in the 21st century. Marin is not a racist, but from the experience of 2 lifetimes, natives like black people are really hopeless. You say that the black people in Africa cannot develop, and you can blame the colonists for plundering and oppression. But damn, black people in the United States have the opportunity to receive higher education like white people. Influenced by the white people around them for hundreds of years, if they were Chinese, they would have learned everything about white people and adapted to it. But what about black people in the United States? In the 21st century, they are still so stupid. Except for being good at sports, being able to rap and bragging, they have basically no advantages. It is rare to have an Obama, who is half white and grew up in a white family. In addition, Marin has different views on the preservation of traditional national culture advocated by later generations. In Marin's view, advanced national culture, such as Chinese civilization, must be preserved. However, the traditional culture that is primitive or slave society at first glance, what the hell is the preservation? For example, in black African countries, many countries still have tribes, and the chiefs can marry thousands of wives. Can this traditional culture be preserved? Obviously not. Backward culture and traditions should be abolished, rather than cherished. Just like India, the problem lies in Hinduism. It is already the 21st century, but people are still divided into different classes. No wonder this country cannot develop. Of course, for China, India's retention of Hindu traditions is welcome. In addition, Marin has always believed that religion should not interfere in politics. Religion is foolish, and if a country wants to develop, it must get rid of the influence of religion and take science as faith, rather than taking non-existent gods as faith. The reason why China can develop rapidly in later generations is inseparable from the fact that a certain D broke all superstitions and the whole people believed in science. If China still prays to gods and Buddhas in later generations, then it will definitely not be much better than India. If you don't believe in science, can you still expect scientific and technological progress and social development? Some people may say that Europe believes in God, isn't it still developed? In fact, the development of science and technology in Europe began after the tolerant Protestantism defeated the Catholic Church. This period of time was in the middle of the 16th century. If the great scientist Newton had been born more than 100 years earlier, he would have been burned at the stake by the Church. Strictly speaking, those Protestant countries, such as Britain and Germany, are countries that regard religion as a mascot. The premise of their rise is that the country has gotten rid of the control of the Church. Although France is not a Protestant country, after the Edict of Nantes, domestic religions have been tolerant and no longer persecuted. The pious Spain that established the Inquisition eventually trapped itself and declined from a giant empire to a second or third-rate country. Italy is also the same. After all, the Holy See is in Italy. There are many reasons why Spain and Italy fell behind, and the lack of coal is also an important reason. However, in the 20th century, after coal was no longer the main energy source, it could no longer use the lack of coal as an excuse. Because, at that time, nuclear power came out. Moreover, everyone imports oil. As a southern European country, it is more convenient to import oil from the Middle East and North Africa. In fact, Marin speculated that the reason why China's development momentum was stronger than that of Europe and the United States in later generations was because the Chinese believed in science but not God. Although Europeans and Americans also believe in science, they are not as thorough as the Chinese. Many Europeans and Americans still believe in God, and many players even make the sign of the cross on their chests after scoring a goal. In China, the people who believe in God are mainly ethnic minorities. As for the Han people, most of them are atheists. In short, if you want technological development, you must believe in science, not gods. Believe in science and you will develop. Of course, it is not impossible to believe in God. But first of all, that religion cannot oppose and persecute science. Only religions that do not hinder science will not hinder the development of society. After all, the development of the world cannot be without technology. Chapter 945, James IV's Ambition. In March, Europe, which is at a higher latitude, had just thawed. The busiest spring farming season in Europe is actually April. But if you plow the land with a plow a month earlier and turn up the soil, it's nothing. After all, the soil will not fill back by itself. The real sowing is a matter of April. But Marin felt sorry. Because the farmers under his command are still sowing by hand, which is not efficient at all. If there is a plow, 100 acres can be sown a day. Unlike now, a farmer bends down to sow seeds and can only sow a few acres a day, which is very inefficient. But the plow is something in northern China. If you want it, you have to rush to China, which is now the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the plow is suitable for dry land sowing, especially for large plots, which is very suitable for the needs of growing wheat in Europe, and also for the vast land in North America. Originally in history, Europeans learned about the existence of the plow after doing business with the Ming dynasty. But unfortunately, the Portuguese in Macau, in the southern part of China, planted paddy fields and implemented the rice transplanting system. The plow is not suitable for paddy fields, so the Portuguese naturally could not see the real thing. Then, Europeans could only invent seed drills based on their imagination. However, the earliest seed drill invented by Europeans in 1566 was very inefficient and completely inferior to the plow. Moreover, the seed drill was not invented by the Portuguese, but by the Italians who got the news from the Portuguese. Moreover, it was the missionaries sent to Macau by the Vatican who brought back the news of the seed drill. Marin did not have the leisure to invent, wouldn't it be better to just make a sample to imitate? Although Leonardo da Vinci also had the ability to invent a seed drill. However, it was a bit of a waste to use Leonardo da Vinci in this way. However, it would be okay to bring the plow back and let Leonardo da Vinci improve it. When all of Europe began to be busy with spring plowing, Conn and his party were lurking in the mountainous area at the junction of the plains near Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and kept exploring the local terrain. Conn brought 50 soldiers from the Wolf-Fong Commando, but when they first arrived in this mountainous area, none of them wore French plate armor, but ordinary leather armor, crossed mountains and ridges, and scouted. This small valley called Gobridge was the final location for the action. It is very close to Edinburgh, only about 20 kilometers away. Under normal circumstances, if Edinburgh sent cavalry to rescue, it would take more than an hour to reach the battlefield. But the problem is that there are no mobile phones these days, so how can Edinburgh know that Gobridge Valley needs support? In addition, the last time James IV led the army south, the main force of the cavalry was taken to England, either killed or captured. In other words, the 50 Scottish knights that James IV can bring back this time are the only remaining cavalry in the Kingdom of Scotland. Even if Edinburgh learns that an assassination has occurred in Gobridge Valley, it cannot mobilize cavalry support. And if the infantry comes to support, it will take several hours to run. A few hours was enough for Conn and his men to kill James IV several times. After Conn arrived, he did not prepare for the attack according to Marin's instructions. Instead, with the help of the elite of Coster and Maric's Robin Hood thieves, he began to survey the local terrain and find paths in the mountains to prepare for retreat. Although the elite of Scotland stayed in England because of the defeat. However, the country can still gather several thousand infantry. Conn only brought 50 people. If he was surrounded by thousands of Scottish infantry, it would be difficult to escape. In particular, even if Conn could kill his way out, he could not show up at will. Because once he was recognized, then Marin's murder of James IV would be exposed to the world. This was a consequence that Marin could not bear, so after committing the crime, Conn had to run away with his men as soon as possible. And to escape in the mountains, it is necessary to be familiar with the local terrain and roads. Therefore, Conn spent most of his time looking for escape routes. As for killing James IV, is that a problem? Coster and Maric, who came with their confidants, were studying how to dig a horse trap on the main road of Gobridge Valley. Because it was a main road, Coster and Maric could not dig a horse trap in advance. Because there were quite a lot of people passing by this road during the day. Therefore, Coster and Maric's men could only enter the valley at night, survey the terrain, and use a small shovel to fiddle with the ground to find a suitable point for digging. However, the road in Gobridge Valley was mainly made of stone, so it was difficult to dig a horse trap. For this reason, Coster and Maric's men had to use a stupid method. They dug stones on the ground in the northern section of the Gobridge Valley Road at midnight every day. Then, they filled it with soil instead. The reason for doing this was to be able to dig a horse trap in the northern section of the road smoothly on the day of the ambush. If it was a stone ground, it would be difficult to dig a pit. In addition, for this valley road about 1 kilometer long, in order to achieve the purpose of ambush, not only did they have to dig a horse trap in the northern section, but they also needed to be prepared to cut off the enemy's retreat in the southern section. Otherwise, if James IV successfully retreated to the south under the cover of the Scottish knights, it would be bad. Conn and his Wolf-Fong Commando attacked on foot, while James IV and his 50 Scottish knights must have been on horseback. If they successfully retreated on horseback from the south, Conn would not be able to catch up. Fortunately, this method is not difficult. Because the slopes on both sides of the southern end of the Gobridge Valley are very high. In this way, Coster and Maric's people can pile up stones on the high slopes. Once James IV's team entered the valley, their people pushed down the piled stone wall, let the stones block the gap in the south, and cut off the retreat of James IV and others. Originally, this method could also be used at the north end of the valley. However, the slope at the north end of the valley is too short. If a stone wall is piled up in advance, it can be seen at a glance. Therefore, they can only dig a horse trap. Moreover, Conn also ambushed in the north. When he rushed into the valley with 50 Wolf-Fong commandos, he blocked the exit on the north side and did not worry about the enemy running away. While Conn, Coster and Maric were preparing for an ambush in the Gobridge Valley, Edward was also preparing in London. First, Edward and James IV had a ceasefire negotiation. Originally, if both parties were sincere, they could have reached an agreement to release the people at the beginning of the year. But because Edward wanted to kill James IV, and Marin's exhortation, Edward deliberately made excuses to delay time. For example, Edward once proposed that Henry VII's daughter Princess Margaret, James IV's wife, come to London to exchange James IV. The intention was that Edward wanted to kill Princess Margaret. After all, Princess Margaret was the only surviving child of Henry VII. If she fell into the hands of someone with a heart, she could be used as a bargaining chip to compete with Edward for the throne. So Edward wanted Princess Margaret to die. But how could James IV be willing? That was his legitimate wife. As the king of a country, if he sends his wife to die, how can he still have the face to mess around? Although he didn't have any feelings for Queen Margaret, she was his wife after all, and he couldn't just let the enemy kill her. Moreover, James IV had another idea, that is, to use Queen Margaret's identity as an English princess to make a fuss in the future and participate in the fight for the throne of England. Although Scotland's national strength is far inferior to England. However, Scotland has France as an ally. If France is willing to help, Scotland may not be unable to defeat England. In addition, James IV has thought about it. In the future, when France recovers from the last defeat, he will invite the French army to land on the Scottish coast. Then, send troops south from Scotland to attack England. In this way, the danger of the French facing England's powerful navy is avoided. The English navy is indeed powerful, but the sea areas they can control are the English Channel and the southwestern North Sea. If the French army takes ships, makes a big circle in the North Sea, and lands in Edinburgh, the British navy, no matter how powerful it is, may not be able to stop them. If the powerful French army lands, it will be difficult for the British army to resist. Once he defeats England, he will be able to seize the throne of England in the name of Henry VII's son-in-law. At that time, he will unify the island of Great Britain. James IV has a good idea, but unfortunately, he may not have the opportunity to achieve this grand goal. Chapter 946, Killing James IV, Part 1, Edward strictly implemented Marin's strategy. He extended the negotiation time with James IV by asking for Queen Margaret and other unreasonable means, and also bought enough time for Conn and others to prepare. At the same time, according to Marin's suggestion, Edward also made some moves in selecting Scottish knights to escort James IV back home. He deliberately selected 50 Scottish knights with ordinary martial arts. Of course, he did not pick the weakest Scottish knights. That would be too obvious. So, he selected 50 Scottish knights with medium to low martial arts. And he did not give any of the Scottish knights with the strongest martial arts to James IV. James IV was so angry about this. But Edward's reason was also very sufficient. Those Scottish knights with high martial arts skills could exchange for a lot of ransoms and were the most precious collateral. How could they be returned to Scotland casually? On the warhorse, Edward also shrewdly selected the less powerful warhorse. Originally, according to Marin's meaning, it would be enough to just send some poor horses to James IV. But it would be too conspicuous to do so. Afterwards, if James IV was really killed, people would definitely suspect him. So, on the advice of his confidants, Edward selected the horses with the worst endurance from the war horses as mounts for James IV and his 50 squire knights. Moreover, there was no change of ride, only one horse per person. In this way, James IV and his entourage could not travel fast. As for the most important armor and weapons, Edward also wanted to choose the worst, but it was difficult to do so due to technical limitations. He couldn't send a bunch of junk to James IV, right? That would be too obvious. In the end, the task of preparing special weapons and armor fell on Marin. Then, Marin asked his steel mill to prepare two special steels. One was high-purity wrought iron, and the other was pig iron with sulfur and phosphorus added. High-purity wrought iron was relatively soft, and Marin asked the people in the forge to make it into French plate armor. Wearing this relatively soft plate armor, it is definitely not able to withstand the blunt blows of Conn and the Wolf Fong commandos led by him. The two-handed swords and one-handed swords made of pig iron with added sulfur and phosphorus. Those things are very brittle and easy to break when they collide with the enemy's swords. But from the appearance, you can't see the problem. In the end, this batch of armor and two-handed swords and one-handed swords that look fine but actually have big problems were sent to London. At first, Edward didn't quite believe that these armors and weapons that looked fine on the outside would have problems. Because these brand new plate armors and swords really can't see any problems. But after testing, Edward believed that Marin was reliable. The plate armor made of wrought iron, a hammer went down, and a pit immediately appeared, which was obviously not strong enough. And the swords made of pig iron with added sulfur and phosphorus are generally no problem to swing, and they are sharp enough. However, once it came into direct contact with steel weapons, its true colors were immediately revealed. It was so brittle, crack, it broke. And so, at the end of March, Edward finally sent away James IV and his 50 knights of guards. For safety, James IV and 50 guard knights all wore brand new French plate armor and equipped with gleaming French two-handed and one-handed swords. This deceptive appearance satisfied James IV and lowered his vigilance. But after seeing the war horses provided by Edward, James IV looked unhappy, because the war horses provided by Edward were ordinary goods at a glance, and each person was only given one. James IV ran to Edward to protest, but Edward looked at him with caring eyes for the mentally retarded and said speechlessly, "Your Majesty James, you are now a released prisoner of war, not a distinguished guest of England. So, don't be picky. At least, the horses given to you are war horses. I am merciful for not giving you poor horses." James IV was choked, and then he reacted. Indeed, he was a released prisoner of war, not a foreign monarch visiting England. But he still protested, "At least, we have to be equipped with replacement horses. Riding a warhorse alone, and wearing plate armor, we need to stop and rest frequently." Edward waved his hand and said, "No, we are in spring plowing now, and the horses can also plow the land. I don't have any extra horses for you. This reason is very strong. Spring plowing is a big deal, and James IV can't find an excuse to refute it." Then, under the escort of the English army, James IV and his party went north, crossed Newcastle, and arrived at the border between England and Scotland. When he got here, James IV began to get nervous. Before, in England, James IV was not worried about safety. Because Edward would not risk the world's disapproval and kill him, the legitimate king. He didn't do it in London, and it was even more impossible in other places in England. However, if he entered Scotland, it would be dangerous. Because, if James IV was attacked and killed in Scotland, Edward could completely distance himself from it. Therefore, the journey from England to Scotland can be said to be the most dangerous. As long as England sent a team of cavalry, took off English clothes and put on horse bandit clothes, they could attack and kill him, and then blame the horse bandits. So, after entering Scotland, James IV did not continue on his way immediately, but hid directly in a castle where the Scottish army was stationed on the border, and hid for several days without coming out. A few days later, James IV finally came out of the small castle on the border, and then asked the local garrison to send a guide to take him on a small road. However, the garrison told him with embarrassment that there were horse bandits on the small road. Horse bandits. James IV was shocked. This was what he feared the most. He could conclude that those horse bandits were probably dressed as English knights, who came to kill him. Yes, there are basically traces of horse bandit activities on several small roads nearby, which is very dangerous. If your Majesty takes those small roads, then take the main road, and you take the 800 guards in the castle with me on the road to protect my safety. James IV thought about it and gave a decisive order. But, Your Majesty, I still have to guard against the invasion of the British army. The garrison commander said weakly. I am the country. James IV said the famous words of the Sun King more than 100 years in advance. He continued, if I am assassinated, and I have no offspring and my brothers have not survived, the kingdom of Scotland will inevitably be in chaos. At that time, the English will easily destroy Scotland. Therefore, my life is very important and I cannot easily die at the hands of those English who pretend to be horse bandits. But this border also needs to be guarded. James IV thought for a while and said, how about this, you take 800 infantrymen and follow my team halfway and then come back to continue guarding against the English. In this way, it will not delay the guarding of the border. Presumably, in the second half of the journey, the English army will be difficult to get out. After all, they can't intercept and kill me near Edinburgh. You know, Edinburgh has thousands of defenders. Your Majesty is wise. The garrison commander resolutely obeyed James IV's arrangement, brought out all the infantry in the castle, and escorted James IV all the way north. Chapter 947, Killing James IV, Part 2. James IV was extremely nervous when he just left the border fortress. The 800 infantrymen brought out from the fortress surrounded the periphery 3 times. And 50 Scottish knights surrounded James IV twice. In order to prevent the enemy from using heavy crossbows to attack, James IV sat in the only 4-wheeled carriage of the border fortress. The 4-wheeled carriage was covered with cloth to prevent the outside from seeing the situation in the car. And James IV, in the carriage, was also wearing a full set of plate armor. Then, James IV also sent 5 knights out of the team to keep scouting the surrounding environment. If you see suspicious people or things, report immediately. In this way, the team set foot on the road to the north in fear. However, because of the 800 infantrymen, the marching speed of the entire team slowed down. In addition, the mountains in southern Scotland are difficult to walk, and the speed of this group of people is less than 30 kilometers every day. And Edinburgh is about more than 100 kilometers from the border of England. If 2 horses are transferred, they can reach it in 1 day. However, Edward only gave each person 1 horse, and it was a sprint-type warhorse with poor endurance. Because of the last defeat, Scotland is now seriously short of horses, and there are no horses to replace in the border barracks. In desperation, the entire team can only maintain a slow pace of less than 30 kilometers a day. But along the way, it has been calm, and even no horse thieves covet this team. This made James IV full of doubts. Did I blame Edward wrongly? Under normal circumstances, if Edward really wanted to kill him, there would be no army ambush along the way, at least there would be sneaky spies observing their movements. However, several knights who were proficient in reconnaissance said that they did not see any suspicious people like spies along the way. James IV believed in the words of his knights. After all, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance on the battlefield are the minimum basic military capabilities of knights from knight families, and they have been trained since childhood. Moreover, the knights sent by James IV are all old knights in their 30s and 40s, experienced and sharp-eyed. Whether they are spies or spies can be seen at a glance. Even if you can't see it, you will still have some doubts. However, it was too peaceful along the way. In fact, James IV and his men didn't know that they were actually under the surveillance of the enemy. However, the people who monitored them had a magic weapon, a telescope. With a telescope that could observe their movements from 10 kilometers away, there was no need to send people to conduct close reconnaissance. This batch of telescopes was made of the best optical glass in Marin's hands. In order to remove the impure iron ions are the culprit for the discoloration of glass. Marin asked his craftsmen to use high-carbon steel to grind the quartz sand used to make glass into very fine powder. Then, the quartz sand was washed several times with dilute sulfuric acid. If there were iron ions, they would have been dissolved by dilute sulfuric acid long ago. Once filtered, they would be removed with the solution. In this way, the white glass burned from the quartz sand powder with almost no iron ion impurities is very pure and transparent. It is absolutely top-notch for making telescopes. Moreover, Scotland is a tragic country with most of the mountains. If it is on the plains, if there are forests blocking it, it is really difficult to observe. However, in the mountainous Scotland, the gold medal spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce under Marin can easily see the movements of the enemy 10 kilometers away by climbing up the distant hills. Because the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Therefore, although no one was sent to conduct close reconnaissance, the movements of James IV and his party have always been under the surveillance of the gold medal spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. It's just that James IV didn't know. After all, other countries don't have military artifacts such as telescopes. The knights sent out by James IV for reconnaissance all used their naked eyes to scout. How could they compare with the opponents who used telescopes to scout on the distant hills? According to the traditional naked-eye reconnaissance method, they naturally couldn't see any problems. After arriving at the Lod Valley, which was more than 60 kilometers away from the border, James IV finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because there was only a narrow mountain road ahead of the Lod Valley. It was almost impossible for the English to ambush on this road. At least, it was impossible to send cavalry to ambush. Even if there is an ambush, at most they can only send a group of infantry to ambush, and because they need to cross mountains and ridges, the number of people must be very small. If it is just infantry, there are not many people. James IV looked at the 50 knights around him, full of confidence. Then, he made a decision that made him regret it. Okay, thank you for sending me here. Now, I am safe, and Edinburgh is not far ahead. Now, go back to your barracks. Remember, be vigilant against the British and never let them take the opportunity to infiltrate our borders. Yes, my majesty. The border guard led 800 soldiers, turned around decisively, and began to rush back. After James IV and his 50 knights rested in a small village in Lod Valley for a night, they rode their horses to continue north the next day with a refreshed spirit. At this time, they were only more than 40 kilometers away from Edinburgh. If it were infantry, it might take a day to march. For their cavalry, it seems that they will still have to walk for a day, or even longer. In fact, if James IV is willing to take off his plate armor and throw away the heavy horse armor on his warhorse, they can indeed return to Edinburgh within a day. However, the problem is that after signing the ominous Treaty of Mutual Inheritance, James IV is always afraid of being killed. Therefore, neither he nor his knights took off their plate armor to prevent being assassinated on the way. Now, James IV is sure that there will be no more organized English troops to stop him ahead. However, assassins using crossbows must be guarded against. If the opponent shoots a poisoned arrow at him, it will be all over. Therefore, James IV would rather continue to wear heavy plate armor with his men and let the warhorse wear horse armor, rather than go into battle lightly. However, a full set of plate armor and horse armor is very heavy, and Edward gave them a group of warhorses with poor endurance, and there is no horse to change. Therefore, the whole team walked and stopped, and could not go fast. All in all, the team's speed of advancement might not even be as fast as that of the infantry. In the afternoon, they only reached the Gobridge Valley, more than 10 kilometers away. A knight said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the Gobridge Valley is ahead. As long as we pass this valley, we will enter the southern plains. Once we reach the plains, we will be home." "Yes, we are home." James IV also showed a happy expression. Chapter 948, Killing James IV, Part 3. Scotland has a rugged terrain, and most of its territory is plateau and mountainous. Therefore, in later generations, Britain had a very famous military group, the Scottish Highland Infantry. Because of the mountainous terrain, strictly speaking, most of the Scottish citizens are mountain people and are relatively fierce. Otherwise, with a population of 500,000, Scotland could not resist the attack of the English. The fierce mountain people and the natural terrain advantages are Scotland's biggest reliance on resisting the invasion of England. However, no matter what, the source of food is mainly plains. The plains in Scotland are mainly distributed in the southern coastal areas. For example, the southern plains near Edinburgh. The southern plains are the most developed agricultural area in Scotland and are also densely populated areas. As a king, James IV can easily recruit enough young men on the plains to protect his safety. Therefore, arriving at the southern plains is equivalent to arriving at his own territory in the true sense. Unlike the mountain road here, except for a few small villages and towns along the way, most of the roads are invisible. If you are ambushed, it is estimated that no one will come to rescue you even if you shout your throat out. Now we have arrived at the Gobridge Valley. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the plain. More importantly, Edinburgh is right in front of us. Because it is only more than 20 kilometers away from Edinburgh. Just when James IV and his knights were looking forward to the welcoming banquet after returning, Conn and his party were also making final preparations in the Gobridge Valley. Conn said to Coster beside him, "Coster, are your people ready? The pedestrians who were detained before? Kill them all." Coster said expressionlessly. "They only started to block the road this morning, and at the same time, they also started to dig horse pits. But the Gobridge Valley is the main traffic route from the southern region to Edinburgh. It is not only James IV's team that passes by here, but also Scottish civilians. But today, Conn and others are going to attack and kill King James IV of Scotland here, so naturally they can't let any passers-by leave. Therefore, since the road was blocked in the morning, all passers-by were caught by the horse thieves under Coster and Merrick and gathered together. Originally, Conn planned to let these people go after the matter was completed. But Coster thought that the matter of attacking the king was too serious, so it was better not to keep these witnesses. So, after lunch, dozens of innocent passers-by were taken into the mountains by Coster to be dealt with. Conn was silent for a while and said nothing. Because he also knew that Coster's approach was the safest. After all, if those innocent passers-by who were caught leaked their important characteristics, it would be a big trouble. Moreover, after this matter was over, the 50 members of the Wolf Fawn Commando brought by Conn and the hundreds of men brought by Coster, except for a few very reliable ones, all others had to move to the American colonies with their families to avoid accidentally leaking today's secrets. As he was talking, one of Coster's men who kept watching with a telescope suddenly said, "Captain, the message tree has fallen." The message tree was naturally the means for the children's group in Marin's anti-Japanese war to transmit messages. The children's group did not have a radio station, and they did not dare to shout to report the news, so as not to alarm the devils. Therefore, pushing down a small tree on a distant hilltop was the safest means. If someone is not familiar with this routine, they will not notice what happened on the hill. Even if they see a small tree fall, they don't understand what it means. Conn and Coster's ambush team mainly gathered at the north end of the Gobridge Valley, while James IV's team came from the south. The people at the south end did not have time to notify the north end, and pushing down the message tree on the hill was the best way to pass the message. Sure enough, James IV and his team were unaware of the fall of a small tree on a hill not far away. Of course, this small hill is also a distance away from James IV's team, about 1 li. The spy who pushed down the message tree on the hill also had a telescope in his hand. And next to Coster, there was a special person using a telescope to look at the hill 1 kilometer away in the south. Once the message tree falls, it means that the enemy is coming. If it is only civilians coming, the message tree will shake a few times. In fact, Conn and Coster are most afraid that a civilian team will enter the valley before James IV's team. At that time, the civilians will trigger the trap, which will easily arouse the vigilance of James IV and his team. In fact, there was indeed such a group of civilians. They were originally walking in front of James IV and his party, but they were walking. After seeing the powerful team of James IV and 50 knights behind them, they were so scared that they stood at the edge of the valley, not daring to move, and let James IV's team go first. You know, in ancient times, robbing the nobles might be beaten. Moreover, there was no place to reason. In this way, James IV and his 50 knights walked into the Gobridge Valley. Then, the dozen civilians also walked into the valley. After a while, James IV's team had arrived at the north end of the Gobridge Valley. Seeing that they were about to pass this road and enter the southern plains of Scotland, the leading few were actually inexplicably excited. They squeezed their feet on the horses' bellies and started to speed up a little. However, they did not notice that the flat land at the north end of the Gobridge Valley seemed different. Of course it was different. Now the ground at the north end of the Gobridge Valley was densely covered with horse pits. Moreover, the bottom of the horse trap was full of pointed wooden stakes facing upwards. The Scottish knights who were in the front were not careful and fell into the horse trap with their horses. Then, screams and cries of horses and knights were heard in the horse trap. "There is an assassin! There is an assassin! Protect your majesty!" The knights behind panicked. They reined in their horses, then turned around and surrounded James IV's carriage in the middle to guard against possible enemy crossbows. The crossbows they were expecting soon appeared, but those crossbows did not shoot at James IV's carriage, but at the horses under the knights' crotches. Of course, this also includes the horses that pulled James IV's carriage. Although they were covered with horse armor, the armor did not cover the entire surface. As long as the angle was right, the horses could still be injured. Then, more than a dozen knights lost their horses under the rain of arrows. At this time, the veteran knight Johnson, who was in charge of commanding the 50 knights, saw that the situation was not good, and decisively shouted, "Turn around, we turn around and retreat." However, it was too late. Coster's men pushed down the message tree here, and the bandits at the southern end of the Gobridge Valley, who received the message, pushed hard towards the pile of stones that had been stacked on the hillside. For a time, a large number of stones rolled down the hillside and quickly blocked the exit in the south. Coincidentally, a dozen Scottish civilians who had walked into the valley before were just destroyed by the rolling stones. At this time, Johnson saw that the retreat was blocked, so he just sent a few knights to dismount, withstand the rain of arrows, and go forward to explore the trap. As a result, what made them collapse was that the road at the northern end of the valley was full of horse traps with wooden spikes. As long as they dare to rush north, they will definitely not be able to avoid those horse traps. At this time, Conn jumped out in time and shouted in Scottish Gaelic with an Edinburgh accent, "Hey! This mountain is opened by me, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave a toll. If you don't pay, I will kill you and not bury you." Although Conn was wearing full plate armor, he was wearing a black suit on the outside and a hood on his helmet. Therefore, James IV and his knights had not yet realized that Conn was a knight wearing a full set of plate armor. In their opinion, a robber with bulky clothes, a black hat and an iron rod jumped out in front of them. Robbery? James IV and his knights looked at each other. The other party was so bold that he jumped out alone to stop dozens of knights. "No, there are archers on the hillside." James IV reacted. However, even if there were archers on the hillside, plus the strong man in front of him, it would not be enough to rob a team of 40 or 50 knights in plate armor. Although, several people in this team fell into the horse pit. But the next second, they understood, from the valley where Conn jumped out, 50 black-clothed men with weapons such as hammers and battle axes jumped out, also covered with black cloth on the plate armor. "It seems that the number is about the same as ours," Knight Johnson said puzzledly. However, the other side was all infantry. And they were all cavalry. This didn't seem to be a level confrontation. Even if the knights couldn't charge in the valley, they had two-handed swords, and they were not something that the 50 infantry in front of them could resist. At this time, James IV opened the carriage window and asked nervously, "How is it? Is it English?" Johnson shook his head and said, "It seems not, Your Majesty." The man spoke Scottish with an authentic Edinburgh accent, and the opponent's weapons seemed to be very mixed. Anyway, it shouldn't be a knight. The weapons of European knights are divided into horse battles and foot battles. Horse battles are mainly lances and one-handed knight swords, while foot battles are mainly two-handed swords and two-handed axes. Basically, knights rarely use inferior two-handed hammers. Only infantry that specializes in dealing with knights, or miscellaneous troops, will use two-handed hammers, which are weapons used by civilians. No. Knight Johnson thought about it, and his face suddenly changed. He said to James IV, "Your Majesty, their weapons are too targeted at our plate armor. Battle axes and two-handed hammers are professional for fighting plate armor knights. If the opponent's weapons were all this kind, they would be too targeted." However, Johnson still didn't think they would be defeated by the group of people in front of him. So, he confidently drew out the brand new two-handed sword on his back and ordered, "Come on, 30 people, dismount, and kill them with two-handed swords. The rest of you, continue to protect His Majesty. Since it's impossible to rush in the valley, it's better to dismount and fight the opponent. You know, the knights are all from a knight family, and they are not only familiar with fighting on horseback, but also very proficient in fighting on foot. Every knight is a master of fighting." However, as soon as the two sides came into contact, Johnson's heart sank. That's right, these knights have indeed practiced martial arts since childhood and have strong fighting skills. The warriors on the opposite side seem to have no rules. However, the opponent's weapons are very restrained against them. Moreover, the opponent was also wearing plate armor. It was not until the two-handed swords of the Scottish knights hit the opponent's body that the crisp sound told them that the opponent was all wearing plate armor. What was even more tragic was that the two-handed swords of several knights among them broke after colliding with the opponent's weapons. Then, those knights with broken weapons were rushed by a group of enemies, chopped and smashed wildly with battle axes and war hammers, and they were written off in a while. In this way, after a round of collision, 30 Scottish knights were quickly wiped out. As for the opponent, only a few people were injured by the opponent's two-handed swords. Mainly, they were chopped on the arms and legs, resulting in fractures. After all, the two-handed sword was not light. Even the knight Jensen who led the charge was broken on the head by the fierce brother Conn with an iron rod, and he was dying. At this time, Conn practiced the stick method specially, hitting people's heads. People wearing armor have the highest body protection. However, the neck and limb joints are weak points. However, hitting those limb joints can only cause the opponent to fracture at most, but it is not fatal. And directly hitting the neck and head, that would be fatal. Taking advantage of the victory, Conn led more than 40 Wolf-Fang commandos who were still able to fight, waving iron rods, battle axes and war hammers, and rushed towards the carriage of King James IV of Scotland. "I surrender. I surrender. I can give you a lot of money." James IV leaned out and shouted. He had already seen that the people on the opposite side were more powerful than his knights. Seeing that he could not stop them, he decided to surrender decisively and survive first. However, Conn and others did not listen at all. Conn understood it, after all, he had learned Scottish Gaelic for so long, but he would not betray Marin. The Wolf-Fang commandos under Conn did not understand it at all. "I can make you nobles, earls." James IV shouted desperately when he saw that his life was in danger. If it were a real Scotsman, he might be tempted. But Conn was unshakable and continued to rush forward. As for his men, they couldn't understand anyway. Then, Conn led his men to defeat a dozen Scottish knights guarding James IV's carriage, and dragged James IV out of the carriage. "I can really make you an earl. Don't kill me. You can be a duke too." However, Conn hit James IV hard with an iron rod, and his neck was broken even though he was wearing a plate armor and helmet. It seemed that he could not die any more. After confirming the death of James IV, Conn shouted in Scottish Gaelic, "Retreat, go back and report to the earl." Then, he and his men hurriedly retreated to the mountains through a small path, and even forgot to finish off the half-dead Scottish knights on the ground. Chapter 949, Frame Up. Yes, this is exactly what Marin wanted. Because he needed to shift the blame and put it on the traitors in Scotland. Because the army was defeated and captured before, most of the dukes and earls in Scotland were captured together. This time, Edward released people, not including those dukes and earls who could be exchanged for money, but only released James IV, nominally to let him return to the country to raise ransom. And now there are only a few dukes and earls left in Scotland. Especially, John Stuart, Duke of Albany. In fact, the most powerful dukes and earls in the Kingdom of Scotland before accompanied James IV in the Battle of Newcastle. The only nobles left in the country were a few civil officials responsible for guarding Edinburgh. And this John Stuart, Duke of Albany, actually just returned to Scotland not long ago. John Stuart was the second Duke of Albany. His father, Alexander Stuart, was the second surviving son of James II, the grandfather of James IV, and the first Duke of Albany. However, because of conflicts with his brother James IV, Alexander Stuart, the first Duke of Albany of the Stuart dynasty, was imprisoned by his brother James III in 1479. After being released, Alexander Stuart tried to rebel because of resentment and was defeated by his brother James III in 1484. Then, the whole family went into exile in France. However, he died in 1485. Alexander, the eldest son of Alexander Stuart, had long become a priest and had now returned to Scotland to become a regional bishop. The second son, Andrew, died young, and the third son, John Stuart, was originally exiled to France. However, after James IV, most of the Scottish nobles and the Scottish army were captured. Because James IV had no offspring, his brothers died early and left no offspring. The French sent John Stuart, who was only 22 years old, back to Edinburgh in order to prevent England from killing James IV and seizing the Scottish throne. The French plan is that once James IV dies, Scotland will support John Stuart, the heir of the Duke of Albany, to inherit the Scottish throne. After all, according to bloodline, John Stuart is the cousin of James IV and has the highest right to inherit the throne. Of course, it is said to be the Duke of Albany, but in fact, because the Duke of Albany's family went into exile in France, after the death of the first Duke of Albany, the young John Stuart has not yet been canonized as the Duke of Albany. After all, King James IV was captured by the English, and no one can canonize him. But at this critical juncture, the officials left behind in Scotland can't care so much. Because, if James IV really died or couldn't come back, according to his bloodline, John Stuart was indeed the most qualified heir to the Scottish throne. In the original history, John Stuart was actually welcomed back to the country by the Scots in 1514, the second year after James IV was killed in 1513, and served as regent for the young James V. At the same time, he would inherit the title of Duke of Albany at that time. But now, because of the capture of James IV, the French were afraid of accidents and sent John Stuart back to Scotland early. The ministers left behind in Scotland were also happy to see that the king had a spare tire, so that James IV would not die and no one would succeed to the throne. And from the heart, John Stuart, the heir of the Duke of Albany, actually wished that James IV would die in England. In this way, he could become the King of Scotland. And Marin also knew this, so when he was patting Con to beat James IV to death, he deliberately said that he was going to report to the little Duke. Moreover, when they withdrew, a small number of the 50 Scottish knights lying on the ground were not actually dead, but were seriously injured and could not get up for a while. After all, they were wearing plate armor. Even if they were injured, it was generally not fatal. The reason why Con did not kill these people was to pass on a message to the ministers left behind in Scotland, especially the sentence, report to the young Duke. There are several dukes in Scotland, but it seems that there is only one young Duke, John Stuart. Because he has not been officially canonized, he can only be regarded as a preparatory duke. Therefore, it is appropriate to describe him as young. In addition, John Stuart did have the motive to assassinate James IV. Because as long as James IV died, he would almost certainly be the King of Scotland. According to the simple logic of whoever benefits is the most suspicious, it seems that John Stuart is very suspicious. Of course, not only John Stuart is suspected, but Edward is also very suspicious. After all, before James IV returned to the country, the two sides signed an agreement on mutual succession of the throne. Therefore, Edward's suspicion of assassinating James IV is greater than that of John Stuart. And this is one of the important reasons why Marin chose to start near Edinburgh. In addition to the fact that this place is unexpected, it also means to clear Edward's suspicion. Look, it is close to your capital, how can the English have the ability to assassinate there? Obviously it is your people. The harsh words that Con said before leaving were actually deliberately misleading those Scottish knights who were not dead. After speaking harshly, Con took his men to bury the French plate armor on his body, and then crossed the mountains and took a small road back to England. However, in order to mislead the other party, Con deliberately sent his men to create false evidence on the road in the opposite direction. For example, take off a few French plate armors. These French plate armors are different from the plate armors worn by most of Con and others. They are not imitation products of Marin Forge, but one of the plate armors used by French knights captured when Marin led his army to ambush Charles VIII. When an expert takes it up and takes a look, he will know that it is an authentic French-made plate armor, and there is no mistake. In this way, once these pieces of French plate armor as evidence are found by the Scottish officials, it will be difficult to explain the matter. At least, many people will think that this is the Black Hand sent by John Stuart. After all, John Stuart was sent back by France as a spare tire for the king. If James IV died, he would most likely become the new king. Of course, it is not ruled out that the English framed it. After all, the English also captured a lot of French ships loaded with military supplies in the previous naval battle, and it is not surprising to get a few pieces of pure French-made plate armor. Both Edward and Marin obviously hope that the frame-up will succeed. As long as Edward is cleared of the suspicion of murdering James IV, Edward can naturally inherit the throne of Scotland according to the agreement signed by James IV before returning home. Then, the island of Great Britain can be unified. Chapter 950, Things are going wrong. According to the general idea, at this time, England should take advantage of the opportunity that James IV had just died and Scotland was leaderless, and send out a large army to quickly take over the entire territory of Scotland. However, Marin had the opposite opinion and asked the English secret room to tell Edward to be calm and wait and see. Why did Marin give this advice? As a time traveler who has seen too many palace fighting dramas, Marin has conspiracy methods that the native Europeans of this era do not have. He knows that although it is easy to take over the Kingdom of Scotland by sending troops quickly at this time. However, if the troops are sent too promptly, then it is obvious to tell others that James IV was killed by me. At that time, even if he takes the throne of Scotland, it will be difficult to get recognition from other countries, and even he will be opposed for killing the legitimate king. Therefore, Marin's advice is to do nothing at this time and wait and see. Only by pretending to be unaware can Edward wash away the suspicion of murdering James IV. If you rush to grab the fruits of victory too quickly, it is obvious to tell others that you are the murderer. Moreover, most of the Scottish army has been defeated in England. Even if Edward gave Scotland time to prepare, the gap in strength between the two sides would be difficult to close. Unless the French were willing to send troops to support Scotland. But the French lost all their warships in the English Channel last time, and it would not be easy to raise ships to transport the army to Scotland. What's more, the English Navy is still monitoring the French day and night in the Pas de Calais and the western part of the English Channel. If the other party has any move to transport troops to Scotland, it will definitely be sunk. Therefore, England now has no worries at all that Scotland can recover and have the strength to compete with England. For Edward, avoiding suspicion is the top priority. In fact, in order to show that he was unaware, Edward did not even make preparations for secretly mobilizing the army. As long as other countries do not find signs that England has secretly mobilized troops, this will further prove Edward's innocence and ignorance. Not long after Conn and his party withdrew, passers-by came to Gobridge Valley and saw the tragedy in the valley. Then, someone returned to Edinburgh to report to the authorities, saying that a tragedy had occurred in Gobridge Valley. Gobridge Valley? Isn't that the place His Majesty must pass through when returning home? Scottish Prime Minister Baron Alex was shocked. Then, he anxiously asked the person who reported the incident, what is the specific situation? What are the characteristics of the deceased? The passerby who reported the incident thought for a while and said, it seems that there are 40 or 50 people lying on the ground, all wearing plate armor. Alex suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He understood that James IV and his party might have been killed. Alex, who woke up after a long time, said, hurry, organize 3,000 soldiers and go with me to the Gobridge Valley to investigate. But, Prime Minister, it's dark now. We have to go no matter how late it is. Prepare torches, we must. Oh, I hope His Majesty is still alive. When Alex arrived at the Gobridge Valley with a large army, he first encountered the tricky horse traps. The entire northern end of the valley was covered with horse traps. Fortunately, Alex brought a lot of people, and he directed his men to fill up all the horse traps with mud and gravel. Then, Alex led his men to the carriage of James IV and saw James IV whose head had been twisted 180 degrees by an iron rod. Your Majesty, Alex felt as if the sky had fallen. As the Prime Minister promoted by James IV, Alex had deep feelings for James IV. Seeing the tragic death of his benefactor, Alex burst into tears. After a while, Alex, who was crying, suddenly became furious. Who is it? Who did it? Then, not far from the carriage, an injured Scottish knight said weakly, it's a group of black-clad men with great martial arts skills. Alex reacted immediately, go and see how many people are alive. If they are alive, do your best to rescue them. In the end, Alex rescued more than a dozen knights whose arms and legs were broken. With the level of Scottish orthopedics in this era, they can't think about recovering and going to the battlefield again. It's a miracle that they can survive. Alex didn't care whether they could survive in the end. He just wanted these Scottish knights who were lucky enough to survive to serve as witnesses for a while. After they gave their confessions, Alex didn't care whether they lived or died. Anyway, these Scottish knights with broken arms or legs would never go to the battlefield again. In other words, they were useless. But anyway, even if they died of the infection, they would not die so quickly within a few days. And this period of time was enough for them to serve as witnesses. When the body of James IV was brought back to Edinburgh, the whole of Edinburgh was shocked. Queen Margaret threw herself on her husband's body and cried bitterly. She had already lost her parents and siblings, and now she had lost her husband. How would she live in the future? Most officials were in a heavy mood, but John Stuart, the future Duke of Albany, looked relaxed. Although he pretended to be sad, it was easy for anyone with a discerning eye to see the ease and eagerness in it. Yes, eagerness. Because John Stuart was already looking forward to the scene of himself becoming the King of Scotland. However, the testimonies of several surviving Scottish knights dealt him a heavy blow. What? You said that before leaving, the thief leader said he would report to the young Duke. Alex looked at the seriously injured knight who said this with an uncertain expression. Yes, I guarantee with my life and honor that this is exactly what the other party said before he left. Alex's face became even uglier. At the same time, he looked at John Stuart, the Duke of Albany, who pretended to be sad, with a suspicious look in his eyes. However, as the Prime Minister, Alex did not make a decision easily. Instead, he sent a large army to search the mountain early the next morning. Then, the army searching the mountain found several authentic French-made plate armors. According to my experience, this batch of plate armors is indeed popular among French knights. And according to the craftsmanship, it is estimated that they all come from the Provence region. Prime Minister, you see, this plate armor is engraved with the most popular lavender pattern in the Provence region. The handcraft is more similar to the Milanese plate armor. After all, the Provence region is close to Italy and has learned a lot of craftsmanship from the city of Milan. Although these plate armors are French, they also have many styles of Milanese plate armors. Are you sure they are made in France? Alex asked cautiously. Yes. This kind of iron is only produced in the mountainous areas of southeastern France. Humph. Alex snorted heavily, and glanced at John Stuart, who looked innocent. Then, he ordered, first, control the young Duke and find out who he has been in contact with recently. Yes, Prime Minister. Then, John Stuart, who had been dreaming of becoming king, suddenly changed his expression. He knew very well that if he could not clear himself of the suspicion of regicide, he would never be able to ascend the throne.